Zhan Yuan stood in the void and summoned the divine thunder, but at this moment, he felt that the divine thunder of the great law was almost suppressed as if it was difficult to gather. He looked up at Yifutian, seeing that his body was dazzling, and he was possessed by the divine elephant. It was rumored that the demon monarch's Mount Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions had invincible power. Ancient books said the divine elephant emperor of 10 Directions trod on the sky and crushed the earth. Nowadays, nobody knew how powerful he was, but that the king of divine elephants, the overlord of the demon realm, must have unparalleled power to suppress all great laws. Yifutian was still striding. His steps seemed to contain the power that suppressed the great law, like a supreme mystical method that blended into the power of elephants. Each step was like a manifestation of the heavenly might. Even a powerful cultivator like Zhan Yuan felt an extremely powerful pressure from that. Bang! Yifutian took another step out, and the void air trembled. Tens of thousands of elephant phantoms fell and darted towards Zhan Yuan. A thunderous boom came from Zhan Yuan's body. He saw the endless phantoms of demon elephants stampeding towards him, so he released a gorgeous aura of thunder. Yifutian wanted to defeat him? How could he fail? He lifted one foot. A sacred aura burst out from his body, and his body seemed to turn into that of a thunder deity. The thunderous roar broke out from every part of his body, resonating with the great law. He also took a step out, and the sound of thunder broke through the world, sweeping over all directions. The attacking giant elephant figures all burst and shattered, collapsing over the skydome. An intimidating Renhuang might also have exploded from Zhan Yuan's body. The aura of Renhuang shone between the sky and earth, blooming from his torso. Zhan Yuan glanced at the walking figure in the air and said, "Even though the bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 Directions has supreme power, you are not the only one who possesses imperial instruments." After he said it, his body transformed into the body of the thunder god, and the unparalleled law of thunder erupted from every part of his body. The skydome seemed unable to restrain him. He walked in the void sky, heading toward Yifutian. Wherever he went, the divine light of thunder swept out of his body, destroying all phantoms of giant elephants. Yifutian watched Zhan Yuan coming step by step. He knew that Zhan Yuan also used a Renhuang object and merged it into his body, which made his body like that of a true thunder god. Moreover, as a supreme master, when Zhan Yuan turned into the thunder form, his physical body could become a matrix. Now he was the thunder matrix of doomsday. When he stretched out his hand, endless divine thunder could descend. Even the thunderous roar coming from his body contained power that could smash everything and destroy the phantoms of demon elephants. Zhan Yuan directly walked toward Yifutian. Those demon elephant phantoms were unable to approach him. The moment they came near him, they would either be swept away by the light of thunder or be shattered by the horrifying thunder roars. He blended the Renhuang might into his law. How powerful it was! The two of them walked towards each other. Their power grew stronger and stronger as if both sides had strong beliefs and were not afraid of the collision. Boom! Finally, they reached each other. Yifutian, who possessed the divine elephant, stomped on Zhan Yuan's body. The roaring thunder shone, and Zhan Yuan's body became larger and turned into that of a true fighting god of thunder. The endless lightning turned into a series of purple lightning, connecting to his body. Countless wills of thunder between the sky and earth resonated with the fighting god of thunder he had transformed into. Zhan Yuan raised his fist and punched it toward the elephant's dropping giant foot. The law of thunder was appalling in the sky. Countless thunder swords of doomsday blasted out of his fist, trying to penetrate the divine elephant. At the same time, the endless divine light of thunder erupted from his body, sweeping towards Yifutian. Finally, the phantoms of the divine elephants trembled, but their violent force of the same level also made Zhan Yuan move backward. His body rose straight into the sky, thrusting toward Yifutian like a bolt of lightning. The roars and light rays of thunder erupting above his body could destroy all the existence of the Saint Plane, but it couldn't annihilate the divine elephant that enveloped Yifutian. Yifutian also raised his fist and punched forward. At this moment, the figure of the fighting thunder god and the divine elephant collided head-on. The space surrounding them seemed to be falling apart. Every attack between them was extremely shocking. Over the sky dome, the light of destruction shot out frantically. The void sky kept trembling. Nobody knew how many times they collided with each other, but neither of them retreated. The life spirit that shrouded Yifutian merged into the real demon bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. It was not a treasure, but it was stronger than other ordinary Renhuang-level treasures. When it merged into the life spirit, Yifutian's life spirit also contained the might of the demon emperor. It became unshakable. However, Zhan Yuan was also extremely powerful, and his body was also integrated with the Renhuang's object, which made him become one with the great law of thunder, and now he seemed to have become the law itself. In the end, they were separated from each other. The violent blasts were still going on madly around them. The invisible storm swept through the vast and boundless space. Thunder kept rumbling, and there were still endless demon elephants. Zhan Yuan was emotionless. The overbearing might bloomed from his pupils. How could he gain so much strength with the aid of the demon emperor's bone? His attacks couldn't destroy Yifutian. Above the sky, thunderclouds rolled. Lightning from the 8 directions of the space surged. He turned into the thunder god, controlling tens of thousands of divine thunderbolts to thrust toward Yifutian all at once. The astonishing sound of elephants trumpeting erupted from Yifutian's body. The divine light of the great law started to flow. Endless demon elephants around him helped resist the bombardment of rolling divine thunder. Virum. At this moment, Zhan Yuan disappeared, and the sound of thunder echoed in the space. His body was connected to the sky dome, gathering millions of divine thunderbolts and turning them into a flash of lightning, thrusting toward the divine elephant figure Yifutian transformed into. Boom, boom, boom. Zhan Yuan suddenly came in front of Yifutian, and the endless attacks fell on Yifutian's body. Even with the protection of the divine elephant life spirit, Yifutian still groaned, and his life spirit was on the edge of bursting. The attacking force was appalling. His body was shaken back, and his life spirit seemed to collapse. His hand stretched backward, and a dazzling long stick appeared in his palm. Boom! The elephant stood on the sky dome, stopped moving backward, and slashed the stick with the enormous power of the divine elephant. The sky dome was about to collapse, and the phantom of the thunder god transformed from Zhan Yuan's raised arm and sent out countless stick shadows. The void sky shook violently. After a loud boom, Zhan Yuan's body was blasted down into the lower air. Yifutian's body was also shaken, his life force fluctuating, organs trembling. Just then, Yifutian suddenly perceived a strong sense of danger. He immediately turned around and saw a golden lightning bolt striking toward him at the fastest speed. He lifted one foot and stepped out. The divine elephant made a fierce roar again, trembling the sky and earth. But the golden lightning bolt didn't stop at all, rushed directly in front of him, and hit the light curtain formed by the divine elephant. The lightning bolt penetrated the light curtain, creating a cut on the divine elephant's body. Inside, Yifutian was like hit by electric shocks. He let out a groan, and the golden lightning bolt rushed straight towards his own body. The elephant's life spirit suddenly collapsed and vanished. But Yifutian's body was still blooming with a golden aura, with the divine elephant's hidden armor inside. At the same time, the stars surrounded him. He swiftly moved in the void air and wanted to retreat. But it was still too late. The speed was too fast, and he was hit the moment the idea occurred to him. The defense of stars shattered, and the golden aura was cracked. Yifutian spat out blood, and his body flew straight back. That figure in the lightning moved like a shadow, and it continued to rush toward Yifutian. His speed was reaching the max limit. Virum! Countless sharp swords thrust out of Yifutian's body, and a sword of Kasaipa also dashed out of the center of his eyebrows, racing toward Zhan Yuan. The figure in golden light took out one hand to deflect the sword, and only then did he stop. This man was wearing a gorgeous golden robe but looked extremely ugly, with a pair of eyes like a mouse. Yifutian recognized him at a glance. There weren't many people with this kind of appearance in the heavenly mandate realm. He belonged to the Purple Gold Rat clan in the demon realm, of course. They proclaimed themselves to be the Purple Gold Divine Rats. Before, Zhu Zhao had reminded him not to provoke the demon beasts of this clan. They were vindictive and extremely egocentric creatures. Even though a top figure had appeared from the Rat clan, and this clan was prospering, the self-abasement running in their veins still could not be removed. Moreover, people of the Rat clan were extremely greedy and liked treasures. This purple gold rat that suddenly showed up was aiming at the treasure in Yi Futian's hand, and he chose the right time. "Leave everything to me. I will not kill you." The purple gold rat stared at Yi Futian and said. His narrow and long eyes looked sly but extremely indifferent, showing some sort of pride. Yi Futian glanced at him coldly. Did this warrior of the Rat clan also want to step in? The life force around his body was flowing. He seemed to have perceived something, raised his head, and looked into the distance. There, he saw a few more imposing figures coming, all staring at him with anger. Seeing this, Yaya looked sullen. Did she fail to leave them behind? She had tried her best to bring Yi Futian and Xianxia in here. Many warriors dared not set foot on this place, but those top figures still managed to enter this territory and would not give up the things Yi Futian had gotten. Especially now when they had seen the battle between Yi Futian and the Supreme Master Zhan Yuan. They would even more strongly believe that the power of the bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions that Yi Futian had obtained was amazing, and it would be a huge gain for the demon cultivators. I've heard that the purple gold rats are now very strong, but you still can't change their old nature to do such sneaky things. Zhan Yuan glanced over the purple gold rat and said, "If you want it, you should openly take it." The purple gold rat looked at him. Rats never cared about whatever methods they used as long as they could get whatever they wanted. Nobody should forget how hard he and his ancestors worked for their clan to prosper as they do today. The ominous atmosphere in this space became more and more intense. The previous battles had broken many rusty swords on the ground, and there were even evil ghosts rising from the underground that seemed to be transformed from the dead people's lingering grudges. At this moment, a pair of ghostly hands stretched out from a crack in the ground. A phantom showed up and pounced towards the person standing in the void sky. As more and more ghosts joined the fight, the warriors, who had just arrived, all perceived the threat. They glanced at Yi Futian indifferently. They must deal with him as soon as possible and leave. For an instant, the warriors released their life forces, which followed Yi Futian and attacked the lower sky. Yi Futian looked up at these warriors. In his life palace, the flame was burning, and the fire spirit orb seemed to be devouring his life palace. And then the blaze rushed to his whole body, engulfing him all at once. For a moment, he transformed into flame god of war, with all the power of his body burning. At the same time, in the endless flame, there was also a golden aura of the divine elephant. The elephant's roars came from his body. A mighty force overwhelmed the vast space. He held a huge stick of stars in his hand, with an unparalleled bearing. Yaya stared at Yi Futian. She rose to her feet, standing on the ground. The infinite sword will erupted from her body, drawing the great law from heaven and summoned tens of thousands of swords. A sword matrix was formed around her body. She could tell that Yi Futian had been injured, and now he had to face such oppression. So many warriors were targeting him. If he let the fire of the law burn again, he would run out of his energy, let alone what level of combat ability he could use. It would be difficult for him to persist for long. Moreover, these warriors were all capable of using nirvana skills. It was looking like none of the top forces from the heavenly mandate realm would be weak. The purple golden rat lifted a brow when he perceived Yi Futian's life force, and his narrow eyes looked cold. He stretched out a palm, and immediately a sword that could release Runhuang might appeared in his hand. This was odd, a rat demon beast cultivated in swordsmanship. However, it was rumored that when the old ancestor of the purple golden rat clan was in humble circumstances, he once served many powerful figures and dedicated himself as a beast servant, serving many top figures, and, at the same time, secretly learned many human cultivation methods. So, Warriors of the demon realm showed no surprise when seeing this purple golden rat beast use sword skills. Renhuang level might was being released from the sword. It was a Renhuang object. The sword body was thin and narrow and had strong penetrating abilities. Virum, the purple golden rat, was standing on top of the void sky. He wielded his sword, and for a moment, there seemed to be a rain of golden swords appearing in the void sky, each sword raindrop containing the might of the great law. Over the skydome, a curtain of sword rain enveloped the boundless space. The rat's sword pointed to Yi Futian, and immediately, the sword rain followed and attacked Yi Futian. The rain curtain covered the sky, and the phantoms of demon elephants around Yi Futian suddenly were all penetrated, like being pierced through by thousands of swords and smashed directly. When the sword rain approached Yi Futian, it even penetrated the might of flames and made a slight dangerous rustling sound. The elephant roar continued in Yi Futian's body. A giant figure of a golden elephant appeared around him. The sword rain fell with no end and kept making a harsh, shrieking sound. The sword raindrops sneaked into the golden divine elephant's body little by little. Boom! Yi Futian took a step out and shook away those shrieking golden swords from the divine elephant figure. He moved quickly and slashed out the long stick in his hand. A huge stick shadow appeared in the upper sky and slashed toward the purple golden rat's head regardless of the spatial distance. The purple golden rat shunned and turned into a dazzling bolt of golden lightning, running between the suppressing forces of the great law. His speed was still extremely fast, and he directly avoided the attacks of the long stick and soon appeared in another direction. I should finish the battle quickly, he thought to himself. More evil spirits from the ground rushed up to catch him. Wisps of thoughts entered his mind and made his willpower unstable. He glanced toward them and said, "If you continue consuming time like this, it will be no good for anyone." It was not enough for him alone to take the treasure. Zhan Huan did not expect Yi Futian to have a whole card. Where did this fire that enhanced his strength and endowed him with nirvana-level abilities come from? Yi Futian seemed to carry many secrets. Zhan Yuan strode in the void air. The lightning swept out and destroyed the chaotic life force around him that wanted to erode his body. The nirvana-level warriors, who just came to the void space, all started to take action. Each of them had an extremely terrifying life force. They all exerted pressure towards Yi Futian in the lower sky. For a time, Yi Futian was besieged by enemies. Boom! The void air shook fiercely. Yi Futian stepped in the void sky, with his body shrouded by flames and his hands wielding the long sticks. Phantoms of demon elephants galloped between the sky and earth. The vast endless space seemed to be under heavy pressure. The purple golden rat demon beast started to move. He held the imperial sword high in his hand, bearing endless wills in the sky. The golden divine rain fell. His body flickered, heading straight toward the lower sky. The sword came out and sword rain fell, annihilating everything. Yi Futian felt the power and slashed out the long stick in his hand towards the sky and buried the sword rain. But the purple golden rat monster was extremely fast and changed his position in an instant. He launched the sword rain and wanted to control Yi Futian in that space. Zhang Yuan stepped in the void air. The thunder roars around him shook the sky and earth. Endless thunder from the sky gathered in his body and turned into thunderous light that destroyed everything, slashing out towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian's stick shadow smashed out again, crushing on the lightning, and a booming sound burst out. Above his head, a Nirvana saint launched an attack. A huge, dark palm print came from the skydome, reflecting black gold light, containing the strong airflow of destruction and tearing the void air. Yi Futian could only slash out the stick again. His body swirling, and the stick shadows appeared. The dark palm prints collapsed and shattered. Another golden bell released tens of thousands of rays of light, crushing the void air and crumbling the place where Yi Futian was, hiding the might of Run Huang and wiping out all existence. Yi Futian's body soared into the sky. The shadow of the stick covered the sky, and it suddenly chopped down. After a loud clanging noise, the ancient Runhuang clock was shaken back, but the horrifying killing rays of light's attack didn't stop. The Renhuang bell also returned and ran over his body again. The powerful attacks continued. Yifutian kept waving his stick, but these warriors did not even get close to him. They trapped him there and attacked wildly, consuming Yifutian's energy, making it impossible for him to escape. After all, every person who was attacking him was powerful. Seeing the battle scene in the void sky, Yaya looked disgusted. All these were top figures, Nirvana saints, and a supreme master, but they all assaulted Yifutian at the same time, just ISO they could steal his belongings. As the fight went on, more warriors arrived in the area one after another. Some people were afraid to come because of the danger, but there were still a few bold people who entered the battle. An intimidating life force came, and a Nirvana-level big demon beast Zhu Yan came to this area with Zhu Zhao, Yushang, and others. Seeing the battle in the void sky, Yushang looked extremely worried. Boom! The sky dome trembled, and divine elephants trumpeted. In the distance, a group of powerful divine elephants raced towards this side. They glanced down at the battlefield in the lower sky and saw the life force erupting from Yifutian's body, which made them feel something familiar as if it was from their ancestors. We should help him, Zhu Zhao said. He saw Yifutian being hit by one attack right after the other, defending himself alone, when the attacks were coming from so many intimidating warriors. The Nirvana-level Zhu Yan great demons might swept out and rushed towards the skydome. Bang! A violent sound came out. The sound of elephants trumpeting shook the sky. Above Zhu Yan, the great demon beast's head, giant elephants marched in the air, among whom one of the divine elephants glanced at him and said, "Go away." Yifutian, the divine elephant clan, wanted him. The roar continued, and they kept treading in the void air. Warriors on the other side of the battlefield saw warriors of the divine elephant clan, and their attacks became even stronger. In the shadows of the stick, the purple-golden rat demon beast crossed the sky and passed through the stick shadows. Horrifying might blasted over his moving body, but his body turned into the size of a rat and directly penetrated the great law attacking force. This was his innate talent. Bang! With a loud noise, the purple-golden rat demon beast almost penetrated Yifutian's body and smashed Yifutian's overall defense. But Yifutian's body seemed to have a terrifying flame might that made him scared and devoured him. The golden aura wrapped around his body. The rat's sharp claws clawed toward Yifutian. Using the reaction force, he stepped back. His heart thumped fast. What was that power? Boom! The might of the thunder laws also blasted over Yifutian, making his body fall to the ground. The purple-golden rat was extremely fast. He continued to dive down and wanted to take Yifutian away. A gust of sword might arrived in an instant and thrust straight toward him. The purple-golden rat spun his body. The Renhuang sword in his hand thrust down and turned into a horrifying golden storm that collided with the sword. The sharp shrieking sound came, and golden blood flew from the purple-golden rat. He was shaken to the void sky. Yaya fell to the lower sky with Yifutian and dropped on the sword peak. Both of them spat out blood. Yushang and others rushed to check them, but, considering their levels, they couldn't change the situation at all. In the void air, those top saint figures looked down at them. Get out of our way! Warriors of the divine elephant clan marched in the void sky. Many divine elephants descended at the same time, and suddenly their might shook the sky. Even the supreme master Zhan Yuan of the violet heavenly palace didn't dare to trouble them. That purple-golden rat demon beast looked sullen. The divine elephant clan was also very powerful. In the era of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions, the divine elephant clan was the king of the realm, and they still had a vast heritage after so many years. Now, since they had arrived, it was difficult for him to take the treasure. Warriors of different forces stared at each other with anger, and both Yifutian and Yaya were severely injured. Yi Wuchen looked indifferent, with anger and sadness in his heart. So many warriors of the heavenly mandate realm chose to besiege one single person. However, they simply could not participate in combat of such a high level. He raised one foot and walked toward their direction. This space was suppressed by countless broken swords and filled with horrifying chaotic thoughts. Boom! There was another loud bang. Warriors stepped down and exerted pressure on Yifutian. Except for the warriors of the Divine Elephant clan, none of them wanted to give up. "He belongs to me," Zhang Yuan said indifferently. He might not want the Divine Elephant Imperial bone since it was the bone of the ancestor of the Divine Elephant clan, and he didn't want the corpse either. However, he was interested in Yi Futian. Yi Futian had more treasures. "The corpse belongs to me," another Nirvana-level warrior said. They had already started to discuss how to divide gains. But at this moment, a rumbling sound came out, and the mountain peak was shaking. They turned around and looked toward that side. On the top of the mountain, in front of the giant sword inserted in front of the sword peak, a man in white with long hair blowing in the wind was standing, holding the hilt of a sword with both hands. The warriors' faces all turned pale. They could perceive the chaos going on in the space. The endless broken swords seemed to be used to seal a land of demons, and this sword peak might be the place where the main sword was located. The giant sword inserted above the sword peak probably was the key to seal this space. Once it was pulled out, the consequence might be disastrous. However, at this moment, someone was trying to pull the sword out. "Stop it!" people yelled. In front of the giant sword, the figure pulled it with both hands, and the ground made a roaring sound. The vast boundless space was trembling. Those broken swords inserted into this land made high-pitched shrieks, and a devastating storm swept through the vast void air. Under the ground, horrible life forces were released, like countless dead warriors, remaining thoughts that had been suppressed by this land. At this moment, they were all being released. Too presumptuous. A Nirvana Plane warrior raised his hand and launched attacks towards the figure that was pulling the sword, but a terrifying vortex appeared over the sword and quickly engulfed the person pulling the sword. There seemed to be a phantom-like figure amid the chaotic airflow that rushed into his mind, rolling towards his body. The attack of the Nirvana Plane warrior came near him but was blocked by the terrifying storm. "It's dangerous, step back," the sword saint yelled. But Yi Wuchen still stood in the center of the storm. The blue veins on his body were visible. There was horrifying bloody light in his eyes. The extremely chaotic thoughts invaded his mind directly as if they were trying to overtake his mind. The sword saint's face looked very pale. He could understand the situation Yi Wuchen was facing at the moment. The sword that the mysterious warrior gave him at that time, the demonic sword he was using today, contained similar energy just like this one, and also full of demonic thoughts as if actual demons were dwelling inside. However, those demonic thoughts had been sealed, so his demonic sword was now a safe weapon. But even so, the sword saint was very clear how Yi Wuchen suffered every time he used the demonic sword. The agony was unbearable for normal people even though the sword had been sealed. What would happen if the seal was released? The huge sword that Yi Wuchen wanted to pull out was like his demonic blade. It was sealed and used to quell the land. But at this moment, Yi Wuchen wanted to pull it out. He would die. How devastating the consequence would be if the lingering beings in the land were freed from the quelling power. What kind of price was waiting for Yi Wuchen at the center of the storm to pay? The sword saint could imagine. Had the situation already become this serious? Yi Wuchen's eyes glowed with terrifying bloody light as if they were no longer his own eyes. However, deep in his pupils, there was still a sense of sobriety. It was his willpower fighting against the erosion of terrifying power. His body didn't seem to belong to him anymore, but his hand still held the giant sword tight. Boom! The earth was still shaking, and countless horrifying phantoms flew from the ground, stunning those who wanted to assault Yi Futian for a while. They looked quite unsettled. Was this lunatic trying to kill everyone? Yi Wuchen didn't stop. Under countless gazes, he pulled out the giant sword with both hands little by little. He didn't have time to think. So many top figures joined forces to suppress Yi Futian and even discussed how to divide gains. In a situation like this, what else could he do to counter them? There might be many demons buried in the ground, but what was the difference between these bloodthirsty top cultivators and the demons? Considering Yi Futian's ability, he was even more likely to survive in front of the demons in the ground. However, those greedy top figures would not let him go. So, after seeing the whole situation, Yi Wuchen came to the sword peak alone and pulled out the sword. Shh! A beam of dark light vertically pierced into the sky. The sword was finally pulled out. The sword peak collapsed, and a terrifying air torrent rushed into the sky. But Yi Wuqian's body was submerged by the infinite darkness. The ground shook, countless broken swords flew up, and the land cracked. Many deep crevices appeared. From the cracks, many hands came out and grasped onto the ground. Many phantoms rose and rushed directly toward the cultivators fighting in the void sky. The situation was chaos. Many warriors looked terrified and scattered instantly, trying to escape. Boom! On the sword peak where Yi Wuqian was located, the land was divided into two, splitting up from the middle. The two pieces of land seemed to be completely divided, and the gap was getting bigger and bigger. Between the divided pieces of land, horrifying life forces were spreading. Everyone was horrified. Countless air currents continued to flow into the giant sword. The open ground turned into an endless abyss. Looking down from above, no one could see the bottom of it. There were only horrifying life forces being released out of the abyss. At the time, in the bottomless abyss, in the endless darkness, two flashes of bloody light suddenly appeared. These two flashes of red light looked extremely scary, like the eyes of a demon. The terrifying demonic light aroused tumult in the whole abyss. But just after a moment, these two flashes of light dispersed as if nothing had happened. Yi Wuqian held the sword tight. His body was shaking, and his eyes turned into the color of blood. His handsome face became distorted, and the energy of his whole body seemed to be devoured. But the life force surrounding his body was extremely terrifying. He didn't seem to be himself at all. He turned around and looked toward other people. The Supreme Master Zhan Yuan was using the Divine Thunder to resist the erosion of demons. Warriors of the Divine Elephant Clan were trampling over the sky to suppress evils. Other warriors also used their means to defend. However, even in this chaotic situation, the purple-golden rat demon beast had not given up yet. He turned into a bolt of lightning and thrust towards Yi Wuqian as if, at this moment, he still wanted to take Yi Wuqian away. He would never give up without reaching his goal. However, at this moment, he suddenly became alert and perceived a dangerous life force. He immediately turned around and saw a pair of demonic eyes shrouding him. The horrifying demonic will directly came into his eyes and invaded his mind. He trembled, showing panic, and hurried back. The giant sword swept by, chopping over the space he was in. A terrifying trembling sound came out, and the purple-golden rat beast spat out blood like crazy. He seemed to be covered with a layer of purple-gold armor that blocked most damage for him. Otherwise, this blow would have been far more serious. The purple-gold rat demon beast was moved far away and spat out a mouthful of blood, and wisps of airflow rushed towards him. The purple-gold rat demon beast turned into golden lightning and fled through a gap, wanting to escape this area. Had that lunatic been eroded by demons after drawing the sword and had become a demon himself? His blood-red eyes were extremely scary, and Yi Wuqian flashed away. The sword in his hand devoured endless air flows between the sky and earth and then chopped down towards those warriors in the void air. Suddenly, a terrifying dark vortex gushed out, like numerous phantoms together with the sword dashing toward those warriors and rushed directly toward their bodies. At the same time, Yi Wuqian's body turned into a dark lightning bolt and struck directly toward Zhan Yuan of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Zhan Yuan saw Yi Wuqian coming. Yi Wuqian's body was wrapped by the horrifying air currents. At this moment, he was not himself. Boom! The rolls of thunder kept roaring, and the lightning illuminated the whole sky. Thousands of flashes of thunder and lightning blasted toward Yi Wuqian. Under divine thunder, those countless phantoms were directly wiped out. The violent lightning struck directly over Yi Wuqian's body. The sword left Yi Wuqian's hand and turned into dark lightning. It broke through the forces of heavy thunder and crushed on Zhan Yuan's body. The hissing sound came. It seemed that Zhan Yuan's body was almost penetrated. Blood flew out of his body, and the devastating air currents rushed into him frantically. His whole body was filled with the breaths of death and was growing black. The lighting was gradually fading, and his face looked dead. At this moment, a beam of strong light bloomed. Zhan Yuan let out a roar. Over his body, the mighty imperial power swept out, and a phantom of the supreme Renhuang Lord appeared. The sacred light shrouded Zhan Yuan's body, expelling the dark air flows around him and directly wiping out all the chaotic wills. The Emperor's aura shone. The divine thunder came and destroyed everything, and many chaotic wills around him were all shattered. His eyes were extremely sharp, like the eyes of a deity, sweeping towards Yi Wuqian. "Just evil crafts," he said in disdain. His eyes looked indifferent. He pointed his finger forward. Yi Wuqian took back the sword and slashed out a strike. The sacred lightning illuminated the vast sky dome and collided with the terrifying dark sword light. An unparalleled life force of destruction erupted, and an astonishing storm blew across the world. Boom! Finally, Yi Wuqian was the first one who couldn't bear it anymore. After all, he was using the external strength to fight instead of his ability. How could he fight against the real Renhuang will? The flash of lightning pierced through his body. If he had not had the endless airflow as protection, the blow would have been enough to turn him to ashes. "We should go first." Renhuang glanced at the place and said, frowning. It seemed that the danger had been triggered, and he had to get Zhan Yuan to leave with him. "Let's take him with us, as well." Zhan Yuan pointed his finger at Yi Futian and said, even at this moment he still didn't forget capturing Yi Futian. Especially after his confrontation with Yi Futian, Zhan Yuan became more interested in him. This young man was even able to compete with all the top warriors at the same time by using the power of the bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. And how did he launch the flames of the way? The Renhuang figure of the violet heavenly palace looked toward Yi Futian, slightly nodding, and then stepped forward. Covered with the bright thunder light armor, he slightly raised his arms and headed toward Yi Futian. Yaya and others looked sullen. Was this Renhuang warrior also going to capture Yi Futian? Yi Wuqian on the ground rose to his feet again. He held the sword with both hands, and the bloody light burst out from his deep, dark eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have given up his self-consciousness, and the sword will darted toward his body madly and swallowed him up. He seemed to have become part of the sword. Not only that, all the horrible air flows around him in the space poured into his body. With a roar, Yi Wuqian's body was devoured. Over him a real demon appeared. The demon stared at the Renhuang warrior, and the sword in his hand was also roaring and shaking. "You are giving yourself to evils," the Renhuang of the Violet Heaven Palace shouted at him solemnly. Even his voice contained horrifying might of thunder and wanted to penetrate the demon's body, but it was of no use. Yi Wuqian was still standing there. The Renhuang of the Violet Heavenly Palace had no choice but to put down Zhan Yuan. He needed to deal with the monster in front of him first. "You give me a moment," he spoke to Zhan Yuan. Soon the might of thunder fell from the sky, and his body turned into the law of thunder, just like a real figure of thunder deity. He took one step forward, crossing the void sky and heading toward Yi Wuqian. Virum. At the same time, the Sword Saint held the overbearing demonic sword. The terrifying demonic might surged straight to Zhan Yuan's body. Yushang, Zhu Zhao, and Black Wind Condor did the same. Since they couldn't fight with the Renhuang, they would target Zhan Yuan. Everything started with him. Accompanied with a rumble, the demon Yi Wuqian launched an attack on the Renhuang. The sword penetrated his body directly, but the Renhuang's body was nothing but a thunder thought. The thunder thought also penetrated the demon's body. Suddenly, the huge demon burst frantically. The light of endless thunder entangled it, and with a loud noise, phantoms around it all burst and shattered. Yi Wuqian's figure showed up from the explosion but again fell feebly. However, the Renhuang was not well at this time either. His body was exposed to countless dark airstreams that devoured his thunder form, making the lightning gradually dim and trying to devour his thunder thought completely. He glanced toward Yi Futian with a cold look. "Take them away," Yaya, sitting on the ground, said to a beautiful figure next to her. That person looked at Yaya with a pair of gorgeous but emotionless eyes. She was the first beauty of the eastern state of that time, the Glass Saint. "Go to that abyss." Yaya stared at the Glass Saint's eyes and said, showing no expression, The glass saint also looked back at her eyes. If she went to the abyss, would she survive? Was she telling her to go die? At this moment, her heart was stirred, no longer as calm as before. Aren't you always looking for the answer? If you find it, you die? Yaya said in an extremely indifferent tone, without any emotion, as if this unsmiling girl, who was always patted on the head by Yifutian, had turned into a real cold-blooded and ruthless sword saint of the void. But was she ruthless? She asked the glass saint to die. The glass saint lowered her head slightly, looking at Yifutian, but at this time Yifutian was also looking up at her. The glass saint wondered what answer was she looking for. Okay, she answered. When the horrifying might befell, and the Runhuang of the Violet Heaven Palace came near, she grabbed Yifutian and Xianxia with both hands. Seeing Yifutian wanting to move, she released the might of ice and sealed Yifutian's body using extreme coldness, and she took the two of them directly toward the direction of abyss. The Runhuang frowned and continued to pounce toward them, but at this moment, a bright sword matrix shone across space, and thousands of rays of sword light slashed out. Yaya, severely injured, submerged the Runhuang figure with the sword light. You are playing with fire, the Runhuang said coldly and continued moving forward. The thunder light directly destroyed the might of sword. Virum, the sword matrix engulfed toward him, and a sword burst out from the center of the matrix. The Runhuang of the Violet Heavenly Palace raised his hand to draw the divine thunder. The imperial might swept across the world and destroyed tens of thousands of swords, but that single sword continued to drop down and penetrate his body. At the same time, those dark forces that devoured his body became stronger, little by little making his body disperse. He turned around and took a glance. At this time, Zhan Yuan was also under siege. All his opponents seemed to be attacking him at all costs. Zhan Yuan had been wounded by Yi Wuchen before. Otherwise, he would have not been threatened by these low-level people. Boom! Zhan Yuan's fist collided with Yushang. Yushang clasped his fist directly. The violent might of thunder pierced through his body and banged on Yushang, but Yushang's hand still clasped on him tightly. The sword saint's sword chopped off. Zhan Yuan let out a roar and accumulated divine thunder in his palm. The black wind condor swooped down toward Zhan Yuan. He had almost turned into a demonic instrument, a pair of eyes full of killing thoughts. Zhan Yuan raised his head, the terrifying thunderous light erupting in his eyes, shooting toward the black wind condor. The demonic sword split the sky, blood splashed, and a deep blood mark appeared on Zhan Yuan's body, but his arm also shook Yusheng away. Boom! There was another loud bang. A long stick slashed down. The might of thunder violently blasted from Zhan Yuan's body, but he was still pushed away by the force. When he stopped, Zhan Yuan looked down at his arms and body. A startling bloodstain was there, as if being eroded by demonic wills. A lot of dark airflows rushed toward him, and his face looked extremely gloomy. You retreat first, a voice from the Runhuang of the Violet Heavenly Palace said. He shook his arm, and the sword matrix was annihilated. Yaya's body was shaken out, blood splattering in the void sky, and she weakly fell on the ground. The Runhuang turned into a flash and ran toward the Glass Saint and Yifutian. The Glass Saint now was standing on the edge of the abyss. In the bottomless abyss, there were endless dark air torrents, as if ancient monsters were looming inside, filled with infinite danger. If the power in this abyss broke out, even the Runhuang would not dare stay here. She took a glance at Yifutian and then stepped forward and leaped down toward the endless abyss. She hoped Yifutian could survive. Yifutian seemed to have strong adaptability in these dangerous places, and she hoped it would be the same this time. The Runhuang descended on the edge of the abyss, and countless air flows came. He looked indifferent, turned around and transformed into a flash of lightning. His form was about to dissipate, and he had to take Zhan Yuan away. At this time, Zhan Yu's whole body was stained with blood, and killing thoughts were reflected in his pupils. Let's go! His voice rang out. The Renhuang's phantom showed up and used his remaining strength to guard Zhan Yuan's body and soared into the sky, letting the terrible dark power eat away at his body and still rush out of this district with Zhan Yuan under his protection. Other warriors also made their way to escape. The destructive power of this space was getting stronger and stronger, and soon only those around Yifutian were still there. It's going to go. A Nirvana-level Zhu Yen demon beast came to Zhu Zhao and said. At this moment it was not easy to escape. He let out a yell and turned into Zhu Yan's original form. The huge beast stood on the ground like a mountain. Zhu Zhao looked in the direction of the abyss, but the Nirvana-level Zhu Yen great demon beast seized him directly, asking the Sword Saint and others, "Do you want to go with us?" "You can go," the Sword Saint said. The Zhu Yen great demon beast let out a roar, took his people and soared into the sky, escaping the space. The Sword Saint raised his foot and walked toward the abyss. The Sword Saint's whole body was covered by the demon might. Yaya and Yi Wuchen were severely injured. Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan had been to the abyss. How did they go? Where should they go? The Sword Saint approached Yaya, raised his head and asked Black-Winged Condor, "Condor, is Yi Futian all right?" The Black-Winged Eagle stood in front of the abyss, staring down and said, "They were still going down." He looked back at Sword Saint and said, "Glass Saint, I am afraid she is in danger." How deep was this abyss? The Sword Saint lowered his head. He inserted the demonic sword on the ground next to Yaya, holding the demonic sword with one hand. Suddenly the mighty demonic will power swept out, dispersing all evil spirits. He was covered by the demonic will and seemed to be enduring very intense pain. Yaya sent the Glass Saint to death. However, Yaya intended to prevent Yi Futian from being taken away. Yi Futian had too many secrets on him and must not be taken away. If he was taken to the Violet Heavenly Palace, he would die. So Yaya asked the Glass Saint to send Yi Futian to the abyss, which was equal to letting her die. He understood that Yaya was making the right choice. Yi Futian had survived too many life and death situations, especially in the secret relics. His survivability was amazing. If he went to the abyss, there was still a chance for him, but if he was taken away, he would be killed. And that was also why Yaya sacrificed her life to block the Renhuang. Yu Sheng walked to Yi Wuchen's side. At this time, Yi Wuchen was eroded by the darkness. He was not only seriously injured, but not even like himself. Yaya and Yi Wuchen were the injured the worst, and they had more than just injuries. Yaya used what was left of her power to stop the opponent from taking Yi Futian away, and the other one, as a doctrine saint, pulled the sword and induced the demonic power entering his body. How did he afford the pain? Yu Sheng came near Yi Wuchen and sat cross-legged in front of him. His whole body was in golden radiance, and there was Buddha's whispering echoing between the sky and the earth. The golden aura of Buddha shrouded this place and also wrapped around Yi Wuchen's body. Behind Yu Sheng, the Buddha's light shone, and many Buddhist statues appeared. Tens of thousands of Buddhas together worshipped the law, emitting glaring Buddhist radiance. Countless Buddhist charms, showed up and flew toward Yi Wuchen's body. At the same time, Yu Sheng chanted Sanskrit mantras. The Sanskrit chants resonated with the sky and earth and gradually turned into the supreme power of karma, which was trying to influence Yi Wuchen. There was nothing more that Yu Sheng could do, and he could only pray that Wuchen could pass through this calamity. On the other side, the Sword Saint was looking at Yu Sheng. There were two more severely injured people in need of being taken care of. He would take care of Yaya and Wuchen would be in the care of Yu Sheng. He raised his head and glanced at this dim world. It seemed that now it had truly become a demon's cave. However, even though they were surrounded by the boundless darkness, their hearts still followed the light. In the abyss, the Glass Saint took Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan all the way down. Countless horrifying evil phantoms were rushing toward her. The strong wills of sword and wills of ice were being released from the Glass Saint's body but could not stop the invasion of those evil spirits. She sealed Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan with the freezing power and turned them into two ice statues. Boom! The Glass Saint's body was shaken violently, and a dark airflow appeared on her fair face. An external chaotic thought entered her mind, trying to swallow her willpower. She had no other thoughts, and her willpower was strong and wasn't disturbed. She continued going down, but the infinite shadows eroded her madly. More and more shadows gathered and gradually engulfed her beautiful body. The glass saint's mind fell into chaos, and various negative emotions invaded her will. At this moment, she seemed to remember a lot of things and thought of her life. She was supposed to be envied by many people, but she experienced all the cruelest things in the world. After that, she was avenged by Yi Futian and his group who killed the great Zhou sacred king. Although she knew Yi Futian didn't do it for her. After all, he still helped her settle her long-standing feud. But after that war, she was hurt badly, and her 7 emotions were removed. Now she lived like a zombie and didn't know what she was going to do. Of course, when Yi Futian invited her to stay, she chose to stay. Not because she didn't know what to do, but because, even though her emotions were removed, when she was near Yi Futian, sometimes she could feel something. Maybe it was the hatred and anger triggered by Yi Futian's humiliation, or it was the gratitude she had for Futian who finally avenged her. She didn't know what emotion it exactly was. Or maybe it was all of the emotions. Whoever in the world wanted to live like a zombie. After all, she still wanted to be a normal person and wanted to survive this calamity of emotions being removed. So she stayed with Yi Futian and his group, followed them, watching everything happen as a bystander and also witnessing their growth. Those unforgettable experiences seemed to have become her memory. Even as a bystander, she still occasionally felt the waves of emotion, which might show her how a real person's life should be. Compared with them, her previous life had nothing but revenge and hatred. It was so pale and boring as if she was not truly alive. Although everything that happened today looked desolate, she was still touched. Those who fought hard at all costs, like Yi Wuxian who pulled out the sword, and Yaya who sent her to the abyss, all showed her the beauty of human nature. Perhaps this was how life should be. Sometimes she was envious and wanted to live a life like this. Suddenly, a flash of a smile appeared in her beautiful eyes, something that had not been seen for many years, and the smile was exceptionally bright. While she was smiling, tears fell, as if she had finally found her lost self. So this is the answer, the glass saint thought. When Yaya asked her to die, she had some hesitations. Although she hesitated for a moment, she still agreed, but it was not until this moment that she found the answer. This feeling was beautiful. At this moment, a more powerful, copious life force bloomed from her body, and her will was also being sanctified at this moment. Her will for law became stronger, and an air torrent from her rushed into the sky. The glass saint, at this moment, broke the shackles of many years and entered the unblemished saint plane. But what was the point of breaking through to a new plane at this time? At least in the last moment of her life, she had found the answer for herself, which was enough. She released powerful thoughts, guarding her mind and willpower against the invasion of the endless demons. Even though she might die, she would still resist. She would not be waiting for her death to come. She would do everything she could and listen to destiny's arrangement. Countless demon phantoms seemed to appear in her mind, showing their menacing fangs and claws to make her waver. For a moment, chaotic scenes appeared in her mind. She could see the scene in ruins of the horrific war of that year, and her body was falling until she gradually lost self-consciousness. After a long while, she fell onto the ground at the bottom of the abyss. Yi Futian and Xianxia were the same. They were like 2 ice statues, falling into this bottomless, dark abyss. Yi Futian's ice statue was out of the glass saint's control. The ice over him melted little by little, and after a crackling sound, the ice statue was broken. Yi Futian's eyelashes slightly moved in the ice, and countless horrifying shadows pounced toward him. At this time, in Yi Futian's body, wisps of sacred light came out and shrouded his body. Some ancient trees' branches and leaves even stretched out and reached Xianxia, wrapping Xianxia's body inside. He wanted to perceive the outside world and wanted to extend the ancient tree branches to the glass saint. But at this time he seemed to be a bit too weak. His power seemed to be exhausted. He could feel that the glass saint seemed to be struggling and contending with the demon's wills. She was getting further and further away from him. He understood that even he could not help the glass saint. With no other thoughts, Yi Futian demanded himself to fall into a deep sleep. In the abyss, Deep in the dark, a pair of extremely ominous blood-red eyes were opened, but then they disappeared in an instant as if nothing could be seen. Time passed slowly. These wills that were sealed up in the abyss had long been corroded. They rushed outward wildly, crazily devouring the bodies of Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan, and of course the glass saint. Except that, there was only a dead silence in the abyss. Beyond the abyss, on the edge of the land, Yi Wuqian was lying on the ground, struggling in pain. Buddhist chants lingered in the space and kept pouring into his ears. The aura of the Buddhist laws enveloped his body and kept influencing his mind, trying to soothe his nerves. Eh! A low roar came from Yi Wuqian's mouth, which sounded more like the roar of a beast than the voice of a human. His pupils were glowing with bloody light, and he seemed to be having difficulty controlling himself. He glanced toward Yusheng, with his bloody eyes that hid his cruel killing thoughts. However, it seemed as if Yusheng could not feel it at all. He was still sitting there, whispering the Sanskrit chants. After he finished cultivation in the Vajra region, Yusheng had not concentrated on the study of Buddhist laws once, let alone focused on chanting in Sanskrit. However, at this moment, he looked very solemn, just like a Buddha, constantly singing the Sanskrit chants, trying to make Yi Wuqian calm down. He knew Yi Wuqian's suffering and struggle because he was also experiencing it, but before, Yi Wuqian had pulled his sword with both hands and was eroded by the infinite willpower, which was much worse than him. Yi Wuqian was experiencing the pressure that no one had ever imagined. Boom! With a roar, Yi Wuqian rose to his feet, and a horrible dark airflow shrouded his body as if he had transformed into a demon. He stared at Yusheng with a pair of blood-red eyes, raised his palm, and slashed them toward Yusheng's head. Yusheng opened his eyes. His pair of bronze bell-like eyes looked extremely calm. The Sanskrit chants in his mouth continued entering Yi Wuqian's ears. Seeing that pair of clear and deep eyes, Yi Wuqian didn't slap his hand down. He flicked his arm toward Yusheng violently, and after a loud sound, Yusheng was thrown into the air, but his body immediately flashed and soon returned. The golden Buddhist charm had never stopped flowing out of his mouth. He walked in front of Yi Wuqian, just staring at him, and said, "Since you came from the Kangyi kingdom that year, you have already gone through so many ordeals. Can't you just pull through this time?" A voice entered into Yi Wuqian's eardrums, saying, "You are a swordsman in training, a cultivator with a pure heart for the sword. You can combat all the evils of the world. Don't forget, Qinyu is still waiting for you." Yusheng's voice was deafening. Yi Wuqian heard his voice and trembled, but the life forces around him were still roaring. "Your sword hasn't chopped off all demons' heads in this world with us." Yusheng continued. Yi Wuqian held his head with both hands. His mind was about to collapse. His will was already engulfed as if he had been occupied by all the negative emotions swallowed up by those chaotic wills, and became a demon-like being. But Yusheng had been with him. If there had not been Yusheng, he would have failed to hold on. He finally made a hoarse growl and then fell on his back. His body was still trembling as if suffering endless pain. Many demon wills pounced on you, Sheng. Yusheng's eyes looked extremely cold, and the sacred Buddha aura enveloped his body. Even though these demon wills were powerful, they would not be able to affect you. Sheng's mind, not far away in the other direction, the sword saint's entire body was engulfed by the demonic might. The horrific air flows of the demonic law were roaring. The sword saint clutched the demonic sword inserted above the ground. He and Yaya were submerged in a monstrous demonic cloud. Outside this vast and boundless area, in the distance, a group of figures was standing there, looking toward them. The person who took the lead was Qi Shengang, and the people around him were warriors who had not come because of the war. Zhu Zhao had also joined them. In front of them, the previous battle zone was no longer visible, wrapped in the dark mist containing extremely horrifying life forces. "Master, will they be okay?" Mu Chunyang next to him asked in worry. The life force was too terrifying. He could feel a strong threat from it even though He was just standing on the edge. They will be fine. They are all people with great luck, and their destinies should not just end here, Qi Shenyuan said. Let's wait. Yes, Mu Chunyang answered and nodded slightly. Then his eyes turned cold, and he said, The Violet Heavenly Palace is such a bully. Even their supreme master figure participated in the siege. If Yi Futian can survive this, he will be unable to let this all go. Qi Xingang didn't say anything, but he knew about Yi Futian's personality. At that time, Yi Futian dared to fake his identity as the seventh swordsman in the Great Li Empire to kill Liao. But he could also leave Dali because of him and arranged a scheme to kill Liao. If this time Yi Futian could survive unharmed, even though the Supreme Master was from the Violet Heavenly Palace, Yi Futian would still seek revenge on him until he died. Days passed slowly. In the vast and boundless mountain ranges of Origin, demon clouds rolled over the sky, but the mountains were still barren and dead silent. A few months ago, countless warriors stepped into the mountains, and now many people had died here. Of course, there were also quite a lot of people who had found the ruins of the ancient battlefield and unearthed what ancient demon emperors and renhuangs had left. But of course, there were more dangers than opportunities, and a lot of cultivators had been buried in the mountain range of Origin. Yi Futian escaped danger. At this time, the Sword Peak had collapsed, and in the land full of tumbling evil forces, Yi Wuchen had thought about giving up many times, but Yushang kept him in the Buddha light all the time. The Buddhist chants kept falling upon his ears and helped him to see a faint glow of dawn in the abyss of agony, while he was struggling in despair. At this moment, his mind seemed to have been dissociated, and he developed many personalities. In his vague conscious space, there were many phantoms transformed from the wills. There were wills of evil spirits, wills full of destruction, and bloodthirsty wills that made him want to become aggressive. And among these wills, there was one white elusive will, which seemed to be swaying in this storm, as if it might be destroyed at any time. It was his own remaining will, which was always close to disappearing. Boom! All the wills flung at him again, trying to occupy his willpower, and then countless chaotic wills showed up again all at once. He was struggling in pain, and the horrifying bloody light reflected in his eyes. Yushang was sitting in front of Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen kept rolling on the ground because of the pain, and his mouth continued to make low roars. During these months, Yi Wuchen had entered the path of demons many times and even thought about killing Yushang. There were also countless moments that he wanted to abandon himself and let the demonic wills completely control him. But every time he reached the point of despair, he held on to his faith and didn't give up. The pain he had suffered during this time even made Yushang feel like it was nearly unbearable. Sometimes, Yushang even thought of ending Yi Wuchen to relieve his pain. With another loud roaring sound, Yi Wuchen jumped up from the ground. His body was surrounded by the horrifying dark air flows, pitch black. Dark airflows appeared on his face as if he was going to fall completely into the devil's way. There was bloodthirsty light in his eyes. He slowly walked toward Yushang and said, "Just kill me." There was no end to this pain, and he feared that he would fall completely and become a person who was not him. He'd rather die than live like this. Sanskrit charms kept coming from Yushang's mouth. Yushang stared at Yi Wuchen. Then he walked to Yi Wuchen's side, looking at the demonic sword obliquely inserted there. He held the sword with one hand. Yi Wuchen's pitch-black eyes trembled when seeing this. He stared at Yushang. The Buddhist aura dissipated. Yushang restrained the light, and suddenly the magical wills surged. A powerful devouring force swept out, and all of the sudden, the will in the sword rushed into Yushang's body. For an instant, countless demon torrents flowed toward Yushang, as if he had become the center of a vortex. He turned around, holding the sword with both hands, his face distorted, and dark streaks appeared on his face, blue veins visible on his arms. A look of agony showed on his face, but his eyes were unwavering. He stared at Yi Wuchen and said, "I'll stay with you." He slowly stretched out his right hand and lifted the sword. Infinite demonic flows rolled in. Yushang stared at Wuchen and growled in a deep voice, "Even though we have strong wills, the demons are in the heavens. What can we do?" Boom! A horrifying light of darkness appeared in the sky, rushing into Yu Sheng's body. His voice resonated between the sky and earth, allowing the force to erode. "Get out of me!" Yu Sheng raised his head and let a roar. Then a terrifying will swept out. The life force around his body became stronger, and the winds of talents whistled around him. Just with one thought, Yu Sheng made a breakthrough and entered the true self-saint plane. Yi Wuchen looked at Yu Sheng, a wisp of will shaking in his heart. His eyes were trembling. What could the demons of the heavens do to him? He could enter the true self plane in an instant because he was Yu Sheng, a domineering figure who sneered at everything and had strong faith. Could he do it? During this trip, both Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were in a unique position. Yi Wuchen could barely follow the team with his tenacity, but a good state of mind couldn't make up for everything. Could he? Yu Sheng was bearing the pain together with him at the moment. "Nobody will be left behind on our way to cultivation." Yu Sheng stared at him and said. Yi Wuchen's heart trembled. His eyes looked like he was driving out the evil spirits from himself, and his will was strong. Read comics on our Webnovel. Live for so many years. From an early age to present, the three of them had gone through fire and water and all entered the Saint Plane. No one would be left behind on the path to cultivation. Wasn't it exactly what he had in mind when he pulled the sword? Everything that Yu Sheng did for him was the same as what he had done. Yes. Yi Wuchen nodded hard and said. He stepped forward, looked at the sword in Yu Sheng's hand, and extended his hand. Yu Sheng understood what he meant and handed the sword to Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen held the sword in both hands. Even though he was in great pain, he still held it tightly. The appalling dark airflows invaded, and the endless chaotic wills whirled toward him. He inserted the sword on the ground with two hands and held it tightly, standing like a statue. Boom! At the same time, a horrific sword will rushed into the sky. The gorgeous radiance of the sword law bloomed from Yi Wuchen's body and soared up. There was not only great terror between life and death but also great opportunities. Yi Wuchen's state of mind was sublimated. He also entered the true self plane. The sword saint looked toward them, watching them both making breakthroughs and Yi Wuchen still insisting. A gleam of a smile appeared in his demonic eyes. After experiencing so many storms, they still had young hearts. He still remembered the time when they entered the Book Mountain. So far, they had traveled all the way here and gone through many life and death experiences. No one would be left behind on the way to cultivation. This feeling was so good. A smile flashed in his dark demonic eyes. He looked up into the distance. Was the third brother Donglu still okay in this mountain range of origin? Compared with the little brother Yi Futian, the sword saint was more worried about Gu Donglu. He believed that Yi Futian would go through this, and his belief was unshakable. The demonic might tumbled and roared. The sword will dominated the sky. The sword saint sat down and also made his breakthrough. The three of them seemed to resonate in their states of mind, and one by one all stepped into the true self plane. In a short time, they all had entered a new level one after another. At this dangerous moment, they all strengthened their beliefs that they would all get out of here alive. Master had taught them that traveling thousands of miles was sometimes even a better choice than reading thousands of books. Even if one was familiar with thousands of ancient books and could use all methods freely and had extraordinary talents, his state of mind could not keep up without traveling many places, experiencing enough trials and challenging himself many times. All the Renhuang, saints and sages in the world were once just ordinary people. Even a true emperor had to go through all sufferings of the world. Nobody was born to be an emperor. The domineering life force kept roaring. The Buddha light was released again from Yu Sheng's body. He evolved himself and expelled evil spirits for Yi Wuchen at the same time. Horrifying air torrents flew along Yi Wuchen's body. The sword held in his hands made a clanging sound. Suddenly, a beam of terrifying sword will rushed into the sky. It was a dark sword will, releasing sword might in the void air. Yi Wuchen maintained the pose as if he had completely turned into a statue. The sword will flowed and rolled, and a beam of bright light was released. Then another sword will was condensed and rose into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of sword wills were released. They seemed all to be transformed from the laws. Gradually, Over Yi Wuchen's body, infinite beams of horrifying sword energy were born, each of which contained extremely strong laws. Yi Wuchen's body was surrounded by the sword wills, as if he would turn all the intruding thoughts into sword energy. In the abyss, the eyes with red light opened again, glancing over the abyss, and the next moment, endless airflows in the abyss roared and rushed out, rolling towards the sky above the abyss. Ha! The sword saint's face changed color. The terrifying storm currents moved in the direction of Yi Wuchen and Yushang and tried to devour them. Yi Wuchen maintained the pose and didn't move. The horrifying air flows madly drilled into the sword, flowing into the sword frantically. The sword held in Yi Wuchen's hand seemed to be devouring all the evil thoughts. Boom! Yi Wuchen was completely swallowed by the dark air currents, but he still didn't move. His face seemed to be constantly twisted and transformed. It lasted for a long time, and when everything went away, countless air flows were swept by the sword energy, and there were only horrifying air currents flowing around Yi Wuchen's body. The air between the sky and earth gradually cleared and went back to normal as if it was no longer the demon's land. The demonic spirit in the void air was still rolling, and in the distance, a group of cultivators was rushing to this side. They were Qi Xiangang and others who were waiting outside. They stared at the scene for a moment and then seemed to be searching for something. Yi Futian was here. Where was he? How did those dark torrents disappear? Kong Xian flashed forward, and she saw little Condor standing on the side of the abyss like a monster statue, and he was staring at the abyss below. Yi Futian might be under the abyss. Qi Xiangang also noticed, and his mind was rolling towards that side. Yushang and the Sword Saint were all safe. Hopefully, Yi Futian would be too. Under the abyss, Yi Futian wrapped himself and Xia Qingyuan like a cocoon. At this moment, he seemed to have perceived something. The ancient branches and leaves wrapped around their bodies were spreading to the surroundings, and then, like a blooming flower, he and Xia Qingyuan, from inside the cocoon, were gradually revealed. They kept their eyes closed. Yi Futian had been recovering during this time while waiting for the opportunity. However, he did not expect that the evil thoughts now could recede on their own. Next to Yi Futian, Xia Qingyuan sat there quietly, also with her eyes closed. At this moment, her cheeks were burning up, her eyelashes moved, and her bright eyes narrowed into slits. She secretly opened her eyes and took a glance, and what came into view was that handsome face and the long silver hair flowing freely in the wind. Yi Futian seemed to perceive it and also opened his eyes. Xia Qingyuan hurriedly moved her stare away and looked toward another direction. However, at this moment, her pupils contracted slightly and she felt her whole body go rigid. The life force instantly swept out of her body. Yi Futian also looked forward, and the expression in his eyes suddenly changed. A chill came up his spine, and he got a lot of goosebumps. A figure was standing in front of them. The person standing there didn't release any life force, and they couldn't even sense his presence. It was as though he didn't exist. Yet he was just standing there and looking at Yi Futian quietly. His eyes were tinged with a horrifying blood-red glow. With just a glance, he could directly penetrate Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan's minds. Someone could even be here. But where was the glass saint? Yi Futian is here to salute you, sir. Yi Futian was tense and saluted to the figure in front of him. That person still just stared at Yi Futian, without any expression on his face, and even his body felt like non-existent. Virum. His body flashed away and disappeared directly from the abyss. Yi Futian looked up and could only perceive a wisp of his life force. Let's go, Yi Futian said. His body soared and rose above the abyss. After a while, Yi Futian showed up outside the abyss. People there were also stunned, all staring at that figure who just showed up. Qi Xiangang looked very solemn. The person who just showed up gave him a feeling like he was unassailable. Moreover, he could even show through the abyss. Who was he? Later, when they saw Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan also coming up, they felt relieved. Finally, nothing happened to them. However, Yi Futian seemed to also be staring at the figure and have no idea who he was. That figure slowly came forward, and the direction he was moving in was the direction of Yushang and Yi Wuchen. More precisely, it was the direction of Yi Wuchen. He stared at the sword in Yi Wuchen's hand, and a gleam of red light flashed across that pair of eyes that had been emotionless. "Sir," Yi Futian called him. Yi Futian saw this scene and became more anxious. His body tried to move forward, but he could feel an invisible force directly covering his body. He floated in the air weakly, unable to move at all. But the person was still walking forward with his back facing Yi Futian, as if he had not released any power. Such a level of ability was simply appalling, as if this person had an invisible hand in the void space. "Wuchen," Yi Futian called Yi Wuchen and looked nervously toward him. But that figure didn't seem to want to hurt Yi Wuchen. He still just stood there watching quietly. Yi Wuchen was still standing there like a statue, holding the sword with both hands. Only his body was still surrounded by the evil life forces, which kept pouring into his body. Around him, countless air flows of sword laws converged and came into being as if the process had never been stopped. Finally, the figure started to take action. Boom! Yusheng took a step out, worrying that the person would hurt Yi Wuchen. When he came near Yi Wuchen, that person waved his palm, and Yusheng's body was directly flung away. The two of them were not even on the same level. When that person stretched out one palm, Yi Wuchen's body rose a little bit, and when he clenched the fist, immediately countless air currents around Yi Wuchen all poured into his body. At this moment, the lines on Yi Wuchen's face twisted wildly. However, at this moment, there was a horrifying beam of red glow appearing in that person's eyes, and then a wisp of light rushed directly into Yi Wuchen's eyes. For a moment, those roaring thoughts in Yi Wuchen's mind suddenly quieted down and merged into Yi Wuchen's mind. Qi Zhuangnag just stared at the person. Perhaps his strength was a figment of their imagination. He slightly turned his palm, and the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed their color. Countless swords appeared in the void air, covering the sky and hiding the sun. He then slightly gripped his fist, and suddenly innumerable sword wills turned into beams of bright light and rushed into Yi Wuchen's body. Yi Wuchen's floating body suddenly changed to lying there. The horrifying sword laws on the top of the sky washed his body and rushed into him madly. Yi Wuchen's body kept shivering. Seeing this scene, Yi Futian and others all held their breath and were extremely nervous. However, they could not intervene at all. Boom! Countless swords became one. Yi Wuchen's body seemed to be transformed into an extremely sharp sword, laying between the sky and the earth. Virum! At this time, Yi Wuchen opened his eyes, and an extremely radiant beam of sword shot out. His whole body now looked like a sword. His body lying in the void sky slowly stood up and floated there. Yi Futian and others all showed surprise when they saw this. Was the mysterious person trying to help Wuchen? "Thank you for your guidance, sir. My name is Yi Wuchen," Yi Wuchen said and bowed. The person raised his hand and waved. Suddenly, the sword Yi Futian had pulled out suspended in the mid-air, making a clanging sound. Seeing the sword, the mysterious man's eyes displayed a different emotion. With a wave of his hand, the sword flew directly to Yi Wuchen's side. Yi Wuchen looked at the sword and then at the mysterious man and asked, "Is this your sword, sir?" "Hanzhou," the mysterious figure said 2 words. It was the first time he spoke, and when he said the word, the sword made shrieks and seemed to be trembling, as if it had heard its name. "The sword's name is Hanzhou," the mysterious person said. Yi Wuchen watched the sword floating in front of him. The mysterious person let out a sigh. He was no longer himself, and Hanzhou had already been broken and turned into countless broken pieces. This sword was new and deserved to be born as new again. The sword was already a broken sword with no spirit of that time. "You can rename it," the mysterious warrior said. Yi Wuchen looked at him and knew the mysterious warrior was serious. Yi Wuchen extended his palm and held the sword. Was this a broken sword? If so, those sword fragments that were used to suppress the demons of all skies were all transformed from this sword. Today, the sword had lost its aura and power of the past. "Sir, I will call it Zhou," Yi Wuchen said. "He came from Zhou." The mysterious man looked at Yi Wuchen and nodded slightly. "Why can't I understand your existence, sir?" Yi Wuchen asked. The mysterious warrior looked at Yi Wuchen and did not answer. Of course, He could not perceive his existence because he was non-existent. He was the same as Yi Wuchen, except that Yi Wuchen was luckier than him. He looked up at the sky. Above the void air, the demon clouds were rolling and seemed to have changed their color. What would happen to this mountain range of origin? Sir, at this time, Yi Futian stepped forward and asked, "Have you seen my friend?" The glass saint brought him into the abyss, but he did not see the glass saint again. Of course, he did not want anything to happen to the glass saint. Would she survive in that environment? "She's gone," the mysterious man said calmly. Yi Futian's heart trembled. So that was to say, was Glass Saint still alive? But how did she get out of there? The mysterious warrior still looked up at the void sky. Endless demon clouds flew back against the trend and swept towards the central area of the mountain range of origin. Not only could Yi Futian, but other people could also feel the change when they looked up. For these months, which part of the mountain range of origin had those warriors gone to? Deep in the mountain range of origin, the life force was too terrifying. Above the skydome, the scene was just like that in the doomsday. The demon clouds overwhelmed the sky, all rolling wildly in one direction. Appalling battles were breaking out everywhere in this area, including Imperial-level battles and Saint-level battles. Of course, Runhuang warriors were the main force to clear the way and push forward. Those who blocked their way were sounds crawling out of the ground as if they were endowed with real lives. Boom! Extremely gorgeous divine light was released by a Renhuang-level warrior. Everything that it had crossed turned into nothing, but still, there was a life force in front of the Runhuang that chilled even his blood. The Runhuang looked up into the distance where he saw a terrifying storm converging above the skydome, and a very intimidating life force was being released from there. In the mighty space, all warriors marched forward violently. They had spent so many months on the trip. It was extremely difficult to reach this place, whether for Renhuang warriors or Saint Plain warriors. During this time, many warriors had fallen into the mountain range of origin and lost their lives. They kept moving forward. Among the crowd, Zhan Yuan, the supreme master of Violet Heavenly Palace, was also here, but now he was with the Runhuang warrior of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Thunder was roaring from his body, and he was heading forward. Beside them, warriors of other top powers had also arrived and were heading forward from different directions. Gradually, they all gathered under a huge demonic cloud whose shape looked like an endless loop. They raised their heads and glanced at it. No matter what level a warrior was, they all could perceive a suffocating pressure that seemed to be able to overwhelm them. The terrifying demon cloud lay above their heads, and sometimes they could see a demon shadow in the cloud, which was about to climb out of it. "It's here." A Renhuang warrior followed the destructive demon cloud and walked forward, and there he saw a single mountain peak on which a figure dressed in white sat cross-legged and looked like a scholar. The figure in white was sitting under the center of the storm. "What is he doing?" warriors asked themselves. Warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace recognized the figure. He was the descendant of the Gu clan. What was he doing there? Who brought him here? Did Gu Tianxing do that? And now he was sitting there. Who was he waiting for? They didn't know the answer, so they could only keep walking toward the mountain. In this vast land, people who came here were almost all from the most powerful forces. From one direction, the Xianxia goddess of the Brahma's pure sky led their people to come. Beside her, Qin He, the first saintess below the goddess, asked, "Is this the center of the mountain range of origin?" She looked up to the mountain in front of her, which towered into the sky. "Yes," Xianxia goddess said and nodded. "Why do we come here?" Qin He asked. They had experienced a lot of dangers during the past few months, but since they approached this area and met with the Renhuang-level figures of their sect, they had not encountered any dangerous situations. "Perhaps he is the answer." The Xianxia goddess stared straight ahead and said, "The mountain that towered into the clouds was not surrounded by any mountain. It was a unique and unparalleled single peak. Were all of these related to the descendants of Gu clan up there?" They looked up at the sky. The might of the rolling demon clouds looked imposing between the sky and earth and were shrouding the mountain range of origin, like boundless enormous storms. Was this what Gu Tianxing did? At this time, as the Shentian goddess, even she was slightly convinced that Gu Tianxing might be alive. Was the news released from the prophet's palace at the time true? Would the prophecy come true? Gu Tianxing was not dead, but he would soon pass away. There would be big changes in the demon realm, and the heavenly mandate realm would also change greatly. But who was the big man in the mouth of the prophet? Many people didn't understand the secret inside. Perhaps the prophet was the only person who knew it, but the prophet chose to depart this life. They all wondered why the prophet did so. Was he trying to keep a secret? Absorbing the fortunes of the mountain range of origin, obtaining the creation of the heaven and earth. A voice came. Warriors of the Brahma's pure sky followed the voice and looked toward the speaker. He was a middle-aged figure with an imposing manner, who was from the celestial gate of vast heaven, the clan that Gu Tianxing belonged to at that time. A low roar came. It was the sigh of dragons. The dragon god clan and other demon clans seemed a bit angry. Although they had not been able to set foot on this land before, they preferred to keep their mountain rang of origin intact. The mountain range of origin was a symbolic place for cultivators of the demon realm. Here was the origin of the demon realm and the place where the demon monarch was buried. For many years, there had been great demon beasts coming from the mountain range of origin, and all the demon clans often came here to baptize themselves. For the demon realm, this mountain range of origin is their ancestral land. But now it seemed to be destroyed. However, who had the power to go against the rule of the world and try to obtain the fortune of the mountain range of origin? Was Gu Tianxing of the world of human cultivators? The divine elephant clan walked across the sky, shaking the void air and overwhelming the sky and earth. The mountain range of origin had changed so drastically that even the ancestral bones of their ancestor, the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions, had appeared in the world. It seemed that there would be a big change in the demon realm. The warriors kept marching forward. They came to the single peak and looked up toward the figure in the upper sky. Nobody took action right away. Above the sky, the suffocating night shrouded this space. The terrifying storm hovering in the sky seemed to turn into a human face, but it was extremely blurry and difficult to see clearly. Warriors of the heavenly mandate realm had also arrived. They looked up to this side with no emotions in their eyes, but they did not dare to take action, either. That might be Gu Tianxing. That time in the purple underground sect, Gu Tianxing came and dominated the situation. At that time, no one dared to touch him, and he directly took Gu Donglu away. Who dared to stop him? The name of Gu Tianxing was enough to daunt people of the heavenly mandate realm. How many people in the world had a grand demeanor like him? At that time, Gu Tianxing was the one whose cultivation was nearest to the heavenly path in the heavenly mandate realm. As they approached the lonely peak towering in the sky, these warriors gradually all stopped and looked up at the descendant of the Gu clan. If the purple underground emperor's subordinates had not released the message, no one would have even known this person's arrival in the heavenly mandate realm, which caused such a great uproar. The demonic cloud storm tumbled, but at this moment, the space seemed extra quiet. At this moment, some demon emperors and human emperors turned around and saw a group of figures crossing the void air and descending into the space below the single peak. They were Yi Futian and his companions. They were brought here by the mysterious man. What? Many people looked shocked when they saw Yi Futian. He was still not dead? In the group of the Violet Heavenly Palace, the Supreme Master Zhan Yuan's eyes looked fierce, and there was a strong might contained in his eyes. He was wounded and taken away by Ren Huang, and after that, he had healed the injuries for 10 days. Yi Futian, they were deeply trapped in that space, and he thought Yi Futian must be dead. However, there he was, still alive. Warriors of the divine elephant clan also showed surprise. Someone spoke to an elephant emperor beside him, and immediately the elephant emperor's eyes looked towards the place where Yi Futian was. Boom! The elephant emperor took a step out, and the world trembled. His foot seemed to be able to quell one side of the sky. He stepped across the void toward Yi Futian, trying to get back the demonic bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. However, at this moment the mysterious warrior raised his head. The elephant emperor saw a pair of bloody eyes that suddenly drowned his will. The Elephant Emperor's face turned pale. His footsteps trembled the sky dome and collapsed the ground. People's eyes all turned to this side. The Elephant Emperor let out a roar as if he was in a state of madness. He stepped out, but his steps were not moving forward. Instead, he retreated toward the upper sky and left the figure far away. The red glare in the eyes of the mysterious man dispersed. He returned to calm and looked into the distance. At this time, the sky and earth returned to peace, but many of the powerful warriors were all trembling inside. Who was this person? Warriors such as Xianxia also stared at them with confusion. Were they saved by a mighty figure? Who was he? Who are you? A demon emperor of Ingzhou Mountain asked. He was also about to step out, but then he saw that Elephant Emperor was shaken and was in shock, so he asked. Many people also wanted to know, but that mysterious warrior didn't even look at them. He just looked up at the figure above the single peak and the storm over his head. That was it. Is he that powerful? Yifutian thought, with heart slightly trembling. He was quite stirred by the scene. The mysterious man in this abyss seemed to be powerful at a horrifying level. The mountain range of origin was indeed a place full of wonders. And the third brother, what was he doing? What was the storm above the sky dome? Boom! At this moment, people's hearts thumped hard, and the sky shivered. Above the sky, a domineering figure stepped in the void air. When he stepped, even Renhuang-level figures felt that their bodies were going to be crushed down. All the warriors in this space had a feeling of real suffocation. Bang! Another step out, and the figure above the sky stepped down with his right foot. A phantom of a divine elephant appeared, boundless and huge. He stomped down from the sky dome and hurried toward that mysterious warrior. The people around were also shivering. This elephant figure was like a deity. Every step he took in the sky threatened the great law. The warriors of the divine elephant clan all bowed down and worshipped, showing reverence in their eyes. The figure was the king of their divine elephant clan, the contemporary elephant emperor. However, the mysterious was still standing there, looking up at the divine elephant's phantom trampling down. From his body, appalling wills of the great law appeared, and a sword appeared directly over his body and towered up in the clouds. Boom! The great law roared up. The elephant phantom collided with the towering sword and together shattered and collapsed until nothing was left. The dull sound made people's blood boil as if the blood would burst out from their ears. The vast and endless space was shrouded under an extremely suppressing might. The elephant emperor's eyes in the void glowed with golden light, and he glanced down. Cultivators of the top human forces were also shocked. Who was this person? There were only a few cultivators who could directly confront the divine elephant emperor in the heavenly mandate realm, and probably there were only a few top figures of the 5 supreme forces in the world of human cultivators who had such abilities. Obviously, this person did not belong to any of them. Is this person a cultivator in the heavenly mandate realm? The elephant emperor's gaze swept toward the surrounding space. Above the sky, beams of divine light shone, and some figures gradually showed up. There were altogether 5 people, one of whom wore a purple robe, standing above the sky dome, like a ruler of the great law, his power overwhelming the space. He was the lord of the violet heavenly palace. Another man was dressed in a black suit, standing with his hands on his back. He stood there like an insurmountable mountain peak, as the lord of the 10,000 divine mountain. From another direction, a figure in a Taoist robe with immortal temperament showed up. He looked very young, with a gallant bearing. This peerless person was the master of the Jiang clan of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. The 2 figures who showed up in the end had the most outstanding temperament. One of them, the moment she appeared, overshadowed all the 9 skies, and her beauty seemed to contain all the colors of the world. She was the lord of the Brahma's pure sky, the most prestigious woman in the heavenly mandate realm, and she was the only one. Whether in terms of beauty or strength, she was at the highest peak in the heavenly mandate realm. The other man was bathed in dazzling divine light. He wore a crown and a royal robe with a bearing that made all people in the space want to kneel in front of him. He was the current imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty. When they appeared, people of all top forces bowed down and worshipped. Qi Ji, the top figure of the heavenly mandate realm. Yifutian recognized him and thought to himself, quite shocked. Of course, he knew that the third brother did not have such great influence. All was because of Gu Tianxing's appearance. Later, the monstrous demonic might shrouded all the skies. Many super demon beasts showed up, like the dragon emperor of the divine dragon clan with extremely magnificent bearing, overwhelming the world. The lord of the sky demon court stood there, dazzling even more than the sun, and the subordinates around him were all super great demon beasts. The purple gold rat emperor was dressed in black. Although not as handsome as others, he was also unparalleled while standing there. "May I know your name, sir?" At this moment, above the sky, the imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty looked down at the mysterious man and asked. There was such a figure who could fight against the divine elephant emperor in the heavenly mandate realm, but he as the lord did not even know. "Songlan's descendant," the mysterious figure said when he looked at the imperial lord of the heavenly mandate realm. The heavenly mandate dynasty imperial lord squinted his domineering eyes slightly in surprise. Not only him, but many top characters in the heavenly mandate realm all also looked at him in shock. The name Songlan sounded strange to the vast majority of people in the heavenly mandate realm, but how could those top figures not know? This mysterious warrior was not referring to himself. He was talking about the imperial lord of the dynasty who was the descendant of Songlan. The imperial lord Clanlan was the ex-imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty. This person actually belonged to the previous era. The heavenly mandate realm imperial lord's robe was blowing in the wind. A horrifying gleam of divine light flashed in his eyes. He stared down at the mysterious figure and asked, "May I know your name, sir?" He called him sir because the person knew his father, the old imperial lord. "Who am I?" the mysterious man murmured as if he was also a little confused. He looked at the tumbling demonic cloud in the sky and said to himself, "Dugu is already dead. Dugu is dead?" The warriors all stared at him, and those top figures seemed to be searching for which figure's surname was Dugu in their minds. Soon they contracted their pupils slightly, and they seemed to have thought of someone. That was the time before the divine prefectures united, and he was a figure during the battle between the humans and demon beasts in the heavenly mandate realm. In the most recent war between the two races, there was a peak swordsman whose surname was Dugu, Hanzhou Sword Emperor. When he drew his sword from the sheath, the world shivered for him. It was said that during the battle, he alone slew many demon emperors. The lord of the violet heavenly palace murmured, "Hanzhou Sword Emperor was a legend. According to some ancient records, his wife was killed by a warrior of the demon clan. And then he practiced swordsmanship alone and became a disciple of many famous masters in the sword to study it. In the end, he perfected the skill of wielding swords, and he slew countless demon warriors. The final battle was that so-called super war. It was rumored that he went alone to the deep of demon realm with one single sword, killed countless warriors of the demon clan, and sealed the souls of countless demon clan warriors under his sword. It looked like the place where these younger people broke into was the land where he killed monsters. Hanzhou Sword Emperor, during the war of that year, pushed straight into the place of origin of the demon realm. The lord of the Jiang clan of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven looked at Hanzhou Sword Emperor and asked, "Sir, have you already passed away?" Hanzhou Sword Emperor looked at him and said, "I suppose you could say that." He was no longer the Hanzhou Sword Emperor of that time. During that battle, he was devoured by many powerful warriors of the demon realm, but a wisp of his memory persisted. The spirits of the demons had eroded him, and the soul of his sword and the demons had been fighting for so many years. He was no longer what he used to be. Hanzhou Sword Emperor's body also contained the wills of countless big demon figures slain and buried by his own hands, and now they had all been combined as one, but still the body was dominated by his own will. Before, he had been actually in a deep sleep state until Yi Futian and others arrived. His will was awakened after Yi Wuchen pulled out that sword. In a sense, his experience and Yi Wuchen's experience were somewhat similar. He was also invaded by the wills of demons. Therefore, after seeing Yi Wuchen persist, he helped Yi Wuchen because he saw himself in Yi Wuchen. The lord of the Jiang clan nodded slightly. He noticed that the Hanzhou Sword Emperor's body didn't seem to be concrete. It was condensed from wills. He had lost his life at that time. The Hanzhou Sword Emperor they saw today was no longer the Dugu Zhanzhou in the past. The powerful figures of demon clans all looked emotionless. Hanzhou Sword Emperor was also a big figure whose name was well known in the heavenly mandate realm. He entered their demon world and exterminated the Xianxia Great Demon Clan. Nobody expected that such a figure was still alive and was in the mountain range of origin. Even though he said he had fallen, he still stood there. Top figures of the heavenly mandate realm at this moment all thought of Gu Tianxing. Since Hanzhou Sword Emperor could be alive, could Gu Tianxing also be? Although Hanzhou Sword Emperor was also a legendary figure, his strength in his peak period was not as high as Gu Tianxing's. Gu Tianxing was just a freaking genius. He even had touched the heavenly law. Many top figures turned their eyes back to Gu Donglu, who was above the single peak. The horror storm hovering above him was still flowing. Above his head, amid the terrifying spiral storm, an illusory phantom was looming, but the phantom was in the storm, in a distorted shape. "Go take him," a voice came out. The Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Realm didn't want to wait any longer. They had to take action after all. He raised his palm, grasping toward Gu Donglu in the air, and suddenly a large palm print headed toward the single peak and clawed toward Gu Dongliu's body. Boom! When the big palm print arrived, a terrifying storm-like curtain appeared around Gu Dongliu's body, which shrouded his surrounding area and isolated him from that palm print of great law. The palace owner of the Violet Heavenly Palace glanced at him. Suddenly, the bright divine lightning lit up the earth and suddenly covered the sky. Thousands of thunderclouds gathered together, and the vast space seemed to have turned into a ruined world of thunder. The monstrous might of thunder attacked with the power of supreme destruction and blasted toward the place where Gu Donglu sat. He wanted to see what Gu Donglu had arranged and how he would stop them. Fizz! The shrieking horrific sound came out, and the terrifying thunderstorm rubbed against the light curtain around Gu Dongliu's body. 9 beams of celestial light from Gu Dongliu's body rushed into the sky and poured into the storm above the skydome. At this moment, the storm above the skydome suddenly dropped endless immortal light, completely sealing Gu Dongliu's body, and the airflows of the great law above the sky flew down, blocking Gu Donglu from all attacks. Sacred beams of divine light sparkled and shone. Above the sky, the speed of the storm's rotation was extremely stable, and the storm turned into a matrix pattern, emitting aura toward all the 9 skies. It turned into a supermatrix pattern that enveloped the endless void air. Huge endless ancient characters surrounded the matrix pattern, which were Lin, Bing, Du, Zhe, Jie, Zhen, Lai, Qian, and Xing. The 9 characters rotated, and the rays of celestial light rushed into the clouds, radiating demon beasts of hundreds of millions of miles, and the entire mountain range of origin was shaking, creating roars. A terrifying, devouring force came out, emitting celestial light. The demon clouds above the sky were all rolling toward the matrix plane. At the same time, in the lower sky, the mountains were all collapsing, and the ground was cracking. Illusory figures of wills rose to the sky and merged into the slots on the edge of the matrix pattern, like becoming part of the matrix. Not only that, but the divine weapons buried under the ground of mountain range of origin also flew out and headed toward the matrix. Then they merged into the matrix slots and were refined into the pattern. Even Hanzhou Sword Emperor, who was right below the matrix, felt his body was out of control and would have to head toward the sky and merge into the matrix. However, he looked relaxed and extremely calm. Was it refining the law between the sky and earth and obtaining the fortune of the space? Those top figures had their pupils contracted and their hearts trembled. No wonder they had hardly encountered any threat since they came near this area. It turned out that all had been absorbed by this supermatrix. Was he going to borrow the power of the whole mountain range of origin, refining all the power into the supermatrix? The Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Lord of the Jiang clan stared at the matrix in the upper sky. Their robes were blowing in the mind, and their hearts were slightly stirred. The scene was so familiar to them. They wouldn't forget how intimidating Gu Tianxing's life-spirit celestial matrix was. Was this matrix transformed from his life spirit? In the void sky over the matrix, 9 celestial flashes merged into it. In the end, an illusory figure sat on the matrix. The illusory figure looked solemn and sacred. Even though it was just a blurry shadow, one could still see his domineering appearance. Gu Tianxing was alive. Even if he was not, he still had thoughts in the world, and the plan he set was still in existence. The Lord of Brahma's pure sky, Lord of the 10,000 divine mountains, and the big figures of the demon world also had complex feelings. Too powerful. Even so many years after he had fallen, Hanzhou still had such mighty power. Yi Futian saw this and finally understood why this deceased person after so many years could still make the whole heavenly mandate realm tremble. Unless he completely disappeared, those powerful giants of the heavenly mandate realm would never be at peace. In a distant place, a group of warriors from the heavenly mandate realm were trapped in a relic, but at this moment, the relic fell and collapsed violently, cracks appeared on the ground, and a series of phantoms headed directly toward the distance. A demonic weapon was born from here. It was a peerless, ominous sword, but it was also rolled into the distance. Not just here, similar scenes were happening everywhere in the mountain range of origin. In the mountain range of origin, everyone looked up in one direction, and they could faintly see the matrix of the Great Law above the sky dome, and the matrix was still growing. Only the people standing directly below the pattern could truly feel how terrifying this matrix was. Within hundreds of thousands of miles of the space, there were countless chaotic shadows roaring and rumbling and then being swallowed up, and countless divine weapons were also involved in the whirls. It seemed to have become a matrix pattern of the heavenly law. It still spun in an orderly way, absorbing everything in the world. Saint-level warriors were already powerful ones of their territories and no longer had perishable bodies, but at this time Yi Futian and other warriors standing under the matrix just felt so small, like millet in the sea. If Gu Tianxing was alive, what did he want to do with this matrix? Gu Donglio's body floated up and came right below the towering matrix. At this moment, the palace lord of the violet heavenly palace finally lost patience. He stepped out, stretching out his hands. In an instant, endless divine thunder appeared around his body, glaring in the vast world, and there was also a matrix showing up around his body, which was the matrix of divine thunder. The matrix swallowed the divine thunder between the sky and earth. Hundreds of millions of lights of catastrophe shone at the same time, covering the boundless space. Since you are dead, just rest in peace. The voice of the heavenly palace lord was overbearing. Following his voice, hundreds of millions of divine thunders slashed toward the celestial matrix over the sky dome and also hit toward Gu Donglio's body. Even after so many years, Gu Tianxing still was a strong threat to him. There was no other person in the heavenly mandate realm that could bring him this kind of feeling. For so many years, Gu Tianxing was the only one. He had not expected that Gu Tianxing was still so terrifying to him after his death. The heavenly divine thunder rose against the wind. The matrix of heavenly law in the void sky dropped hundreds of millions of beams of divine light as if innumerable demons transformed from demons rushed out. Countless divine weapons and instruments also fell and turned into divine light that could annihilate everything, colliding with the force of thunder. Boom! Above the sky, there seemed to be destructive might, and the appalling divine light of thunder was restrained and could not attack Gu Donglio's body. Above the divine matrix, Gu Tianxing's phantom gradually solidified. He looked down at the warriors in the lower sky and said, a voice that sounded like it was coming from outside the sky. One who has inherited the laws of origin can be the new king of the demon realm. The laws of origin, the new king of the demon realm? Big figures of the demon realm looked up at the sky. What did he mean by the laws of origin? What did the new king of the demon realm mean? Could it be that Gu Tianxing wanted to obtain the power of the mountain range of origin and create a new king of the demon realm? But who did he think he was? Boom! Above the sky, the divine pattern of the great law was moving. Endless divine light bloomed, and the demon clouds tumbled and roared violently, pouring into the divine pattern. All the warriors could see countless phantoms flowing into it, and solemn chants from the matrix pattern came out like demons' whispers. He wants to seize the laws of the whole mountain range of origin, the Dragon Emperor said coldly. He had transformed into his original form, a sacred purple-gold divine dragon, with 9 claws below his belly and a body tens of thousands of meters long. When hovering above the sky, he looked like a heavenly dragon, covering the sky and hiding the sun. But even so, below the ultimate divine pattern, at this moment he still looked small and was shrouded by the celestial might of the matrix. The vast and boundless mountain range of origin was shaken even harder. Peaks were torn apart, and cracks appeared on the earth. Rivers flowed backward, and tens of thousands of monsters all fell to their knees. The divine pattern was getting bigger and bigger, almost about to radiate toward the whole vast and boundless mountain range of origin area. A supreme power merged into the divine pattern. The 9 immortal shadows controlled the 9 characters and blended with them to launch the divine matrix. At this moment, the big figures below faintly felt the mighty pressure of the heavenly law but could not do anything to fight against it. Stop! The Dragon Emperor let out a roar, and the sky and earth trembled. The void air was about to shatter. But this roar did not affect the operation of the divine matrix, and the great law divine pattern was still rotating in a balanced manner. After a while, a tall and boundless phantom showed up on the top of the divine pattern. At this time, in the infinite space of the mountain range of origin, many weak demon beasts knelt on the ground and worshipped. Even some powerful demon saints had an impulse to bow at this moment. Even the demon emperors looked solemn and stared at the figure that just showed up. Was that phantom the demon monarch? The mountain range of origin was born from the demon monarch. When the demon monarch unified the demon realm, the mountain range of origin was where the demon monarch palace was built. After the demon monarch passed away, his skeleton turned into this endless mountain range and became a part of the mountain range of origin. Countless great demon beasts were bred from here, so it became called the place of origin. Now, Gu Tianxing wanted to seize the creative power of the mountain range of origin and let the demon monarch reveal himself. Was this what he said, inheriting the laws of origin? That was crazy. Giant figures of the heavenly mandate realm were stirred by the scene. What did Gu Tianxing do? After his death, did he merge his soul into the mountain range of origin just for this moment? Stop him, the imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty said. His royal robe was dancing in the wind. He stepped into the void sky, and a faint phantom of a supreme Runhuang of tens of thousands of meters in height loomed behind him, like a god, supporting that side of the sky. He stretched out his palm, and the great law divine light of all skies shot at him. The immense imperial might swept across the sky and earth, and countless wisps of keen life forces appeared between the sky and the earth, like endless divine weapons rushing toward him. His outstretched palm turned into a divine sword that pierced through the sky, and he raised his hand and slashed toward the divine pattern of the great law in the upper sky. At this moment, a huge, endless divine sword chopped toward the sky and instantly reached right below the celestial divine pattern, stabbing toward the center of the divine pattern. The imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty was still standing in one place, but his arms and the divine pattern in the void sky seemed to be connected, which were all part of the divine sword light. Boom! The infinitely huge divine pattern trembled fiercely when attacked by the divine sword, but then the tremble gradually subsided and the pattern continued spinning. It was not disturbed and kept obtaining the creation power between the sky and earth. The imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty was calm. Divine light shot out from his palm, and endless divine weapons integrated into the sword, emitting light beams that pierced through the sky, trying to chop off the divine pattern. Above the divine pattern, the figure sitting cross-legged glanced at him. Instantly, celestial light shone, and the beaming 9 characters above the divine pattern rotated. It looked like demons of all skies rushing out of the matrix slots. At the same time, the glare of the 9 characters shone down, blasting towards the imperial lord. At this moment, demons of all skies smashed down from the divine matrix at the same time toward the heavenly mandate imperial lord. The heavenly mandate dynasty imperial lord's huge figure held the divine sword with both hands. The divine sword flew, releasing magnificent radiance, tearing off all the skies. Many approaching demons were torn and shattered, but the radiance of the great law divine matrix was endless, which vanquished everything and pounced on his body. The heavenly mandate imperial lord's hands shook, and accordingly, the shape of the sword changed. It turned into a boundless huge golden bell. Clang! The sound of the bell resonated between the sky and earth. The boundless glory of the great law divine bell wiped out all the demons around. However, above the divine matrix in the sky, huge demon figures descended from the sky, as if all the demons in the place of origin were blended into the power of the divine matrix, which contained the power to destroy the world. Boom! A giant foot stepped on the imperial bell, and more demons were approaching, destroying all existence. Seeing this, the heavenly mandate dynasty imperial lord looked embarrassed. He held the imperial bell in his hand to sweep down toward the void air, unwavering. The attacks of the laws continued to fall endlessly. The ground collapsed and shattered at the feet of the heavenly mandate dynasty, and his body was sinking. At this time, the boundless and gorgeous divine light on the matrix pattern lit up the sky. Sacred and shining killing light went straight down, targeting the heavenly mandate dynasty imperial lord's body. Boom! After a loud noise, the bodies of cultivators below imperial rank were all shaken away and flew to distant places. Yifutian was the same, and when he stabilized his body, the scene in front of him had already changed, and he was hundreds of miles away. He looked up at the divine pattern in the sky. It was still so dazzling, covering the whole space inside it. Not only that, but when he looked into the distance, he could still see the peerless figures standing over the skydome. A groan escaped from his mouth. His blood was boiling. If the divine matrix had not been targeting the imperial lord, its aimless attack could wipe out all of them. Even some warriors of imperial rank were shaken from the central area to the edge of the land, only for their safety. Yifutian stared toward that direction. Even though the attack used so much might, it still did not affect the operation of the divine matrix. Even the imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty might be injured by such a blow. Boom! The divine thunder shone between the sky and earth. Even Yifutian was in a place hundreds of miles away. There was also lightning radiating in this area and shining in the sky. Yifutian looked toward the central area of the thunder divine light, where the place lord of the violet heavenly palace summoned the catastrophic divine thunder and blasted it towards the sky divine matrix. They had to stop Gu Tianxing. Although they didn't know what Gu Tianxing wanted to do, he seized the power of the place of origin and let the demon monarch that had been underground for many years show up. So he must have a big scheme. The endless divine thunder blasted toward the sky and shrouded it. The divine matrix was still running. Demon-like figures showed up from the divine matrix, their bodies spinning. A divine sword was cast out of the demons of all skies and weapons. It thrust directly toward the violet heavenly palace lord in the lower sky. Yifutian couldn't open his eyes because of the dazzling light. When the two attacks collided, another gust of heavenly might swept out. Their bodies were once again shaken by the shock and were shook hundreds of miles away. Many warriors coughed up blood and got hit by the after wave of the light of thunder, bodies burning. Yifutian and his companions were all scattered and were in different directions. But everyone was still watching the appalling scene over there. At this time, Gu Donglu's body flew to the void air and appeared below the divine matrix. He sat cross-legged, eyes closed, and his long black hair was flying wildly in the wind. Under that might, he seemed calm while sitting without knowing the outside changes. At this time, the divine light descended over him and poured into his body. He was receiving the laws of origin. A thought came into many people's minds. Gu Tianxing was trying to make himself the new king of the demon realm. He absorbed all creation power of the mountain range of origin and merged it into Gu Donglio's body. The big figures of the demon realm all looked sullen. This lunatic had passed the creation power of the mountain range of origin in the demon realm to one single person. But Gu Donglu, could he handle it? The cultivation plane couldn't be taught directly to a person. At this moment, 9 beams of celestial light surrounded Gu Donglio's body and then poured directly into him. The 9 ancient characters also rushed above his body at the same time, as if they were guarding him so that he could inherit the laws of origin. The original form of the Lord of Sky Demon Court was a 3-legged golden raven. He stood below the divine matrix, and there was a golden aura of divine flame around him, like a sun deity. He stared at the figure in the void sky and said, "You want to pass the creation power of the demon realm to a human?" Gu Tianxing was a lunatic. The mountain range of origin contains the belief of the demon monarch was transformed from the demon monarch's flesh. The whole mountain range is filled with his wills. Before I died, I integrated my laws into his laws so that I could one day launch it. Except me, there is no second person in the heavenly mandate realm able to do it. The voice in the upper sky was extremely solemn, spreading through the mountain range of origin. From now on, he will be the only one who inherits the belief of the demon monarch and wills of countless demon emperors and demon saints of the mountain range of origin. He was the future of the demon realm. After his laws get proven, he will become the new king of the demon realm. As a human, he was guided by the celestial cultivation method, but you said he will bear the origin of the demon realm and Gu Tianxing's heritage of celestial laws? The Sky Demon Court Lord asked in a loud voice. Gu Tianxing was just crazy. He wanted to create a new king. Now the world was under the rule of the human race. After Emperor Yeqing was expelled, the demon clans were split. Although they were still strong, they all understood that the demon world was still under the shadow of human cultivators, unless a new king showed up. Gu Tianxing wanted to create a new emperor. Moreover, if Gu Donglu bore the laws of origin, he would have an inseparable relationship with the demon world. By creating a new demon king, do you think you can do it as you want? The Dragon Emperor asked coldly. Since the unification of the world, for 300 years, has anyone in the heavenly mandate realm been stronger than me, Gu Tianxing? A domineering voice asked from the upper sky. The path he is taking is destined to surpass mine in the future. Gu Tianxing's overbearing voice shocked the world and made countless people's hearts tremble. Since the 2 emperors unified the world, Gu Tianxing indeed was at the peak of the heavenly mandate realm. One should know that in the past thousands of years, the heavenly mandate dynasty had been the leader of the heavenly mandate realm. The old imperial lord dominated the domain for thousands of years until the new imperial lord ascended the throne, and then the former imperial lord stepped down. He was like a super being of this world. But in the battle less than a century ago, because Gu Tianxing's offspring was assassinated by the crown prince of heavenly mandate dynasty, Gu Tianxing entered the dynasty court in a rage and fought with both the old and the new imperial lords. To repel Gu Tianxing, the former imperial died in the dynasty court but also severely injured Gu Tianxing, which led to the battle in Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, during which Gu Tianxing also lost his life. However, judging from that battle, even the Zhonglan imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty, who dominated the realm for thousands of years, died in the hands of Gu Tianxing. Not to mention the warriors appearing after the reunification of the world, perhaps no figures in the past were comparable with him. Therefore, even though his words are incredibly arrogant, everyone had to admit that since the 2 emperors ruled the world, in the heavenly mandate realm, Gu Tianxing could be considered as the top one. At that time, Gu Tianxing's son, Gu Jiangnan, was not less talented than his father. Since Gu Donglu might be Gu Jiangnan's offspring and used to be sealed by celestial methods, his talent must also be incredibly amazing. If he also obtained Gu Tianxing's celestial cultivation method and the laws of origin, what kind of monster would he become? There could be no suspense for him to reach the Renhuang level. Gu Tianxing was the first figure who made a breakthrough at that level, which could be seen from the fact that his wills integrated into the mountain range of origin and invoked the spirit of the demon monarch. He was the person who had reached the Renhuang plane, which was why he could do all these. If Gu Donglu inherited the laws of origin, he would also own the talents of tens of thousands of demons, and in the future, he might have the opportunity to ascend to the throne of monarch. Moreover, if he ascended to the throne, he would even be more suitable than the previous Emperor Yeqing. After all, Emperor Yeqing was just a human cultivator who could control demon beasts and was intimate with them. But Gu Donglu directly inherited the laws derived from the tens of thousands of demons' laws of the mountain range of origin. From this point of view, he was more suitable as the new king of the demon realm. Unless, like the ancient times, a demon monarch appeared from their own clans in the demon realm. But it was extremely difficult for demon beasts to seize the creation power between heaven and earth and take that step. It was also the difference between demon beasts and human cultivators. Demon beasts were very hard to touch the pinnacle that was within human beings' ability. Yi Futian heard Gu Tianxing's voice and trembled inwardly. No matter he was an unparalleled figure that intimidated the whole heavenly mandate realm, Gu Tianxing knew that the heavenly mandate realm could not tolerate the third brother, so he wanted to bind him together with the warriors of the demon realm. The only thing was that it was not that easy to let these prominent figures of the demon realm admit him as the new king, only if the third brother had the strength of that level one day. If he just received those laws, these prominent figures of the demon realm would just watch and not care about him. After all, they were already at the peak of their level. Boom! The might of thunder roared again. The Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace summoned the Thunder OD Destruction and threw it toward the direction where Gu Donglu was located, right below the divine matrix pattern. How difficult was it to kill Gu Tianxing at that time? If previously both the old and new imperial lords who had seriously injured him, they would not have been able to kill Gu Tianxing. However, even so, Gu Tianxing had not died yet, and now he also wanted to create a new king of the demon realm whose talent was higher than himself. If Gu Tianxing really did this, it would be a great disaster for them. Therefore, for the two major forces, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace, it was necessary to stop Gu Tianxing. In the land of Heavenly Mandate Realm, many top imperial clans in the demon domain coexist and govern the demon world together, each of which had their territories. The world of human cultivators and the demon realm is divided by the boundary stone and never interfere with each other. Gu Tianxing, you let all the great powers of the demon realm show reverence to a young Saint Plain cultivator who is also your descendant. Don't you feel it ridiculous? From the collapsed ground, the imperial lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty rose to the sky and raised his hand to cover the sky. Infinite divine palm prints appeared at the same time, destroying the great law of the heaven and earth and blasting toward the place where Gu Donglu stood below the divine pattern. Two peak figures both wanted to wipe out Gu Donglu here to prevent future problems. The divine pattern rotated, and the heavenly might came down. Appalling divine light bloomed from the vast and boundless fighting wills. Giant ancient characters appeared above the sky dome. Demon-like phantoms stepped down, like demons of all skies chanting in all skies, punching out fists of destruction, piercing through the great laws in the space. When the attacks collided, the sky and earth seemed to fall apart, mountains collapsed. The ground was cracking, and the land turned into a deep canyon. The Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty God was shaken into the crack of the canyon and quelled down below. The divine pattern still released the bright divine aura. The 9 characters' radiance flew at the same time, and the demons of all the skies surround the 9 figures, extremely solemn. Boom! At this moment, the heavenly might fell, and a phantom from the divine pattern crushed down from the sky. The demons of all heavens became one, thrusting toward the two people. Even those top figures of the heavenly mandate realm moved back quickly to avoid this attack. The Lord of the Heavenly Palace and the Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty felt the terrifying power of this attack, and they walked fast in the same way, raising their hands and removing the ground that obstructed their movements. However, it was too late. The demons of all skies came down with the divine pattern. They looked toward the sky, divine light erupting from their bodies, releasing the strongest might. The endless thunder protected the Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace. A vast ancient bell surrounded the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Those giant figures who dodged the attack looked at this side from a distance, hearts shaking. This attack had reached the limit. Even giant characters like the Lord of Violet Heavenly Palace and the Imperial Lord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty could not exert their strengths and crushed. A devastating airstream swept past, and the bright light dispersed. There, the crowd saw 2 peak figures showing up, but their clothes seemed to be a little messy, and even there were bloodstains on their bodies. The shock injured these 2 giant figures. I will not blame all the people who participated in that thing except the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. If you have any concerns, my grandson Gu Donglu can marry the goddess of Brahma's pure sky if she agrees. As for 10,000 Divine Mountain, Gu Donglu can also go to cultivate with the Mountain Lord. He again talked. Every sentence Gu Tianxing said seemed to be paving the way for Gu Donglu to prevent future troubles. There were too many people who attacked him at that time. If he were attached to hatred, Gu Donglu would surely die, and no one could save him. For some things, he should just let them go. He didn't blame others for his death, except the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. Those two significant forces could not be forgiven, especially the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Gu Donglio's mission was to exterminate the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. The scene stirred many strong men. Gu Tianxing acknowledged that this person was his grandson. He was indeed Gu Jiangnan's son, who was sent to the lower realm to cultivate in order to escape the disturbance of that time. Until now, he returned to the upper realm. Gu Tianxing made the arrangements so that if one day his grandson could return, he would give everything to him and pave the best way for him. Could also make up for the regret that Gu Donglu was sealed for so many years. The goddess of Brahma's pure sky and the lord of 10,000 Divine Mountain did not have many thoughts on what Gu Tianxing has proposed. After all, prominent figures like them did not care too much about these. For example, about the political marriage, she, as the lord of Brahma's pure sky, was the legendary empress in the heavenly mandate realm, unparalleled in the world. Did she need to protect herself through marriage? However, at least it reflected Gu Tianxing's attitude. Figures like Gu Tianxing did not bother to lie even though they were about to fall. Since he said that he could let go of his grievances with others, he could just let go of them. After Gu Tianxing's words, the terrifying divine might condensed again, and the divine light of 9 characters dazzled and once again thrust toward those two prominent figures. The Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Imperial Lord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty looked embarrassed. They flashed away, receded into the distance, and vanished in an instant. They left the space. The two of them were already injured, knowing that nothing could be done. They want to stop the running of the Great Law Divine Matrix, but with the power of 2 of them, they might not be able to do it. Now, it was time to lay out how to eliminate Gu Donglu this potential danger. The terrifying divine light chased towards these 2 men. At the same time, over the flowing divine pattern, the celestial light rushed toward Gu Donglio's body. At this moment, demons of all skies swarmed towards Gu Donglio's body, making Gu Donglio's body keep trembling. Above Gu Donglio's body, the 9 beams of celestial light were extremely bright, guarding his will. Tens of thousands of beams of celestial light gradually were released from Gu Donglio's body, resonating with the sky and earth. His body kept going up to the center of the divine matrix. Then Gu Tianxing took a glance toward the lower sky. There, a person was walking toward the void sky and came under the divine matrix. That figure was the Lord of Jiang clan. The scene made many powerful figures feel shocked. One should know that when the Gu clan was exterminated and Gu Tianxing died, the other 2 clans of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were silent, or one could say they also participated in some things. However, at this moment the Lord of Jiang clan walked to the divine matrix. What did he mean? This time, will you really go? The Lord of the Jiang clan looked up and said to Gu Tianxing. Gu Tianxing's phantom sat in the center of the divine matrix, nodding calmly. I asked you to die once, but now, you are really going to depart this life. The Lord of Jiang clan said, Farewell. Warriors around him heard his words and were all stirred. At that time, did the Lord of Jiang clan ask Gu Tianxing to die? That was to say, at that time the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven sacrificed the Gu clan after they had reached a tacit understanding. Gu Tianxing was struck hard and must be sacrificed. The Gu clan couldn't survive. Therefore, he asked Gu Tianxing to die. So, had the Lord of Jiang clan also participated in today's plan? Was it also the reason that Gu Tianxing did not wholly die at that time? You hit it so deeply, the Lord of 10,000 Divine Mountain thought to himself. They were really cruel to themselves. The Gu clan's death was used in exchange for the prosperity of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, and did they make the arrangement for today? At that time, they were all in celestial gate of vast heaven and witnessed Gu Tianxing's death. But he was now still alive, and also Gu Donglu. If the celestial gate of vast heaven said they didn't know anything, nobody would believe it. Obviously, the celestial gate of vast heaven directly participated in everything. The three clans jointly controlled the celestial gate of vast heaven, and when the news came out that year, people said they were divided. Now, it seemed that it was just a show for the warriors of the heavenly mandate realm. The relationship between Gu Tianxing and the lord of the Jiang clan was better than people had expected. The lord of the Jiang clan told him to rest in peace. More dazzling and sacred light shone, and Gu Tianxing's body gradually merged into the divine matrix. In the monstrous divine matrix, hundreds of millions of demons' wills, at this moment, all went towards Gu Donglu at the center of the divine matrix. For a while, extremely bright celestial light was released from Gu Donglio's body, and Gu Tianxing's body seemed to also integrate with him to protect him. The lord of the Jiang clan waved his hand and sent a beam of celestial light to him. At this moment, Gu Donglu had the 9 celestial beings as his armor. Gu Tianxing and the lord of the Jiang clan were his guards. He had inherited the laws of origin, and his ability was strengthened by the divine matrix. He had indeed obtained the creation power of the sky and earth, which reflected Gu Tianxing's high hopes for him. Gu Tianxing hoped that before his death, he could create a hero that could outdo himself in the future, a person that could challenge heavenly laws. Although it sounded unreal, he had hope for Gu Donglu, who was enhanced by so many ultimate methods. Many big figures around also understand what kind of monster Gu Tianxing had created. As long as he did not die, Gu Donglu was destined to have a bright future and become a giant in the heavenly mandate realm. He shouldered the mission to destroy the heavenly mandate dynasty. The divine matrix has merged with him, people yelled. Everyone was looking at the scene in front of them and trembled inside. The super divine matrix merged into Gu Donglio's body. Over Gu Donglio's body, the celestial light shone and rushed straight into the sky. The 9 characters circled him. The souls of the 9 immortals seemed to be burning. The lord of Jiang clan looked solemn. Even the top big figures in the heavenly mandate realm were stunned. The Gu clan was not extinct. They still had one person. This last person carried the hope of the entire Gu clan. Those top figures of the Gu clan had completed their final mission and dedicated everything to Gu Donglu. Although they could not see the future, they still made wishes for the future. Gu Donglu of the Gu clan would dominate the heavenly mandate realm and continue the Gu clan's bloodline, returning to the peak. Those giant figures of the demon realm were somewhat stressed. How should they treat Gu Donglu? He bore the laws of origin. Just as Gu Tianxing said, Gu Donglu would be the only one who inherited the laws of demon monarch in the place of origin of the demon realm and wills of demons of all skies. The creation power of the mountain range of origin would only belong to Gu Donglu. So, should they destroy him or recognize him? There was a brief silence in the vast space. Everyone silently watched what happened, including Yi Futian and others in the distance. At this time, Yi Futian and the Sword Saint were both happy for Gu Donglu. The 3rd disciple of Cottage could finally shine in the heavenly mandate realm. However, while they were happy, they were also slightly worried. The shock he caused this time was too great, and they couldn't predict what would happen next. What would these giant figures in the demon realm and the human peak figures do to him? If everyone still targeted him, he would have the same ending as before. Gu Donglu would be hunted down and be killed just like Gu clan. However, today's situation was not the same as it was at that time. Time was changing, and people's hearts were also changing. In ancient times, the demon monarch was buried in the mountain range of origin, the place where the demon realm was established, the place of origin of our demon clans. But now, this human cultivator seized the laws of origin of our demon realm and destroyed the creation power of thousands of years. Someone said this, shrieking. Warriors followed the voice and saw the purple golden rat king in a golden robe talking to people of the demon realm. What do you think of this? He has obtained the laws of origin and should be regarded as a member of the demon realm. He inherits the thought of the demon monarch and wills of hundreds of millions of great demons. So now, he is not just a human cultivator. The Lord of Jiang Clan roared. Other warriors looked at Gu Donglu. His handsome face indeed had sort of demonic characteristics. As the Lord of the Jiang Clan said, Gu Donglu had inherited the supreme demonic laws this time, and he could be regarded as a half-demon. Moreover, if you kill him, the demon realm will no longer have the thoughts of demon monarch, and the laws of creation of the mountain range of origin will go extinct. The Lord of the Jiang Clan continued. Give him a chance? Wouldn't it be better? Can he become the same as us just by seizing the creation power of the mountain range of origin? The Lord of Ingzhou Mountain also said coldly. He wore a long silver robe. Extremely sharp life force was being released from his body. He looked toward several other big figures. The Divine Elephant Emperor, the Dragon Emperor, King of the Sky Demon Court, and the Golden Raven Demon Lord. They were the most influential giants in the demon realm, and their strengths were relatively more powerful. I think it is not necessary to intervene. Let's just wait and see what his future will be like. At this moment, a big demon beast said. Demon warriors looked back at the speaker behind the Dragon Emperor. It was Zhu Yen Demon Emperor. His relationship with the Dragon Divine Clan seemed good, so he was standing behind the Dragon Emperor. However, the demon beasts were not surprised. The Thunder Divine Clan was a branch of the Dragon Divine bloodline. In the past, the head of the Thunder Divine Clan followed Emperor Yeqing. So did the Snow Ape Emperor of the Ape Clan. So the relationship of the Dragon Divine Clan and the Ape Clan was not bad. Today, the Thunder Divine Demon Emperor was also cultivating in the Celestial Demon City. I think so, too, the Dragon Emperor slowly said. Gu Donglio's enemies were the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Violet Heavenly Palace. Even if demon clans just let him be, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Violet Heavenly Palace would deal with him, and their grievances with the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven would probably continue. The dispute among human cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm would be good for the demon beasts. As for the future, they would see what level Gu Donglu could reach. The Divine Elephant Emperor looked around and seemed to be looking for something. He was more concerned about Yi Futian than Gu Donglu. The heritage of mountain range of origin had been passed down for generations, and now it was more of a symbolic thing. The demon realm had long been separated from the mountain range of origin, and demon clans all existed independently. But the Demon Emperor Bone of Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions belonged to their ancestors. Since the laws of Demon Monarch had been passed on to Gu Donglu, should the Divine Elephant Clan take back the inheritance of Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions? In the distance, many figures appeared. Those warriors who had been shaken away gradually returned to the lower sky. Yi Futian and his companions also came. The Divine Elephant Emperor glanced down at Yi Futian and slightly moved, which aroused a suffocating might in this space. The Hanzhou Sword Emperor glanced up and looked at the Divine Elephant Emperor. Whether you are a man or a ghost, you should return the bone of the Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions to us. The Divine Elephant Clan. The Elephant Emperor's voice was overbearing. It shrouded the air above everyone's head, especially Yi Futian. The suffocating might was strong for him. Yi Futian looked up at the Emperor and said, "It's not that I want to take the Divine Elephant Bone of 10 Directions as my own, but that the Elephant Emperor's bone has been refined and integrated into my body and has become part of me. How is it possible that you could refine the bone of the Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions?" The Elephant Emperor questioned him imposingly. In his eyes, Yi Futian was boasting. Maybe I was destined to encounter the bone of the Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions. Otherwise, I would not have had the chance to get it, Yi Futian said. There was a sound of elephant rumbling in his body, and soon, a phantom of the Divine Elephant appeared. The divine might shrouded the void air, and the horrifying demonic imperial light loomed from his body. The scene stunned many people. Was the bone refined by him? The Divine Elephant Emperor also showed a surprised look. Could a Saint Plain human cultivator refine the bone of the Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions? When I got the bone of the Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions, I didn't know what it was and couldn't pry into its mystery. But this young man was able to unravel the secret and refine it. It seems that he was indeed chosen by the Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions. Since your ancestor has given him a chance, why can't you be more generous? The Zhu Yen Demon Emperor said to the Divine Elephant Emperor, "You are not from my clan, so you know anything about it, and it is not relevant to you. It is only in the hands of the Divine Elephant clan that the bone of the Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions can exert its strongest power." The Divine Elephant Emperor said coldly, "But even if I give the bone of the Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions to you, Divine Elephant Clan, sir, I don't think you will unlock its mystery. I can take full advantage of it, not less," Yi Futian continued. Talking big, a warrior of the Divine Elephant Clan said in a cold voice. A young Saint Plain demon beast of the Divine Elephant Clan stepped out. The void sky shook. A phantom of a divine elephant appeared over his body, his might overwhelming the void air. He looked down at Yi Futian below and said, "How much power of the Divine Elephant Imperial Bone can you use?" Yi Futian stared at him and said, "I welcome your instruction." After those words, his body flickered, and he descended into the void air. Above his head, that powerful demon elephant stepped down and trampled over all the skies. Giant elephant phantoms appeared, their extremely stout elephant legs trampling towards Yi Futian's body with immense power and repressing laws. A terrifying storm was born. The foot stepped down, which made many feel like Yi Futian's thin body below would be broken. At this moment, Yi Futian also stepped into the void sky, quelling the world, and the sound of the elephant trumpeting came out. His body was shining with golden light, and a huge elephant phantom wrapped him in it. The divine elephant trampled down, but it was not able to shake Yi Futian's defense. The demon elephant in the void paused a second, and his footsteps came out again. The rumbling sound continued, and tens of thousands of elephants roared at the same time, almost crushing the space into pieces. Yi Futian was not afraid at all. It was as if he hadn't seen it. He stepped up against the trend and similarly released countless golden elephant phantoms, which collided with elephants of the other side. At the same time, Yi Futian raised a punch and blasted out. A huge elephant phantom appeared over the sky, crushing the void air and turning everything into pieces. His fist bloomed, and all the fist wheels turned into golden elephants, roaring in the sky and shattering a side of the world. The sky dome rumbled wildly, and with a dull sound, the warrior of the Divine Elephant Clan was directly hit. He turned back into his original form, and the body was huge, but even so, he was still shaken. The fierce power made him spit blood. The eyes of all the mighty ones contracted when they saw that scene, especially the divine elephants. The earth-shattering trumpeting of elephants was heard from Yi Futian's body. Furthermore, he was shining with pure golden light all over. The shadow of a divine elephant shrouded his entire body, causing multiple specters of divine elephants to appear all about him, stepping into the sky as they moved. It was as if he was the king of the elephants. The space turned extremely solemn within mere moments. It was as if the Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions had been resurrected. "I've yet to use any of the Divine Elephant Emperor of the 10 Directions powers," Yi Futian said to the Divine Elephant Emperor. Boom! Another rumble was heard, and yet another raging divine elephant shadow stepped forth. He was the top figure among the younger generations of the divine elephants and a direct descendant of the Divine Elephant Emperor. Xianxia. The mighty ones were all slightly rattled when they saw the one moving to attack. Xianxia was an extremely renowned figure in the demon realm, and he had the blood of the Supreme Elephant Emperor flowing in his veins. If the divine elephants were to be able to get their hands on the bone of the Divine Elephant Emperor of the 10 Directions, they would have probably bestowed it to Xianxia. Xianxia caused the space around him to shake with just a single step, pinning down the great path. The air around Yi Futian felt stifling. He seemed to have seen 18 divine elephants stepping in the air at the same time, placing a lockdown on his immediate vicinity, pinning the space all around him dead, causing anyone caught in it unable to move. Yi Futian felt such pressure all over him at that moment. Xianxia was of a golden body and looked extremely dazzling. He stood in the air and made all around him wonder just how heavy that body of a human form would have to be just to be able to press down on the air around. He definitely had formidable powers, greater than the monster of Yingzhou Mountain Yifutian faced back then. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying clashing noises were heard, and the sky shook. The great path rattled as Yifutian shot upwards, stepping out as he went. "Get down!" Xiangmang shouted, and an incredibly massive leg of the divine elephant appeared, stepping onto the air above Yifutian's head, ignoring the distance of the space altogether. Furthermore, that leg contained true, formidable might of the divine elephants and was enormous. It was far stronger than the divine elephant who had fought before. Yifutian lifted his head, and he, too, was clad in a golden elephant silhouette. He raised his arm and threw a punch in the air. The spectral punch shot to the air, and countless divine elephants trampled, causing a stampede in the air. They rammed into that enormous leg of the divine elephant. Countless shadows of the divine elephant were stomped on and shattered, yet they were still unable to stop the force of that elephant leg from coming down. Yifutian threw another punch. A beam of divine light shot through the huge leg right away. A stifled rumble was heard, and Yifutian was thrown down. However, that elephant leg was shattered as well, and it did not manage to shake Yifutian. Xiangmang cast his gaze down, surprised that the attack had not been able to crush Yifutian. It seemed that the man had inherited the lineage of the divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions. He was unable to believe that the power from just the bone of the demon emperor activated had been so powerful, so much so that it was able to resist his attacks altogether. Xiangmang's eyes turned fierce and cold. He then stepped down, and shadows of divine elephants were seen running. He took another step again, and it seemed that the air itself rumbled. Yifutian's blood was churning, and he was feeling restless. That one stomp seemed to have shattered the space all around him. Boom! Yet another step. The sound of the trumpeting rattled the eardrums of all within earshot. Some saints who had gotten to the place even went on to shut their senses off. Proving holiness-level saints who were not that formidable even started to bleed from the ears. Divine elephant stomping the sky. Those top figures all paid close attention to that battle. Xiangmang was a top-notch figure among the younger generations and had formidable combat prowess. Divine elephant stomping the sky was one of the top spells of the divine elephants, enabling one to stomp down the great path in their vicinity. One step would have been all it needed to cause the bodies of targets to tremble and their blood to rage. Consecutive steps would have been able to crush all the organs in the target's bodies. The move was so powerful that it could even pin down souls, and it was lauded as one of the major attacks of the demons. Yifutian hallucinated at that very moment. He was unable even to move using the power of the great path of space. His surroundings seemed to have been stomped down by Xiangmang in the sky, shrouding everything. The power that was capable of stomping down the great path would, of course, include that of space. Boom! Yet another step. The might of the great path had gotten increasingly powerful. It gathered the might of the great path of their surroundings into a single entity and brought it all down on the space. Yifutian's body was trembling violently, and his blood raged even more severely. He looked up at that figure high in the air. Dazzling light shot from his eyes. Yifutian's pupils seemed to have changed at that moment, becoming unbelievably deep. It was as if he was able to see through the source of everything in the world. The winds howled in the sky, stifling the air where the two were. Xiangmang's formidable might of the elephant was activated, and the great path melded with his being. He stomped down yet another time, bringing might greater than before. Yet another shadow of the elephant appeared, stepping onto that space as if it was stomping right above Yifutian's head. Yifutian's body was shaken and thrown down with a boom. The blood in his body howled. He continued to stare into the air above. There seemed to be a shadow of the divine elephant emperor appearing in his life palace, which was stepping into the air as well. He had acquired the bone of the divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions, which contained the will of the divine elephant emperor of the old days. However, it lacked the most direct form of major attacks of the divine elephants, and the divine elephants seemed to be able to provide him with such spells. Boom! Another step. Yifutian was shaken and thrown further down. He then grunted. Even so, The spectators were astonished by how powerful Yifutian was. They were surprised that he was able to last that long. The shocks would have killed common people. None would have been able to take the brunt of the divine elephant stomping the sky spell. At that moment, Yifutian cast his gaze elsewhere and extended his hand. A golden staff materialized in his hand. The shadow of the divine elephant shrouded his body. Boundless great path of power gathered all over him. Yifutian's body seemed to have become filled with tremendous power. Boom! He waved his staff about. That feat of being able to use staff techniques under such heavy pressure served as a testament to the extent of his raw strength. Xianxia frowned slightly, and his eyes remained cold yet extremely overbearing. He took yet another step down, which caused his surroundings to rattle. Yifutian's staff lashed out in the air right away. It was as if he was bringing it down on the air itself. However, yet another stifled rumble was heard, and a terrifying explosion sounded in the air. Storms whipped out, and Yifutian's body was thrown behind. However, he continued to move forward, and his power grew even stronger. Another sweep of the staff flew high up in the air. That terrifying specter of the staff cleaved through the sky, causing all the mighty ones to be astonished. What is this staff technique? The Dragon Emperor looked at Zhu Yan behind him and asked, "Do you know anything about it? Seems familiar." According to what he told me, it was something descended from the 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques of the apes when he was training in the lower worlds, Zhu Yan elaborated. The Dragon Emperor nodded and saw Yifutian bring down yet another strike with the staff. He then added, "It seems to me that it's how that other one works when he is using a staff. A human youth like this one here is superbly talented." Zhu Yan naturally realized that the other one that the Dragon Emperor was referring to was the Emperor of the Apes. When Yifutian struck out with his fourth attack, it was done against the flow, clashing with the divine elephant stomping the sky spell directly. The space where both of them were seemed about to crumble. The might of that staff technique was actually able to compare with that of the divine elephant stomping the sky. The mighty ones of the demons around were all astonished. The divine elephant stomping the sky was a major attack of formidable power. It was passed down by the divine elephants, after all. However, that staff technique actually looked as if it was on par with that attack. Furthermore, it seemed that both attacks were fundamentally identical. They shared a vague resemblance in how the might of the Great Path was gathered. Yifutian continued to go against the flow and brought the seventh attack to bear. Xianxia took yet another step. Elephants trumpeted and were imbued within that leg, while Yifutian seemed to have melded all staff techniques into that one strike. When the attacks clashed, countless shadows of the elephants and the staff were destroyed. Both of them were separated from each other. At that time, it was no longer only Yifutian moving. Xianxia was thrown behind as well. Demons, notwithstanding, even top-notch human cultivators were rather shocked at what Yifutian pulled. That was a pinnacle figure among the divine elephants, and yet that human cultivator was able to hold his own in such a battle. The number 1 virgin of Brahma's pure sky, Qin He, looked at Yifutian. He had fought with Zhan Yuan, the one with the supreme body of the Great Path from the Violet Heavenly Palace, before. While Yifutian was not of some top-notch force, his talents were undeniably shocking nonetheless. Staff techniques of the apes? Even Xianxia managed to recognize that. He then looked at Yifutian and asked, "Infusing the great path of power of the Supreme Elephant Emperor's bone into that staff attack. That's the might of the divine Elephant Emperor's bone that you have acquired." Yifutian gazed at Xianxia and answered, "It's more than that." Trumpeting of elephants shocked the air as soon as he spoke. There seemed to be billions of shadows of divine elephants glittering in the air, which proceeded to run in the sky. He was extremely glittering all over, shining with golden light. He was clad in the divine elephants and took one step that shocked the air around him, causing the minds of the spectators to be rattled as well. Xianxia, who was standing at the opposite end, experienced this even more so. Dazzling light shot from his eyes as his heart raced. He felt stifled. However, his huge eyes glared at Yifutian. Boom! Yet another step. Tens of thousands of elephants trumpeted at once, and the air shook. Xianxia was rattled, yet he kept his gaze forward. Divine elephant stomping the sky. The spectators all stared at Yifutian, wondering how it was possible. That move was a major attack spell belonging to the divine elephants, and they would never pass it to outsiders. It was even more so with the case of human cultivators. Furthermore, anyone who was not of the divine elephants would face extreme difficulty in picking up the move. Even if they were to truly train in it, they would have only managed to mimic the form and not be able to bring about its power. What Yifutian pulled, however, was the true divine elephant stomping the sky. The mighty ones of the divine elephants stared at Yifutian coldly. Even the divine elephant emperor's eyes glittered. He stepped forward and put his might down, looking at Yifutian and asking, "Where did you learn this?" Yifutian looked up at the divine elephant emperor and answered, "I did say that it was the divine elephant emperor who chose me to inherit his path. Right now, I've completely internalized the bone of the elephant emperor. I only need to observe attacks of the divine elephants to trigger the bone's power, which will then activate the will of the great path of the divine elephant emperor, enabling the move to be passed to me." The divine elephant emperor stared at Yifutian. He could inherit something like that right away, just by watching the divine elephants use them. Had Yifutian truly earned the approval of the divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions? But if he had lied, where could that spell have come from? Xianxia stared at Yifutian. He was unable to believe that a human cultivator had been able to use divine elephant stomping the sky just as he had. That spell had been the ultimate skill as well as a significant attack spell on the divine elephants. Boom! Elephant trumpeting resounded in the air, and Xianxia continued moving forward. He wanted to see if Yifutian's divine elephant stomping the sky had been authentic. Yifutian stepped out just like Xianxia did. Their surroundings rumbled, and the space trembled. Xianxia felt unbelievable might shrouding all over him, shaking the insides of his body, causing his blood to boil. There seemed to be a huge divine elephant capable of shocking people's souls bearing down on him. His expression changed somewhat. The state of being of the attack was just like the one he pulled before. What Yifutian cast right there and then had not been some cheap imitation, but a true major attack spell of the divine elephants. Both of them headed towards each other. A terrible storm whipped out in the air. The sound of elephant trumpeting shook the place all around them. Everyone looked up at the two of them, while they had not been clashing with each other just yet. The same spell that the two of them cast made it seem like the place all around them was about to explode. Thousands of elephants trumpeted, and their surroundings were rapidly crushed. The storm drowned out their surroundings, and the golden light blinded the spectators. Many saints felt their blood raging. Some even grunted, and their face turned pale. "If you want to have a look at the power of the bone so badly, I'd be happy to oblige," Yifutian said, and an even more dazzling beam of light was cast from his body. A huge, majestic divine elephant stepped into the air, appearing right above Yifutian. Thousands of shadows of divine elephants appeared at the same time below, right beneath the feet of the divine elephant emperor. At that moment, as Yifutian stepped forward, that shadow of the divine elephant emperor moved forward as well. All of the divine elephants moved together, making the scene truly terrifying, as they looked like they were out to flatten the entire place. Xianxia felt divine might of the great path cast at him. He lifted his feet and intended to step forward, yet the rumbling continued, and boundless might gushed at his body. A divine elephant in the air seemed to have stepped onto his body, making his blood boil rapidly and his veins pop. Xiang forcefully took a single step out after letting out an angry roar, intending to destroy that attack coming at him. Boom! Xianxia's body seemed to have exploded, and terrifying noises were heard from within his body. All of his orifices bled, and his face looked ashen. He returned to his original divine elephant form and trumpeted at the heavens. Yet that extremely raging attack continued to pound on his body. Eventually, he was unable to withstand the attack any longer and was thrown hard to the ground. Yifutian rescinded his power. The mighty one of the divine elephants grabbed hold of Xianxia and then looked up at Yifutian, wondering if that had truly been the might of the divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions. That was stronger than even a Renhuang ritual implement indeed. Many muttered to themselves. The bone of the divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions contained the might of the great path of the divine elephant emperor, bursting with greater imperial might. That might, when coupled with the divine elephant stomping the sky, had been able to bring out unimaginable power. Even a being as formidable as Xiangmang had been unable to withstand such an attack. He was damaged from the shock, and that was something that could have only been mitigated with the use of Demon Emperor class items. It was obvious that Xiangmang was deeply resentful of Yi Futian acquiring the bone of an ancestor of the divine elephants, and had brought his greatest might to resist it, which resulted in being injured by such a raging attack. However, he was already considered extremely powerful for being able even to get that far. The human cultivators and the great figures of the demons all stared at Yi Futian. It seemed that he had indeed been telling the truth. He had truly internalized the bone of the divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions completely, so much so that he had been able to make it his own and bring such terrifying might to bear. From a certain perspective, Yi Futian had indeed earned the lineage of the divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions. The current divine elephant emperor eyed Yi Futian. The bone had not been surfaced for long, and Yi Futian had gotten it from the celestial fox palace before entering the Origin Mountains. That human had surprisingly been able to internalize it within such a short period of time. Furthermore, it was said that the bone had been something no one wanted. No one but Yi Futian. I apologize for the intrusion, Yi Futian said. Even if I were not to be the one to acquire the bone of the divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions, it would have been taken by those from Ingzhao Mountain all the same. At present, I have indeed internalized it. He would not have been able to return it even if he wanted to. Senior Elephant Emperor had once been an overlord of the demon realm, and there is no need to be petty with a member of the younger generation. Furthermore, since the kid has already internalized the bone of the Elephant Emperor, then it was indeed a matter of destiny between him and the divine elephants. Now that he has learned the divine elephant stomping the sky spell, he is considered a successor of the past divine elephant emperor. How about you let him study and train under you, divine elephant emperor? That would make him half a member of the divine elephants. Zhu Yan the demon emperor then said. It was evident that he was vouching for Yi Futian. Not only had Yi Futian acquired the bone of the divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions, but he had also picked up the divine elephant stomping the sky spell. If he were not to be lumped together with the divine elephants, they would have found such a turn of events to be an insult. As such, Zhu Yan proposed that Yi Futian be allowed to study under the Elephant Emperor. The kid broke the limit of the Divine Mountain back in the purple underworld and refused the Violet Heavenly Palace's invitations. He also beat every challenge that the ones from the Violet Heavenly Palace threw at him. He let anyone from any plane of sainthood pick their challenge. You've seen what he is capable of, Elephant Emperor, and he will not have you down, the head of the Jiang clan said. He naturally knew of the relationship between Gu Donglu and Yi Futian. At present, Gu Donglu had acquired the lineage of the demon monarch. If Yi Futian were to be able to form an amicable relationship with the divine elephants, all of them would have a greater influence in the demon realm. The divine elephant emperor's eyes were huge, and his form was extremely imposing. Those bell-like eyes of his stared at Yi Futian, seemingly thinking of something. He learned staff techniques of the apes before, and that will make him a friend of the demons. It is something worth considering, Elephant Emperor, the Dragon Emperor added. The Divine Elephant Emperor continued to eye Yi Futian and asked, Do you mind heading to the Divine Elephant's place with me? I naturally wouldn't refuse such an invitation, Yi Futian replied frankly. The Divine Elephant Emperor was one of the big shots in the demon realm. If he were to get on the wrong side of the divine elephants, things would be disastrous for him. It was something that he needed to see through. It might have been a disaster lying in wait, but it could also be an opportunity. He had been able to use the divine elephant stomping the sky spell only by seeing Xiangmang use it before. If the divine elephant emperor had indeed been willing to teach him some spells unique to the divine elephants, the presence of that bone in his body would allow him to pick those spells up quickly. What about him then? the king of Yingzhou Mountain looked at Gu Donglu and asked. The matter had not been settled before Yi Futian stole everyone's attention. Do you all remember the prophet's words? A voice was heard at that moment. Everyone looked at the one who spoke. It was none other than the Lord of the Sky Demon Court. His words had a lot of weight, and all the monsters turned their attention to him. Said Lord was basking in the divine light of the sun. He then turned to look at Gu Donglu and said, the prophet prophesied that there would be a change in all of the heavenly mandate realm, and significant happenings would take place in the demon realm. Now, I'm sure that the significant happenings began with Origin Mountains. As you can all see, the entire heavenly mandate realm will soon change, although no one knows how such changes will come. In that case, I propose that we go with the flow of things. The prophet had prophesied that there would be a major figure, and all wondered who it would be. The answer remained shrouded in mystery even then. Would it be Gu Tianxing or Gu Donglu? However, none had expected there would be two members of the younger generation caught at the center of the storm. There might have been more to them than what met the eye. As such, one simply needed to have their eyes peeled for further happenings. Everyone saw fit to see how things would have turned out to be. Become the king of the demon realm? Us old people aside, I'm sure a good number of the younger generation of all demon clans here wouldn't have agreed to that easily. While Gu Tianxing had bestowed him with extremely formidable talents, the path of cultivation will be anything but easy, the Dragon Emperor said at that moment, and all the top-notch figures of the demon realm nodded. Among the top demon clans, there would be many extraordinary demons like Xianxia, and every single one of them would be legendary in their own right. Gu Donglu inherited the laws of origin, and he had to be able to first eclipse those younger generation members before coming to surpass those who were his seniors. Only by then could he get anywhere near becoming a king of the demon realm. The Sky Demon Court was an alliance. There were several extremely extraordinary younger members within the court, and all of them would have become Gu Donglio's match. There were no demons who did not want to see the demon realm unified. Let's go. The Dragon Emperor turned around and left. Zhu Yan looked at Zhu Zhao and the others and said, time to go. The trip would have been a very memorable one for Zhu Zhao. Gu Donglu seemed to be still steeped in his training in the sky. He had inherited too many lineages of the Great Path. Despite having the protection of the 9 divine beings, he needed time to internalize what he had just picked up. Mighty ones from all directions were getting ready to leave. Yi Futian was seen casting his gaze elsewhere. There stood the most legendary of empresses in all of the heavenly mandate realm, the Lady of Brahma's pure sky. Senior, there was once a woman in the 9 states of the lower worlds who tapped into your will, Empress. Do you have any impression of that happening? Yi Futian asked the Lady of Brahma's pure sky. While he had asked that before, he still hoped the Empress would save Jeyu. With the Empress right before him at the moment, there probably would not be anyone else who was clearer about Jeyu's fate back then. The Lady of Brahma's pure sky took a plain look at Yi Futian. Those eyes of hers were considered perfect, and every inch of her body seemed to be filled with the essence of everything in existence, making her look flawless. If you know of me, then you know that my will reaches all 3,000 realms. My will fills all of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, and there is no way I can remember everything, the Lady of Brahma's pure sky said plainly. Yi Futian's face became ashen after hearing that. He had clung to that bit of hope all those years ago, hoping that Jeyu would have been saved by the Empress. And now, the Empress did not even have any recollection of that happening, let alone having actually saved Jeyu. In truth, he should have long realized that the Lady of Brahma's pure sky was a being like no other. She would not have spared any thought to just that one person in all of the living beings in existence and saved Jeyu. Yi Futian had only been fooling himself, and he was only doing so because he wished things had been so. Xia Qingyuan, who was at Yi Futian's side, saw how dejected he was. Her hand twitched, and it touched Yi Futian's hand, but she eventually pulled it back. Farewell, the Empress of the Brahma's pure sky said before turning around and leaving. Those from Brahma's pure sky all followed her lead. A group of people went far away in an instant. The Lady of Brahma's pure sky, who was in the air, actually flickered. However, that lasted only for an instant and she returned to her usual composure. Nothing else seemed to have been seen in those eyes of hers. The mighty ones around left one after another. The storm that was kicked up by Gu Tianxing seemed to have come to an end by then. However, the effects of what he did seemed to long from over. The mighty ones all dispersed, and there was no more of that demonic aura high up in the air at Origin Mountains. Furthermore, the luck contained with that mountain had all been passed down to Gu Donglu. Everything that was contained within that vast mountain had all been devoured by that divine matrix, which was then siphoned into Gu Donglio's body. Gu Tianxing had been laying all of that out all on his own, just to create someone who had the potential to step into that supreme plane. It was not known at the moment if he had succeeded or not. All the mighty ones returned one by one. There were dynastic forces at the center of the heavenly mandate realm, and Renhuang ruled all of those forces. All of those powers were coalesced into a monstrous entity known as the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was at the center of all the dynasties. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had been restored after that devastating battle all those years ago. Mighty ones and geniuses emerged like a flood within the past century, making it seem like they were about to reclaim their glory as the utmost supreme force. The Heavenly Dynasty had been the oldest of all the forces found in the realm. Its history and wealth were rich, and it reigned over the dynasties. At that moment, in a tall, majestic palace in the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, the dynastic overlord sat above, and many Renhuangs were in the hall, making the scene terrifying. Gu Tianxing passed down both the laws of origin and the mystical ways onto Gu Donglu. While that son of Gu Jiangnan is young, he might become a monstrous figure in the future. What do you think about it? The dynastic overlord asked solemnly. While Gu Donglu was, presently, a fragile, insignificant being not worthy of even mentioning, it remained a fact that none of those top-notch geniuses had been able to reach his height. The height Gu Tianxing reached all those years ago was even more unimaginable and out of reach. As of that heavenly plane, he deemed that it was just Gu Tianxing's delusion. But then again, the overlord saw the need to be on guard nonetheless. There was one who had been passed down by all that laws of origin gathered by Gu Tianxing after all. If they were to lower their guard, the heavenly mandate realm might end up facing yet another being capable of threatening them. They and the Gu clan were sworn enemies, after all. After that trip to Origin Mountains, both he and the Palace Lord of Violet Heavenly Palace never returned. It was not that they did not want to, but that they knew where they were now. After giving their all to resist attacks from Gu Tianxing's divine matrix, they ended up injured. Furthermore, their injuries were serious. Given the plane they were at, injuries of any kind would be grievous, as injuries hardly happened to them in the first place. While that descendant of the Gu clan is of no importance right now, it is still best to get rid of him as soon as possible, someone answered. They and the overlord shared the same opinion. The lineage inherited by Gu Donglu was simply too terrifying, and they were unable to afford to let their guard down. It would have been possible that this insignificant figure would become a major threat in the future. The celestial gate of vast heaven pretended to have wiped the Gu clan out all those years ago. None of us expected that they reached a pact instead. Gu Tianxing knew that his days were numbered back in that battle, and there was no way the Gu clan would have been able to emerge unscathed. So the celestial gate of vast heaven and the other two major clans teamed up to set things up with the Gu clan, also that what happened today would come to pass. Now, they will never easily let the last descendant of the Gu clan perish. The dynastic overlord continued. Everyone nodded in agreement. If they were to kill Gu Donglu, they would have had to wage war again with the celestial gate of vast heavenly, obliterating them once and for all before they were able to kill Gu Donglu. However, they had just recovered, and if they were fighting such a war again, they would suffer considerable losses again. If that were to happen, the 10,000 Divine Mountain and Brahma's Pure Sky would be able to get ahead of them. Both of those forces had developed into formidable forces with a massive number of mighty ones at their disposal. It was due to both the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Gu clan was backed into a corner in more ways than one, that they went all out to kill each other without considering the consequences. Both of them would have remained at the pinnacle of the Heavenly Mandate realm otherwise, pinning down all the other forces. Overlord. Someone was walking in at the moment, bowing solemnly to the dynastic overlord. "What is it?" he asked. "The crown prince has returned," the messenger reported. "He is now a holiness of nirvana." "Good." The eyes of the overlord sparkled as he cast his gaze far away as if to pierce through the void before him. All the other Renhuang below smiled, and their minds rattled. In that battle all those years ago, the previous crown prince plotted and killed Gu Jiangnan, invoking Gu Tianxing's towering fury, and he went on a killing spree at the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. The previous crown prince was dead, and that had been the most humiliating part of their history. They had never suffered a grievous insult. The previous overlord was of extremely formidable training, yet he had fallen in that war all the same. None of the princes of Heavenly Mandate realm from then on out had been able to compare with the previous crown prince until the birth of the youngest prince. Said prince had displayed exceptional talent from a very young age. He was made the crown prince officially when he turned 18. He had then been training for over 50 years and had become a holiness of nirvana. That was a talent like no other. He was born to be an emperor and the next dynastic overlord at that. "Congratulations, my son." The dynastic overlord cast his gaze far away and saw a figure walking straight into the great hall of the palace. He was dazzling all over like he was clad in divine light. His eyes contained terrifying brilliance as if he was able to see through the void. He was filled with a supreme bearing throughout his entire being. "Father!" The crown prince bowed and then looked at the others. "Greetings, emperors." The crown prince is of such magnificent talent and is unparalleled in his speed of advancement throughout the entire Heavenly Mandate realm. Furthermore, his plane is stable, and his aura brimming. It is indeed a pity that all in Heavenly Mandate realm know only of the crown prince's existence, but remain oblivious to the extent of the crown prince's powers. A Renhuang then said, "Now that Gu Tianxing created a monster, we can finally get the crown prince to show what he is truly made of." Yet another Renhuang added, "It was apparent that the dynasty held the crown prince in the highest regard. My son was born supreme, and none have been able to beat him. It has indeed been hard for you throughout the years," the dynastic overlord said to the prince. The people of the realm probably knew only that Heavenly Mandate dynasty had gotten themselves a new crown prince, yet few had seen the new crown prince in person. That was because the death of the previous crown prince left a traumatic blow to the dynastic overlord, resulting in him being extremely protective of the crown prince. He had even sent the crown prince on a pilgrimage to other realms. And now, the crown prince was already a holiness of nirvana, making him only one step away from becoming a Renhuang. The prophet of the demon realm prophesied that Heavenly Mandate realm would see great changes, and everyone wondered who would cause that change in the Heavenly Mandate realm, reaching the very top. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty was making preparations for the future, and so did other top forces. Everyone continued to make preparations after they returned. It was possible that a huge storm would sweep all over the Heavenly Mandate realm in the near future. There was a huge mountain of rock in the demon realm. That rocky mountain was formed naturally. When seen from afar, the mountain looked like an incredibly huge statue, resembling that of a divine elephant, and it looked shocking. There were demonic palaces on top of that boundlessly huge divine elephant rock mountain. That was where the mighty ones of the divine elephants stayed. The surrounding areas had countless demonic mighty ones taking up residence. That was an extremely renowned demon city in the demon realm, Divine Elephant City. When they gazed upon that skyscraping divine elephant mountain, they would have all sported solemn expressions, hoping to one day train in that mountain, especially the monsters among the divine elephants. In that huge, majestic divine elephant mountain, there was divine might of the great path that was extremely formidable, making it very difficult for anyone who was below the saint plane to venture into it. A saintly dazzling screen of light shrouded the entire divine mountain, and a group of people appeared somewhere on the mountain. Those people were none other than Yi Futian and the others, who were all arranged to stay there. At that moment, the demon emperor, whose bearing was extremely powerful. He then said to Yi Futian, "Come with me." "Will do." Yi Futian nodded and followed. The two of them came before a divine elephant palace, and there was an overwhelming figure who was found sitting cross-legged outside, the divine elephant emperor. Come and have a sit, the divine elephant emperor said and cast his gaze below the divine mountain. Yifutian walked to the side of the divine elephant emperor and stood there. Sit, the divine elephant emperor added. Yifutian went on to sit quietly. He cast his gaze forward, which allowed him to see the divine elephant city far away. How do you feel here? The divine elephant emperor asked. Majestic, solemn, Yifutian answered in a low voice. The divine elephant mountain was crafted by the divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions all those years ago, and it remains standing through years of turmoil, the divine elephant emperor said. Yifutian did not say anything in reply. Do you know why I have invited you to come to the divine elephants? The emperor continued. I have no idea. Yifutian shook his head. Some guts you have for still daring to show up. The divine elephant emperor then added plainly. Say it. How did you manage to learn the divine elephant stomping the sky spell? Yifutian was dumbfounded as he looked at the divine elephant emperor. The divine elephants have some kind of divine art called bone crafting. A demon emperor, even after they have passed, will imbue every part of their body with the will of the great path still. However, bone crafting of the divine elephants allows our demon emperors to infuse their power in their bones, which will then be passed to future generations. Said bone could be planted into one's body. With such a part imbued with towering might of the great path in their bodies, if said person were to use attacks of the divine elephants, it would then resonate with the bone, making their attacks even more powerful. The divine elephant emperor then slowly continued. But the divine elephant bones absolutely did not allow for direct transmission of methods, and no one outside of the divine elephants has ever gotten such a function out of the bones by using them. As such, you couldn't learn the divine elephant stomping the sky spell through such means. Yifutian felt formless pressure around him. He only realized that the divine elephants had such special abilities then. I picked it up when I was fighting before. It might be something that has to do with the bone nonetheless, Yifutian said. The emperor turned around to look at Yifutian with a grim expression. Do you have any idea what kind of a level that spell is at? Do you know what level of comprehension you would need just to take a look and manage to pick it up, even when it still has something to do with the bone? You don't believe me? Yifutian asked. I believe you, the emperor then said plainly. It is impossible for you to have picked the spell up from elsewhere. As such, you could have only learned it while you were fighting with Xianxia. You really do have immense talent. So, was that how you picked those staff techniques up as well? Yifutian's pupils contracted. He had never expected the divine elephant emperor to have linked the spell to his staff techniques. Seeing that Yifutian was silent, the emperor continued. The reason why I didn't bring you here before was that I heard something. You were said to be the last person the prophet met. No one else gave that any thought before, as no one would have thought that the prophet would have passed in meditation because of a human saint cultivator. Yifutian had only been one of the people who had been summoned by the prophet, which made him no different from the others. However, if he were to link how he had been able to learn divine elephant stomping the sky simply by mere observation, then the divine elephant emperor would not have been able to help but to link that to something else. Was it just a coincidence that Yifutian was the last person who the prophet met? If one truly did not know him, one would not have had suspicions about anything else, even if he were supremely talented. The prophet was someone very capable and very revered in the demon realm, after all, and the prophet had met a good number of unbelievable geniuses. However, even top demonic beasts would have had a hard time meeting the prophet. That prophet definitely wouldn't have been willing to pass just because of the talents of a member of the younger generation being extremely talented. If this were not a coincidence, it would have been a testament that there was more to Yifutian than what met the eye. He would have had huge secrets about him, enough to move the prophet to pass on for him. Yifutian turned his eyes to the divine elephant emperor. He never expected to have been able to link the divine elephant stomping the sky spell to that many things. In truth, he still was unable to fathom what made the prophet do that. I do have some special abilities, which are what resulted in my extraordinarily keen comprehension. Furthermore, I indeed was the last person that the prophet met. However, the prophet simply took a look at me, and I was already out of the prophet's palace. As to why the prophet has passed on, I'm just as baffled about it. Yi Futian elaborated. He was telling the truth. The divine elephant emperor nodded slightly, but he wondered if it had to do with his keen comprehension. Just what kind of comprehension would allow a person to learn divine elephant stomping the sky with a mere look? It was worth noting that the spell itself was some major attack spell that exceeded Yi Futian's plane. Even those from the divine elephants would require a considerable amount of time to pick it up methodically before they could develop any proficiency. Yi Futian was but a saint, after all, and he would not have developed such a high comprehension of the Great Path. Furthermore, the staff techniques of the apes reminded the emperor of an old friend back in the demon realm. He had once fought said friend many years ago, so he was very familiar with the staff techniques of said friend. While Yi Futian's staff techniques were rather different, as it had been imbued with what he learned throughout the years, the emperor was nonetheless able to sense some bit of familiarity with those techniques. When such correlations were made, Yi Futian would have been more than he claimed to be. If it had not been for Yi Futian being able to use divine elephant stomping the sky right away, the emperor would not have thought of it at all. However, when he made connections between all those points, he was able to come to something somehow. This is all such a headache, the divine elephant emperor muttered to himself deep down. The mighty ones of the divine elephants were most versed in the ways of sheer power, and they did not like using their brains much. The emperor had gotten tired of speculating. If that indeed turned out to be accurate, then the prophet had indeed chosen to pass in meditation instead of divulging any severe divine secrets. As such, he saw no point to dwell on the matter any further, as he knew that nothing good would come out of it. The divine elephants are of unparalleled strength. When cultivation reaches extreme levels, we can pin down the great path of all around us. The divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions had been able to get close to the heavenly path all those years ago, enabling him to pin down a vast area with just a single step. Now that you've acquired the most important bone of our ancestor, the divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions, and you've internalized it, then we can say that you're considered to have a part of the divine elephants within you. The divine elephant emperor said this to Yi Futian instead of delving on the previous matter. That lightened the pressure that Yi Futian felt considerably. Seems like the divine elephant emperor has no intention of continuing to ask questions. Now that they were where the divine elephants were, if the divine elephant emperor wanted to know something, there was no way he could have been able to hide it. All demonic clans will have their extremely formidable spells passed down, and forging one's bones is one of the ways the divine elephants do so. Other than the divine elephant stomping the sky, which is a major attack spell, there is also another ability called divine elephant void-splitting fist. This attack spell is used with absolute power. In ancient times, when all top-notch demon clans warred with each other, all had their specialties. For instance, we of the divine elephants were proficient in the ways of overbearing might, and there were also the likes of the Kuanping and the Rock, who were among demonic beasts proficient in unparalleled speed, zipping about in the air. It enabled them never to be caught at a disadvantage in a confrontation. The emperor then continued, "We of the divine elephants have created the divine elephant void-splitting fist, which was a major suppression spell. The spell utilizes the great path of extreme might and suppression, allowing a single punch to break the great path of space with sheer force, pinning down a vast area. I shall now pass that spell on to you." Yi Futian looked at the divine elephant emperor with a dumbfounded expression. That was one of the ultimate spells of the divine elephants, and he wondered if it would have been all right to just pass it down to him like that. If there is a day when you no longer need the bone of the divine elephant emperor of the 10 directions, do return it to the divine elephants, the emperor continued. I will, senior, Yi Futian nodded and said. An extremely powerful aura enveloped him as soon as he finished. It was as if he had been placed in an independent space. The emperor was standing at the front. A terrifying pressure swept all over the place, and thousands of divine elephant shadows appeared all around the emperor. Those shadows seemed to be about to meld with the emperor. All force was merged within a single entity. When the emperor clenched his fist, towering might emerged. A terrifying whirlpool of power seemed to have appeared before the divine elephant emperor's arm. Their surroundings felt stifling. The emperor then took a step forward and extended his arm, throwing a punch. Boom! Stifling rumbles were heard. It was as if the space all around them had been shattered, making the attack sound like thunder. He then pulled his fist back and then asked Yifutian, "Are you able to understand it?" "I didn't." Yifutian shook his head. The emperor's plane was just too high. The state of mind achieved when he attacked was not something Yifutian could easily grasp. The emperor did not say anything and continued to demonstrate the move to him. The emperor went on to demonstrate divine elephant stomping the sky after a while. The one that Yifutian picked up from observing Xiangmang was of a state that was leagues different from that demonstrated by the emperor. The state of mind imbued when the emperor used the move was something several magnitudes of order above him. While Yifutian was indeed proficient with the spell, he had not actually truly mastered it. There was still much to learn. What he was able to pick was based on the foundations laid down by Xiangmang, and what he pulled was equal to Xiangmang at most. However, such major attacks were something that could get increasingly strong as one's training progressed. Time passed, and many mighty ones from the demon realm stepped into the Origin Mountains again. However, Origin Mountains had been reduced to a simple, commonplace, and those demons had all returned, disappointed. While that storm had indeed come to a close, the effects from it continued to affect cultivators from all over Heavenly Mandate Realm regardless if they were humans or demonic beasts. The one genius from Heavenly Mandate Dynasty who had been made the Crown Prince at 18 and was seldom seen had truly gone into the world to continue training, bringing extremely overwhelming might to bear on many mighty ones and defeating a great many holiness of nirvanas within the dynasty's territory. He was lauded to be a supreme one from birth and was destined to be the one to succeed the dynastic overlord when he stepped into the pinnacle of Runhuang Plain. The Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty caused quite a commotion after going into the world, and many wondered if he was meant to be the one to be at odds with that extreme genius that Gu Tianxing created. There was news later that the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty paid a visit to Brahma's pure sky and sparred with some virgins there. However, they did not clash until their relations became strained, as the Crown Prince had his eye on Qin He, the number one virgin. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty seemed intent on letting the Crown Prince be paired with Qin He. That seemed to be something meant to take on Gu Tianxing. Gu Tianxing proposed that Gu Donglu be married to a goddess from Brahma's pure sky, thus allying with the two parties. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty seemed to only take the first opportunity, being the first to ally with Brahma's pure sky. But then again, there was no way the number one virgin of Brahma's pure sky would simply agree to be married. As such, that matter had to be put aside for the time being. It was, at the moment, but a proposal from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. They were not the ones doing something, as there were also top-notch geniuses emerging from 10,000 Divine Mountain to begin on their pilgrimage. Everyone was doing something to prepare for the future. More shocking news was heard soon after. The Violet Heavenly Palace had gathered cultivators from all over Heavenly Mandate Realm, and they were about to throw a grand feast in order to select a group of extraordinarily talented people to be imparted with the Way of Lightning. That time, it was open to more than just the 8 orthodox forces of thunder, as every cultivator from all over the Heavenly Mandate Realm was allowed to participate. Furthermore, top-notch forces from all over the Heavenly Mandate Realm were invited. It was said that the Violet Heavenly Palace truly prepared to pass on the strongest great path of lightning, and there was a possibility of being selected to become the personal student of the Palace Lord right away. All top-notch figures began to foster extraordinary future generations one after another. One could only imagine the commotion such news caused. During usual days, a figure like the Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace, who stood at the very pinnacle, was someone that people would not have the chance to meet. Countless ambitious cultivators attended the event, arriving at the Violet Heavenly Palace. The humans of the Heavenly Mandate Realm were not the only ones affected, as the news caused a commotion that was just as great in the demon realm. Many top-notch mighty ones from renowned forces ventured outside, getting ready to go on a pilgrimage in the human realm. Countless cultivators throughout Heavenly Mandate Realm were invited to witness the event at Violet Heavenly Palace shortly after. When the grand event was held at Violet Heavenly Palace, Yifutian and his people came to Celestial Demon City from Divine Elephant City. They then went to the Demon Emperor's palace of Celestial Demon City. Zhu Yan, the Demon Emperor, received them personally. Zhu Yan then looked at those behind Yifutian at the hall, surprised to find that the mighty ones of divine elephants were present. He was unable to help but quip, "Seems like you've earned the approval of the divine elephant emperor. I'm here specifically to express my gratitude, senior." Yifutian bowed solemnly. If it had not been for Zhu Yan speaking on their behalf, things would have ended very differently. "That's hardly worth mentioning. The divine elephant emperor is a senior of mine, and he has his mind. No words of mine could have swayed him. You're indeed destined to be with the divine elephants, given how you've acquired a bone of the divine elephant's ancestor. You have yourself to thank for all of that." Zhu Yan waved and said. He had not been able to discern anything when he had acquired the bone, after all. It was indeed Yifutian's own doing that led to such turn of events. "Make yourselves at home." Zhu Yan left after saying that. Yifutian looked at Zhu Zhao and said, "Anything worth taking note of from that place? Any news about my brother? The heavenly mandate realm is very lively these days. It seems like what Gu Tianxing did to that brother of yours has made those top-notch figures unable to sit still. All geniuses from all forces are out in the world for training now. The Violet Heavenly Palace is hosting a grand event now, gathering countless mighty ones from all over the heavenly mandate realm. There is even a good number of monsters from the demon realm attending it." Zhu Zhao elaborated. "As for your brother being taken away by those from the celestial gate of vast heaven, I've no idea where he ended up." Yifutian nodded, and Zhu Zhao asked, "So, you have any plans of staying here at the demon realm to train? Or will you be heading back there?" "I'll be heading back," Yifutian said. "I'm thinking of heading out there myself." "Let's go together," Zhu Zhao said. He had been looking forward to going to the world of human cultivators for a long time. The northwestern part of the heavenly mandate realm was the turf of the Violet Heavenly Palace, the supreme force of the region. The 8 orthodox forces of thunder of the heavenly mandate realm were all found there. The most renowned city in that region was no doubt the place where the Violet Heavenly Realm was at, Thunder Punishment City. The city was right below the Violet Heavenly Palace, and the entire city was shrouded in lightning, making the will of the great path of lightning extremely thick there. One only needed to look up to find flashes of lightning everywhere in that city. The Thunder Punishment City was named after the flashing lightning above. When the ones below cast their gaze far away, they were able to easily see the floating city hovering high above in the sky right above Thunder Punishment City itself. That floating city had boundless might of lightning all around it. It was as if that was where the will of the great path of lightning shrouding the entire Thunder Punishment City came from, and the floating city hung in the sky like some divine hall. One would be able to see that on the edge of that floating city, there seemed to be a boundlessly huge platform, and many blurry figures were gathering on it. That was where the supreme force of the region in the heavenly mandate realm, the Violet Heavenly Palace, was found. Many mighty ones gathered around the Violet Heavenly Palace to participate in the grand event. There were also many cultivators coming from afar, all of them headed in the direction of the Violet Heavenly Palace. There were many extremely powerful beings found there for many days. They were all training in various places in the heavenly mandate realm, and they had only been able to showcase their frightening talent due to such a grand event being held. I wonder just how many students the Violet Heavenly Palace will accept in this event. I've heard that exceptional students from the 8 Orthodox forces participated in the event this time, taking the opportunity to get into the palace. Furthermore, many cultivators practiced the way of lightning here as well. I don't care about any of that. There is only one thing in my mind. Will the Palace Lord take any personal students, and will any of them be able to compare to the likes of Zhan Yuan? While it is said that mighty ones are everywhere, but Zhan Yuan is of the supreme body of the Great Path. He was born with supreme talents in the ways of lightning. He is destined to become someone standing at the pinnacle of the heavenly mandate realm. How could anyone compare to him? It's extremely difficult to get someone who can get anywhere near him already. People talked and lauded the one who possessed the supreme body of the Great Path as unbelievably dazzling, the one who stood at the very tip of a pyramid. Few throughout all top forces in Heavenly Mandate were on par with him. A top force could only foster one or two such figures. Getting yet another of such magnificent talents was deemed to be so unbelievably complicated that it was considered almost impossible. They were, however, able to compare with geniuses of top-notch forces who came to witness the event. But then again, it is said that geniuses of other pinnacle forces have shown up en masse as well. It is quite a pity that they are probably not going to fight one another. That person who sang praises to Zhang Yuan earlier continued, feeling that such a situation was a pity. I'm rather curious, though, how would the talents of that monster fostered by Gu Tianxing, the peerlessly extraordinary someone all those years ago, fare? Is he so powerful that the top-notch forces will begin fostering future generations just to prepare for what is to come? Gu Tianxing was the type of person who emerges once in 1,000 years. That, coupled with what happened in the Origin Mountains and the younger man being the son of Gu Jiangnan, means the last descendant of the Gu clan probably can shoot for the skies right away. Even so, I don't think he'd be so powerful that he could compare to Zhang Yuan, who possesses a supreme body of the Great Path. Someone, who greatly admired the Violet Heavenly Palace, added, "That remains to be seen. I have heard things from the Origin Mountains. That young man who messed up the Purple Underground and refused to join the Violet Heavenly Palace, Yi Futian, demonstrated unbelievable talent as well. He was able to even fight with top fighters of the Divine Elephants. He was capable of using Divine Elephant stomping the sky, a skill unique to the Divine Elephants. He is now with the Divine Elephant Emperor. That guy who messed the Violet Heavenly Palace up?" Someone said this but quickly scanned the place, feeling like what they said was a taboo of sorts. The Violet Heavenly Palace was beaten in a challenge, and they had been allowed to pick anyone from their ranks, of any of 4 planes of sainthood, to fight people of corresponding planes. That naturally was not something to be proud of. Yeah, who would have thought that a member of the younger generation who was challenging the Divine Mountain to see the Emperor of Purple Underground would have such immense talent? There is now also the Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty getting into the world in the Heavenly Mandate realm. That one guy from 10,000 Divine Mountain, the number 1 virgin of Brahma's pure sky, and that descendant of Celestial Gate of vast sky. Who knows who among those people will be able to stand at the pinnacle of the Heavenly Mandate realm in the end? The ones there were not the only ones who talked. Many mighty ones throughout Thunder Punishment City were talking about the grand event as well. So much so that even the cities below Thunder Punishment City were all talking. Thunder Punishment City was where the Violet Heavenly Palace was located, and the city was below the palace, making it the number 1 city in that vast region. There were many cities in the surrounding areas of Thunder Punishment City, circling around that main city housing the Violet Heavenly Palace. The people of those cities were all under direct rule by those from the Violet Heavenly Palace. All of that was part of that region's ruling power, the Violet Heavenly Palace. Passages in the cities leading to Thunder Punishment City and the Violet Heavenly Palace saw massive traffic of great figures from faraway lands coming. At that moment, there was a group of people zipping past in the air, intending to land directly inside Thunder Punishment City. They were stopped by a group of mighty ones right away, who then asked, "Mighty ones of the demons?" The Sky Demon Court, about to witness the event at the Violet Heavenly Palace. An extremely sharp voice said in the air. Those people then burst through the barricade right away, and those who stopped them did not get in their way further, letting them inside Thunder Punishment City. All manner of great figures appeared one after another for quite some time, and everyone had gotten very used to things like that happening. That grand event at the Violet Heavenly Palace seemed to have become a reason for top-notch forces everywhere to gather around. After what happened back in Origin Mountains, that was the time that all of them were gathered in yet another region again. The Sky Demon Court was a supreme force in the demon realm, and there was, of course, no one who would have stood in their way. They continued moving forward and headed straight for the sky stairwell leading to the Violet Heavenly Palace after getting into the city to get on that floating city that hung majestically in the sky. The news of the arrival of the Sky Demon Court quickly spread everywhere. Supreme forces of the demon realm began to show up one after another. It looked as if things were about to get increasingly rowdy. As more and more mighty ones arrived, news, including rumors of all kinds, spread everywhere in Thunder Punishment City as well. It was said that the divine elephants were there as well. Furthermore, Yi Futian was not with them. Some said that Yi Futian might have had the bone of that ancestral divine elephant emperor ripped out of him by the current divine elephant emperor, and that the divine elephants currently imprisoned him. Some said that the divine elephant emperor might have killed Yi Futian. However, everyone was not actually all that concerned with Yi Futian. They were more concerned about the crown prince of heavenly mandate realm, the number 1 virgin of Brahma's pure sky, as well as that last descendant of the Gu clan. But then again, Yi Futian would have paid no heed to those rumors. At that moment, a group of people appeared somewhere right outside Thunder Punishment City. That place was the entrance to the city, and only the ones permitted entry would have been allowed to step inside the city basking in the might of the great path of lightning. The place was garrisoned by a massive army. Many came and reported their identities. They were then inspected before being permitted entry into the city. Despite what it looked like, that was actually considered rather lenient. In the past, getting inside Thunder Punishment City to train would have been very difficult. The 7th swordsman, here to witness the event in Thunder Punishment City, a handsome swordsman clad in white said at that moment. His eyes shone with demonic grace, and he wore a sword on his back. The guard took a look at him. Countless people wanted entry into the city to witness the event, and that intention alone would not have sufficed. Yi Futian unleashed his aura. At the same time, lightning flashed dazzlingly about him, and that was the infernal thunder of Wutu. I'm from somewhere under the rule of Purple Underground, and I ventured into the Divine Mountain and gained the path of infernal thunder of Wutu, Yi Futian continued. Only then did the guard allow him to pass. Yi Futian had earned the right to enter the city. So you are from somewhere under the rule of the Purple Underground, then? A group of people called at that moment. They were being inspected as well but were granted passage right away after their identities were verified. Indeed, Yi Futian nodded. We are of the Purple Underground. If you ventured into the Divine Mountain and have gained the way of infernal thunder of Wutu, why haven't you joined our ranks? A young man asked. My training is not something worth mentioning, and I would have been an insult to the Purple Underground, Yi Futian answered. I see that your will of the great path of the infernal thunder of Wutu is actually rather decent. You wouldn't be anywhere near being an insult. Another one in the group added, Since we happen to meet here, let's travel together then. Very well. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He did not expect to run into cultivators of the Purple Underground there. It was quite a coincidence. You go by the name 7th Swordsman, then? So, you're here to witness the event as well? A young man of the Purple Underground smiled and asked. They continued moving forward as they talked, heading towards the Thunder Punishment City, which was basking in lightning. Indeed, it's a grand event of the Violet Heavenly Palace, after all. I wouldn't miss it for anything, Yi Futian smiled and answered. Well said. Such a grand event is an extremely rare opportunity, as well. While our teachers did not request that we participate in the event, we wanted to come anyway. Another at his side said. They were not the students at the core of the Purple Underground, or they would have come with their teachers instead of just showing up by themselves. Brother Chongqing might have been able to train in the Violet Heavenly Palace this time. I'd, of course, want to take the opportunity to see for myself just how capable he would have been. A female cultivator smiled and said, Zhang Chongqing. Yi Futian looked at her and asked, Is there another brother Chongqing in the Purple Underground? The woman chuckled and continued, It seems like you've heard of brother Chongqing. I have. The one who withstood 900 lightning strikes. Yi Futian nodded. You have ventured into the divine mountain of Wutu before, so you should know how great the pressure of that place was. I see that your ways of infernal thunder of Wutu are not weak. How many strikes were you been able to withstand when you were in there? The woman smiled and asked. 1,000. Yi Futian lowered his voice and said. The ones from the Purple Underground were all baffled. 1,000? 1,000 strikes of the heavenly thunder meant that he had broken the limit. And there had only been one person capable of such a feat. That man was rather renowned all over heavenly mandate realm at the moment. They had all seen what he was like in the Purple Underground. The man seemed humble but was extremely prideful, so much so that he had declined an invitation from the Violet Heavenly Palace. That man was rumored to have messed up the Violet Heavenly Palace with his people later. Just kidding. 100. Yifutian smiled and said, after seeing how baffled those people were, looking carefree as he did so, all of them chuckled. They thought a cultivator from a territory under the rule of the Purple Underground would have been tense seeing them, yet that seventh swordsman seemed to have a very powerful aura, and they deemed that he was anything but weak. As for that man who withstood 1,000 lightning strikes, some wondered if he had been even able to make it out of the divine elephant's place alive. Of course, even only inheriting 100 of the strikes of heavenly thunder would make one an extremely powerful figure. If they had not previously seen that Yifutian's infernal thunder of Wutu was so powerful, they would not have called upon him to go with them. The group entered Thunder Punishment City. Yifutian looked up into the sky and saw endless flashes of lightning. Thunder will flowed across their bodies, making their wills tremble as it entered into them. His heart trembled slightly. This was the main city of the area that the Violet Heavenly Palace controlled. Thunder will was everywhere, covering all of Thunder Punishment City. It was no wonder that the influx of population was controlled. If you were to cultivate in this sort of environment, endlessly bathing in thunder will ever since you were young, you would have an advantage over everyone else in terms of the environment you grew up in. In an environment like this, there would be few difficulties in becoming a saint. As long as you were not extremely untalented and you bathed in will ever since you were young, how could you not achieve enlightenment? As long as your state of mind was up to the task, your ability to become a saint was not in any doubt. And the other top forces cultivation places were probably no worse off than Thunder Punishment City. Brother, it was a difficult journey to Thunder Punishment City this time. Should we go and explore? Said the woman from the Purple Underworld. Zijuan. A great event at the Heavenly Palace is a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. We can't miss it. We can explore the city after we have watched the ceremony, said a middle-aged saint. Zijuan was relatively young and had cultivated to only a rather weak level. Right, I'm getting ahead of myself. We have to watch Brother Chongqing enter the Violet Heavenly Palace, said Zijuan with a smile. She was greatly affected by the environment of Thunder Punishment City, and she was full of respect and curiosity for it. Let's go. We are still a good ways away from the Violet Heavenly Palace, said the middle-aged man. The group sped up, their figures flashing as they moved forward. From time to time, they would look up into the distant sky. The city built upon the clouds was up there. It was grand and majestic as a temple of a god of thunder, and people could not help but be in awe of it. They may have been able to see it, but in reality it was still very far away. Countless people were soaring through the air towards the Violet Heavenly Palace. They were all coming to observe the ceremony as well. I heard that the Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty is here, said Zijuan. Not only him, Qin He, the foremost lady saint of Brahma's pure sky, is here as well. And besides the most prestigious human cultivators, many powerful members of the demon families are coming to the Violet Heavenly Palace to watch the ceremony as well. Since the juniors of the Gu clan have shown up, all of the other top figures came in succession. These juniors have officially started to travel around the world, said the middle-aged man from the Purple Underworld. He was getting old, and he had cultivated to the level of an unblemished saint, so he had a clear understanding of the situation. This event taking place at the Violet Heavenly Palace was not so simple as just picking a new disciple. The significance behind it was that a new era was about to begin. The younger generation was beginning to take the stage and was getting ready to enter the imperial plane. They were getting ready to replace the older generation. Now, all of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty is taking of this prince. How strong is he? Zijuan asked curiously. The Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty has said that his son's talent is worthy of respect, and he is full of confidence in him. Moreover, he was officially made a prince at the age of 18 and has rarely appeared in public since then. It was only once he reached the nirvana level that he started to come out more. The Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty obviously has great expectations for him. This is obviously very grating for that genius who was created by Gu Tianxing. Gu Jiangnan's son? Asked Zijuan. Yes, you saw him before in the purple underworld. He cultivated in the lower realms, where he proved his talent. Now, I don't even know how powerful he is, said the middle-aged man. Can he compare to the supreme body of the great path of the violet heavenly palace? Asked Zijuan. She had cultivated the way of thunder, and thus naturally had a special reverence for the violet heavenly palace. It's hard to say. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, and thunder flashed in his eyes. Gu Tianxing was so powerful, and he had been training people for so many years, and so it was not an easy answer. This could be clearly seen from the reactions of great figures of the heavenly mandate realm. And then there was Gu Donglu, the prince of the heavenly mandate realm. He was certainly not inferior to Zhan Yuan at all. In addition, the top figures of the demon families had come out into the realm of human cultivators. Their powers were unfamiliar to human cultivators. But how could it be any weaker than theirs? What do you think, seventh swordsman? The middle-aged man asked Yi Futian. He had seen that Yi Futian was silent, and he wanted to know his opinion. Truly? Asked Yi Futian. The middle-aged man nodded. Of course. The purple underworld uses a branch of the violet heavenly palace's 8 great thunder methods. And so you all must have a special attachment to the violet heavenly palace. You may be overestimating them, said Yi Futian. The others were shocked and stared at him. They would never have thought that he would say something so bold. The violet heavenly palace is at the peak of the heavenly mandate realm. How could we overestimate them? Asked Zijuan with a frown. This seventh swordsman was speaking nonsense. Yi Futian smiled. Then I will not express my opinion. Please speak without hesitation, said the middle-aged man. We will listen. How does Gu Tianxing compare to the top figures of the heavenly mandate realm today? Asked Yi Futian. He is stronger than them, of course, said the middle-aged man. They would concede this point. If so, then Gu Tianxing's descendant, who is also the inheritor of the laws of origin. Given this setup, how could the people that he trains be any worse than others? And if this is the case, then why do you regard the top figures of the heavenly mandate realm so highly? Countered Yi Futian. He continued softly, also, the emperor of the heavenly mandate realm concealed his son for decades, so this is not just a simple comparison. On the other hand, the violet heavenly palace is said to be embroiled in some disputes within the Origin Mountains, and it is also said that they have suffered grievous defeats. Those who have supreme bodies of the Great Path are always very superficial. Everyone regards them highly, but I don't see them as being able to defeat the prince of the heavenly mandate realm. Everyone listened quietly and did not make any comments. What Yi Futian was saying made sense. However, the violet heavenly palace was the ultimate inheritor of thunder punishment after all. All of the thunder methods in the world came from the heavenly palace. From this, it could be seen that the violet heavenly palace was the central focus for everyone who cultivated the way of thunder. Thus, they were still a bit unconvinced by what Yi Futian was saying. Especially Zijuan, who snorted contemptuously. But Yi Futian did not care. The group continued forward. After a while, they finally arrived below the palace. The feeling of awe grew stronger as they looked up at the distant Temple of Thunder. It was an astonishing sight. The noise was clamorous. One could see many scenes while standing outside of the sky stairwell. There was a sea of people there, as countless cultivators had gathered. At that moment, some people were walking up the sky stairwell. Lightning fell upon them with every step, but some of them continued forward, while others were sent flying back down the stairs, grievously wounded. Only those who could make their way up the sky stairwell of thunder could enter the violet heavenly palace and watch the ceremony. A sky stairwell of the Great Path has various rules. The higher up you go, the harder it gets. We need to take this seriously, or we won't earn the right to watch the ceremony, said the middle-aged man at their head. Then he started up the stairway first. All the cultivators of the purple underworld moved forward at the same time, moving up the stairwell step by step. They moved incredibly quickly. After all, the beginning was relatively easy. Yi Futian watched them, then stepped forward himself. He shot through the air, straight as a sword, passing the cultivators of the purple underworld in a flash. He's so arrogant, Zijuan said quietly as she watched him. She did not shy away from saying this about him. She expressed herself naturally. If he moved up the sky stairwell so quickly, he would certainly pay a heavy price. Yifutian turned into a sword as he flew upwards, and a terrible airflow appeared all around him. Thunder boomed and rolled across him, but it did not affect his progress in the least. Ha! The middle-aged man from the purple underworld watched him. It looked like they had underestimated Seventh Swordsman's power. Thunder boomed as he continued forward. It seemed to be very powerful. He rushed up the stairway, flying over many stairs with each step. A roar came up from the stairway as he shot up it, moving incredibly quickly as it chased after Yifutian. The other cultivators of the purple underworld sped up as well. As they continued forward, the thunder grew stronger and stronger. A terrible roar rang out as one of them was sent flying down the stairs. "Slow down!" A voice rolled down to them from up ahead of them. The rest of the cultivators of the purple underworld no longer forced themselves forward. They slowed down instead. An ugly look came over Zijuan's face as she watched the figure charging on undisturbed ahead of them. Were the cultivators of the purple underworld not as good as a wandering swordsman? They continued up, their eyes full of fierce determination. After a while, they finally reached the top of the staircase. When they arrived, a white-robed figure was standing there calmly, as if he had already been waiting there for a long time. The people from the purple underworld's expressions changed as they looked at Yifutian now. They had just watched him ascend the sky stairwell. It had been shocking. But soon their attention was drawn to the scene before them. They gazed out into the distance. High up in the sky there were several different areas. The great figures of the heavenly mandate realm were all there. The central area was also the highest. A group of purple-robed figures was seated there. Their auras were overpowering. The assistant palace lord of the violet heavenly palace was seated in a place of honor in the central area. The people around him were all great figures of the violet heavenly palace. They saw that even the emperor of the purple underworld was only sitting to their side. And it was not only him. The Renhuang-level figures who were the inheritors of the 8 great thunder methods were all there. Besides them, many of the Renhuang-level figures who were under the violet heavenly palace's command had come to watch as well. Yifutian noticed a familiar figure. Emperor Qi was there as well. He was also an emperor of one of the areas under the violet heavenly palace's control. These people represented the most powerful of the infinite territories under the violet heavenly palace's control. Almost all of the top figures were there. Among all these Renhuang-level figures, there were only a scant few saint-level cultivators who had the right to be there. One of them was Zhan Yuan of the Supreme Body of the Great Path. Is that Zhan Yuan? Several of the people from the purple underworld looked at the man with the supreme body of the Great Path. Lightning flowed over his form, bathing him in divine light. The thunder while falling down from the violet heavenly palace fell continuously upon him. It was like he was constantly cultivating. Yes, the foremost talent of the violet heavenly palace, Zhan Yuan. He is an unblemished saint, and yet he can fight nirvana-level saints, whispered the middle-aged man from the purple underworld. Their hearts beat wildly when they beheld this legendary figure. They were very familiar with his supreme body of the Great Path. They had heard about it countless times. But this was the first time they had actually seen him. There are so many powerful figures here, sighed the people from the purple underworld. Their own clan chief was only of high enough status to sit off to the side. He was not in the center. More than half of the greatest figures in the land were there, and not all of them were from the violet heavenly palace. All around the palace were people from all over. The cultivators from the heavenly mandate dynasty were on the right side of the violet heavenly palace, and the people at their center had incredibly powerful auras. Even if you only caught a single glance of them, you would never forget them. One of them was a figure whose name had been heralded throughout the heavenly mandate realm for many years, and the other was the one who was currently the most talked about person in the heavenly mandate realm. The first was the most powerful person in the heavenly mandate dynasty besides the divine overlord, the divine general. The other was the prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty. These were the two most important people in the heavenly mandate dynasty besides the divine overlord. Many of the Juqian goddesses' people were also there on the right side, and all of them looked stunning. Qin He was there, with her peerless style attracting everyone's gaze. Everyone could not help but look at the prince of the heavenly mandate realm and Qin He. Previously, news had circulated that the divine overlord wished for his son to marry her, but Brahma's pure sky did not want this. They would not let their foremost lady Saint marry an outsider. 10,000 Divine Mountain was there as well. One of the youths amid the crowd of people from the mountain was attracting a lot of attention. His long hair was as black as ink, and his dark eyes were deep. He was tall and broad, and gave off a powerful aura. His name was Gao Huang. Although he had not been kept away from society for many years like the prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty, he had still not appeared outside many times. But he was very famous in the area around the mountain of celestial divinity and was greatly admired by many people. It was said that Gao Huang had incredible potential and had cultivated many different abilities. He had trained in each ability to the highest level. He had integrated all these abilities together. He even gave others pointers about their cultivation when he went around in the outside world. Many people in the area around the mountain of celestial divinity owed him a debt of gratitude, and thus he had a great reputation. 10,000 Divine Mountain had never announced his status to the outside world like the divine overlord of the heavenly mandate realm had boasted of his son's prowess by naming him a prince. Nor was he boasted of like the foremost Saint Qin He or Zhan Yuan with his supreme body of the great path. Gao Huang did not have such high expectations placed upon him, and so he was pretty much able to walk his own path. Now, all of the cultivators of 10,000 Divine Mountain assumed that Gao Huang would one day become the heir of the mountain. This would be harder for him than it would be for people like Qin He and Zhan Yuan. However, Gao Huang was a little older than them and had already cultivated up to the nirvana level. He was the most powerful person in 10,000 Divine Mountain below the Renhuang level. Of the top 5 human forces of the heavenly mandate realm, only the celestial gate of vast heaven had not come. This gave people a bizarre feeling. It seemed like the violet heavenly palace wanted to isolate the celestial gate of vast heaven. Or rather, their goal was to purposely target the celestial gate of vast heaven. The Gu family of the celestial gate of vast heaven would never produce another Gu Tianxing. In fact, other than these powerful human cultivators, many powerful members of the demon clans had come as well. But the vast number of people from the heavenly mandate realm were not acquainted with the cultivators from the demon realm, and thus they had no particular feelings towards them. They did not feel such a strong sense of astonishment when seeing them like they did when they saw the prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty and Zhan Yuan with his supreme body of the great path. However, powerful demons like the golden bird of the sky demon court, Kuanping, the golden-winged Peng bird, the phoenix, as well as top cultivators like the dragon gods and the divine elephants were not any weaker than the most powerful of human cultivators. They had come from the demon realm to the world of human cultivators. In some sense, they had come to the world of cultivation in preparation for the great changes in the heavenly mandate. Below all of the great forces was a massive altar with 9 thunder platforms upon it. Even lower than that were all the cultivators who had come to watch. There was a sea of people there that filled the area completely. "Is anyone looking at we people from the purple underworld?" someone asked. "Brother Chongqing is over there," said Zijuan, pleasantly surprised. They all looked towards a place among the 9 thunder platforms and saw a figure there. It was indeed the most outstanding genius of the younger generation of the purple underworld, Zhang Chongqing. "Let's go." They all moved over there, making their way through the crowd of people. Before long, they had reached where they were going. "Why are you all here?" asked someone who saw the group of them moving through the crowd. There were so many people from the purple underworld gathered there. "All of us wanted to come and watch, so we decided to all come together," said the middle-aged man. The man who had spoken before nodded, then looked at Yi Futian. "Who is he?" he asked coldly. "He is 7th Swordsman, a cultivator from the lands under the purple underworld's control. He once entered Wutu Divine Mountain, so he is extraordinarily powerful," said the middle-aged man. 7th Swordsman. Everyone here is our brothers and sisters of the purple underworld. At this point, he wanted to try and convince Yi Futian to join the purple underworld. But Yi Futian had no intention of doing so. He knew what the middle-aged man was thinking, but he just nodded casually. He did not look too interested. The cultivators of the purple underworld were naturally aware of the middle-aged man's intentions as well. But this seventh swordsman seemed extremely arrogant and did not seem to want to have too much to do with them. They looked at Yi Futian but did not say anything. After a moment, they averted their gazes. At that moment, it could be said that cultivators had gathered there like clouds. Even a force as powerful as the purple underworld counted for very little in such surroundings. They were only a mid-level power and not eye-catching at all. In such an environment, it was only natural that people would not be paying attention to them. And besides, how could a talented cultivator like Seventh Swordsman not be proud? "Who is Brother Zhang Chongqing's opponent going to be?" asked Zijuan as she looked up at the battle platform. A figure was standing across from Zhang Chongqing with an extraordinary aura. The banquet has been going on for many days already. Those who still dare to go up to the battle platform are all powerful figures. This man has cultivated a strange form of the thunder methods and has defeated many people in the previous battles. "He is extremely powerful," said the man from the purple underworld. "As long as Brother Chongqing uses all his techniques, he should not have any problems," said Zijuan quietly. She had always greatly admired Zhang Chongqing. "Let's watch," said the man from the purple underworld. The battle broke out in an instant. Zhang Chongqing's infernal thunder of Wutu was performed at the highest degree of perfection. Peal after peal of thunder boomed, shaking everyone's very souls. But his opponent was difficult to get a hold of. He was skilled in a strange form of thunder methods. His speed was incredible, and his thunder methods changed into many different forms. Several times he managed to threaten Zhang Chongqing as he himself was being attacked. The battle between unblemished saints was incredibly fierce, and even the smallest misstep would be enough to cost you the match. The battle was strange and did not last very long. Zhang Chongqing seized his chance to defeat his opponent, ending the fight. Brother Chongqing is powerful, indeed. Even at this point, he is still able to crush his opponents, said Zijuan with a smile. "He was hurt as well," said Yi Futian. Zijuan was stunned. She looked back at Yi Futian. The cultivators from the purple underworld who were standing in front of them looked back as well with surprised expressions. He had been able to see that. It is incredibly difficult to defend against a thunder method attack. "It is perfectly normal to take a small wound," someone said. Yi Futian looked at him indifferently. "A small wound? Zhang Chongqing is very clever. If he had not intentionally taken a wound from that strange thunder method, he would not have been able to defeat his opponent. If they had continued to fight, the outcome would have been in doubt. Thus, he had decided to end the battle quickly. But the price he paid for this was that the thunder method hit him. "It will probably be difficult for him to continue," said Yi Futian coolly. He did not leave the person he was talking to any room for saving face. "What is this nonsense?" snorted Zijuan. Had he said that Brother Chongqing would have a hard time continuing? However, one of the Nirvana-level cultivators from the purple underworld was staring at Yi Futian. He could see that what Yi Futian had said was not far from the truth. Zhang Chongqing's opponent had been very slippery. "Who are you?" came a voice. Everyone turned and saw a figure coming. "Brother Chongqing," called Ziaizhen, her face full of admiration. "This is a man we ran into on the road. You don't need to listen to his nonsense." "I am Seventh Swordsman," said Yi Futian indifferently. "You are indeed the most talented member of the purple underworld, but people from all over the area controlled by the Violet Heavenly Palace are here, and many of them are extraordinary, especially those who have fought their way to this point. Everyone who is left is a top talent. Since you took a wound in this battle, you probably will not make it much further. Of course, even so, you will still probably have proved yourself worthy to enter the Violet Heavenly Palace to cultivate." Zhang Chongqing stared at Yi Futian. He had never heard the name Seventh Swordsman. However, the fact that he dared to give pointers to his better showed just how arrogant he was. But he had to admit that what Yi Futian had said was true. The people at all levels fighting elsewhere all seem to be quite strong. So we must be reaching the end of this grand event, Yifutian murmured. But as long as they can enter the violet heavenly palace, it will be enough. It is just not as glorious as an actual victory. Have you also cultivated the thunder methods? Zhang Chongqing was staring at Yifutian. If he took a wound at the end, and even though he was able to enter the violet heavenly palace, he was not able to make it to the final fight, he would still count it as a loss. If the other forces that cultivated the 8 great thunder methods made a more outstanding display than him, his master would lose face. But as far as he knew, there were several people there who were better than him. Of course, said Yifutian. Then let me see your thunder methods, said Zhang Chongqing. Brother. Many people looked at him, not understanding what he intended. A look of surprise came over the faces of some of those who were older than him. Yifutian reached out, and suddenly, a terrible aura spread out from the palm of his hand. Dark thunder rolled out like the light of death, making everyone suddenly feel cold. Zhang Chongqing narrowed his eyes when he felt this will. He stared at Yifutian. There was, of course, no way that he could know that the man before his eyes had appeared before him many times in the past. Zhang Chongqing stared at Yifutian, feeling the light from the dark thunder overhead. His face fell and he said, "You are not at a high enough level." Yifutian looked back at him calmly and let his internal will spread out. It swept out in an instant as light flowed all across him. His will did not have a single flaw, like a piece of beautiful, unblemished jade. It had reached perfection. After returning from cultivating with the divine elements, he was now unblemished. Zijuan and the other cultivators looked at him in shock. Their eyes narrowed. This guy had hidden his power and had pulled the wool over their eyes. They had not seen how powerful he was. He was so young for an unblemished saint. He was clearly extremely talented. Moreover, he seemed to be a swordmaster, but he had also trained in thunder magic as well as the great path of death. He was well trained in many skills and understood many law powers. Zhang Chongqing felt Yifutian's power. He had not been on the unblemished saint plane for very long, and thus his aura was not that thick. However, it was still extremely potent. He raised his hands, and a horrible crack of thunder burst from his palms. He stepped forward, pressing his hands towards Yifutian. Yifutian raised his hands as well, and they smashed into his opponents. Terrible thunder rolled across their hands as they pressed their attacks as much as possible. Terrible energy formed between their hands. It was difficult to control so much power in such a small area. They squeezed out as much power as they possibly could, and the destructive energy grew even more fierce. As the cultivators of the purple underworld watched from all around, they released their auras one by one, cutting themselves off from the awful power. They saw that the 2 men's robes were not even blowing in the wind. Cough! A line of blood trickled down from Zhang Chongqing's mouth. His internal organs were trembling violently. A dull noise rang out as he stepped back. He looked at his hands and saw that they had turned black as death wool wrapped around them. He looked at Yifutian again, and his expression was unchanged. There was not the slightest trace of disturbance on his face. This made the hearts of the people around them from the purple underworld beat faster. How strong was this 7th swordsman? Zijuan's expression changed as well. Zhang Chongqing was the foremost talent of the purple underworld, and she had always held him in high esteem. And yet his thunder methods had been overpowered? You see, Yifutian said to Zhang Chongqing, the world is large. There are many cultivators that you do not know, but they are not necessarily weak. Many of the cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm had gathered here in the violet heavenly palace. You must have seen many of the other powerful figures here. It will be difficult for you to advance. Zhang Chongqing stared at Yifutian, and then his face fell. Do you wish to enter the violet heavenly palace? Yifutian did not answer him. He looked up high in the sky, where a group of great figures was seated. From their high vantage point, they could overlook the whole scene. When he saw Yifutian's expression, Zhang Chongqing understood. Of all the cultivators who studied the thunder methods, Which of them did not want to enter the violet heavenly palace? All of the thunder methods in the world came out of the palace. This was an extremely rare opportunity, where you could display your ability and receive the favor of the violet heavenly palace. It was only reasonable for wanderers like Seventh Swordsman to come here. You may enter in the name of the purple underworld. I will go and ask our master if we can make an exception and have you replace me, said Zhang Chongqing to Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at Zhang Chongqing with no emotion in his deep eyes. Excellent, he said softly. It seemed that Zhang Chongqing was a man who knew his limits. This way, he would fulfill his purpose in accompanying the purple underworld here. Chongqing, called a nirvana-level cultivator from the purple underworld. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Even though he was injured, Zhang Chongqing could still fight. This was a chance to enter the violet heavenly palace. It would be a pity if he gave up now. You are right, said Zhang Chongqing. I will have a hard time showing my strengths in the next battle. It would be better to step down and allow more worthy fighters to take the stage than to enter the violet heavenly palace in a way like this. He stared at Yi Futian. I hope you won't disappoint me. Upon saying this, he turned and left. The fighting was already in its late stages, and there were not many matched going on anymore. Most of the fighters that he might face next were people that he was familiar with. They had come from other forces that followed the 8 great thunder methods. He knew their strength very well. Even if he had been at full strength, he would have no assurance of victory. Now that he was injured, victory would be even more difficult. If he had been the one arranging the fights, then the next opponent that the Violet Heavenly Palace matched him with would be someone from one of the top forces that followed the 8 great thunder methods. If he lost, he would not necessarily be able to enter the palace. Moreover, the purple underworld would lose face. This grand event was a meeting between the great forces of the heavenly mandate realm, but it was also a struggle between the forces that followed the 8 great thunder methods. Yi Futian stood there calmly, watching the large thunder platforms. There were great stirrings in the heavenly mandate realm. The best human and demon cultivators were coming out one after another with a will to fight. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace wanted to form an alliance to deal with the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. The Heavenly Mandate realm might come to misfortune. He needed to earn a place among those powerful figures before that misfortune came. Only in this way could he influence some of the great powers. Why didn't you enter the Violet Heavenly Palace? Zijuan asked Yi Futian. He had said that he had been to Divine Mountain, and he had shown such outstanding talent here. So why had he not already entered the Violet Heavenly Palace? Why would I want to enter the palace? Countered Yi Futian. Zijuan's face paled. She had no response. If Brother Chongqing had been willing to give up his place for this man, what could she say? Yi Futian turned his gaze, no longer looking at her. After a little bit, Zhang Chongqing returned, saying, "The master has agreed to put forward my request, but we don't know if it will be accepted. We must wait for a while." At that moment, Yi Futian could feel someone looking at him. He turned and looked up at the high platform. A figure there was staring directly at him. It was the Emperor of the Purple Underground. "It is not a problem if you want to fight. If you have any strength, you had better show it," said the Emperor of the Purple Underground. He wasn't worried about whether or not Yi Futian was plotting something. Even if he was very talented, he was just a saint-level figure. Would he really dare plot against a Renhuang? He could not imagine anyone doing this. At that moment, an elder upon the thunder platform said, "The first fighter is Wang Xiao of God-Slaughtering Mountain. Zhang Chongqing of the Purple Underground was wounded and has forfeited his right to fight, and has asked his fellow disciple Seventh Swordsman to replace him." Replace him? Everyone looked surprised. Wang Xiao and Zhang Chongqing were the 2 best people to display the power of the 8 thunder methods. Wang Xiao was the best saint-level disciple of God-Slaughtering Mountain and had forged extremely powerful demonic thunder of Lucian. And Zhang Chongqing was the genius of the Purple Underground. Now, Zhang Chongqing had forfeited and had asked someone from the Purple Underground that no one had ever heard of to fight in his place. Was Zhang Chongqing a coward? Perhaps he was indeed wounded and knew that it would be impossible to continue, and that was why he had forfeited. Zhang Chongqing's forfeit implied that the purple underground had given up. This seventh swordsman was probably just being used as a stopgap to make up for the awkwardness of Zhang Chongqing stepping down. Many of the disciples of God-Slaughtering Mountain, even the master of God-Slaughtering Mountain, looked at the emperor the purple underground beside him and asked, "Did Zhang Chongqing come here to ask you for permission to give up?" Zhang Chongqing took a wound, but he found someone to take his place. "So it is all the same," said the emperor of the purple underground. "But I have never heard of seventh swordsman. Are you just sending out someone to save face?" asked the master of God-Slaughtering Mountain. "Watch and see." The emperor of the purple underground's expression did not change. Up upon the massive thunder platform, powerful demonic thunder was flowing over Wang Zhao's body, making a wild burst of lightning appear on the battle platform that was sealed by matrices. It was incredibly terrifying. Yifutian stepped onto the thunder platform as well. Only a few people in the crowd were watching him. Zhang Chongqing does not even have the power for one more fight. Since he wanted to give up, why not simply forfeit? "Why did he have you come here to waste my time?" said Wang Xiao as he watched Yifutian. Peals of black demonic thunder roared, falling all around Yifutian, forming a cage of destructive thunder all around him. Yifutian drew his sword. As it came out, thunder flashed up into the sky. Bang! Yifutian stepped forward, holding his sword in both hands. Suddenly, heavy and dark swords of deadly lightning flew around him. Demonic thunder fell from the sky, making fierce crashing sounds. Boom! Demonic thunder entered him, flowing through his body with a loud roar. But it did not threaten him. He swept his sword through the sky, pulling thousands of catastrophes into it. Lightning flashed in the air, dazzling everyone who was watching. Countless swords appeared, flowing all around Yifutian. A terrible flow of deadly qi flowed within each sword. Wang Xiao felt how threatening Yifutian was. He floated up, commanding thunder to fall from the sky. A peal of terrible demonic thunder fell with the power to destroy someone's spiritual willpower. Yifutian waved his hand, and his swords shot out, splitting through the demonic thunder. The lightning was split down the middle. This was the way of space. "Go!" shouted Yifutian, and suddenly the thousands of swords shot out towards Wang Xiao. Boom! Wang Xiao wrapped himself in an armor of dark demonic thunder. He thrust out his fists with incredible strength, and the sky seemed to crack as the swords that were flying towards him shattered. But the endless sword will continued to fly through the sky. Wang Xiao gave a great cry, and the phantom of a thundering god of war appeared behind him. It thrust out its fist, making the sky shake. The swords surrounding him were endless. Death will covered the sky, allowing no life to exist. Wang Zhao's face grew darker. This was too much for him to bear. He stepped into the sky, then shot upwards, trying to escape the area. Yifutian pointed towards him. The swords that were shooting towards him contained the power of the Great Path. Cracking sounds rang out, one after another. Each sword was more powerful than the last. Wang Xiao seemed to be trapped in a sword pattern. It would be difficult for him to break out. That? Everyone gasped as they watched the fight between Yifutian and Wang Xiao with trembling hearts. The foremost talent of the purple underground had not forfeited? How could his replacement be even stronger than him? He was crushing Wang Xiao so badly that he had no power to fight back. The emperor of the purple underground looked at Yifutian in surprise as well. He had defended against the thunder with his sword. It seemed like a skill from the Golden Clan. The thunder in his sword contained both the infernal thunder of Wutu with its overwhelming attack power and the extremely frightening death lightning. However, this was not the violet thunder of Xianxia, one of the 8 thunder methods. He had never thought that there was someone so outstanding in the lands he ruled. There were many incredible talents in the world of cultivators. This one had probably kept his abilities hidden in the past, but now he probably wanted to enter the Violet Heavenly Palace. Thus he had come out, using the power of the purple underground to advance himself. Of course, he did not care. As long as 7th Swordsman's display was good enough, it would bring honor to the purple underground. Beside him, the master of God-slaughtering mountain watched his disciple being crushed. He looked at the emperor of the purple underground and said, "It seems that you hid that one very well. Seventh swordsman is just one cultivator among many in the purple underground. Why should I deliberately hide him? However, his strength is a little surprising. It seems like your disciple doesn't even have a chance to counterattack." The purple emperor was gladdened by what the master of God-slaughtering mountain had said, and so he deliberately tried to make him angry. This guy was usually haughty and arrogant. It felt good to be able to trample on his prestige a little bit now. Your disciple Zhang Chongqing forfeited and asked this one to take his place. He merely waited until the end so that all his opponents would be exhausted. "It is a good trick," snorted the master of God-slaughtering mountain. Of course, in reality, he knew from the disparity in power that the two fighters were displaying that even if Seventh Swordsman had not waited until his opponent was tired, the battle would still be the same. The outcome was not in any doubt. Yifutian slashed his sword through the sky, graceful as a flowing cloud. He formed a sword matrix, and the great path rules entered into his sword. He continued to bring his sword down, crushing Wang Xiao of God-slaughtering mountain even further. Boom! A loud noise rang out as Wang Xiao was sent flying backward. He slammed into the wall of light around the thunder platform. All of the swords moved together, shrieking towards him with a fierce whistling sound. The outcome of this battle was not in any doubt. He would definitely be crushed. Everyone watched Yifutian with surprise. Who is this man? Wang Xiao of God-slaughtering mountain is being dominated. He does not even have the strength to fight back. "He's someone from the purple underground," said some of the ones who were discussing this. Zhang Chongqing forfeited, and he showed up. He must have gotten here late. But he is powerful and skilled in many different methods. This battle had obviously attracted a lot of attention. Zhang Chongqing stood among the crowd of people below the thunder platform, watching Yifutian's brilliant display. He was a bit troubled by this. What Yifutian was doing was everything that he had wanted to do, but he had not been able to do it. Now Yifutian was taking all the glory. It was possible that he would not enter the violet heavenly palace to cultivate. Seventh swordsman might replace him, but he had no regrets. It would be better to stay in the purple underground and continue to cultivate rather than being embarrassed here as he tried to force his way into the violet heavenly palace. Thus, he would give this chance to Seventh Swordsman, as this also had the benefit of making the purple underground look good. He hoped that Seventh Swordsman would bring them great honor. After Yifutian came down, Zhang Chongqing looked at him and said, "Not bad. It seems that you are already ready." The people from the purple underground who had come here with Yifutian looked at him in shock as well. Seventh Swordsman had walked alongside them so he could use their position to get into this feast, and thus have a chance to enter the violet heavenly palace. In that case, he had used them all. Zijuan's face darkened. No wonder he had been so cold and arrogant. But Yifutian was so strong. Zhang Chongqing and the rest of them had all witnessed it, so she could not say anything. There are not many people left at the unblemished level. If you win about 3 more battles, you can probably make it to the final battle. How sure are you of victory? Zhang Chongqing asked Yifutian. There were 9 thunder platforms here. There were 4 on each side, corresponding to the 4 tiers of the Saint Plane. The 4 tiers would all fight at the same time. So many people had been eliminated over the past few days, so those who were left over could truly be said to be powerful figures. In the end, the final victors of each of the platforms on both sides would face each other in a final battle on the platform in the center. Based on how grand this occasion was, most of the people there assumed that the 4 cultivators who made it to the final battle would probably be directly accepted as disciples of the Violet Heavenly Palace, at least in name. As for how much favor they could win, it would depend on just how talented they were. "I am completely sure," said Yifutian calmly. Zhang Chongqing felt himself twitch at Yifutian's casual words. He was so confident in himself that it was almost crazy. He dared to say that he was sure of victory. But Yifutian was indeed powerful. Before you reach the final battle, your greatest opponent will be Li Ba of the Li clan in Thunder Punishment City. It is said that he is a cultivation genius. He has made it to the saint level, but he is quite inexperienced as he has spent all his time cultivating. He has been immersed in thunder ever since he was young. He is not wise in the ways of the world, and so even though Thunder Punishment City is right below the Violet Heavenly Palace, his family never sent him there to study. But now, the Li family vows to seize this chance to show the world how talented Li Ba is in the way of thunder by having him directly enter the Violet Heavenly Palace. If he can do so, he will be able to focus on nothing else but cultivation once again. Zhang Chongqing told Yi Futian. Even if I were at full strength, I would not have a chance against Li Ba. He was not being modest. He was just very aware of the gap between them. Li Ba was one of the most highly regarded unblemished saint here. There was probably no one here who could compare with him. If Yi Futian wanted to make it to the final battle, he would have to surpass him. This would be extremely difficult. Are you reminding me? Yi Futian looked at Zhang Chongqing. If you faced me when you were at full strength, you would not have a chance either. It's good that you are confident. I hope that you can make it to the final battle. And it would naturally be even better if you could win the final battle, said Zhang Chongqing. If a member of the Purple Underground could enter the Violet Heavenly Palace, it would make for a great story, and it would be beneficial to them as well. Seventh Swordsman may not have been a disciple of the Purple Underground, but he had taken the identity of one to replace him in the last battle, so there was no difference. Yi Futian still seemed extremely cold and distant. He watched the battles upon the thunder platforms, ignoring Zhang Chongqing. This made the other disciples of the Purple Underground unhappy. This guy may have been powerful, but his arrogance was simply ridiculous. He did not pay any attention to them at all. Zhang Chongqing was a great talent, but in Yi Futian's eyes, it was like he did not even exist. He ignored him in every way possible. After a while, Yi Futian fought in his second battle. His swords flashed through the sky, and he once again crushed his opponent. It was very similar to what had happened in the first battle. This made many more people take notice of Yi Futian. Previously, most of the people there had thought that Li Ba was without equal on this side of the thunder platforms and that no one would put up a good fight. Now, it looked like Seventh Swordsman of the Purple Underground had the potential to offer him a good fight. Yi Futian was watching how Li Ba fought. He was strong, extremely strong. He crushed his opponents in an overwhelming fashion. No wonder someone as strong as Zhang Chongqing had said that even if he were at full strength, he would have no chance against him. Li Ba achieved absolute victory over many of the cultivators from the Purple Underground. Given his strength, there was no doubt that he would become a disciple of the Violet Heavenly Palace. The Li family of Thunder Punishment City hoped that he would be personally taught by the Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Even if he could not achieve that, he could at least be trained by the Vice Palace Lord. Given Li Ba's personality, this was the only way that they could avoid offending him. As the battle continued, practitioners of all of the 8 thunder methods all showed their skills, but Seventh Swordsman from the Purple Underground persevered. Even the cultivators of the Purple Underground were paying attention to Yi Futian now. The Vice Palace Lord asked the clan leader of the Purple Underground, "This Seventh Swordsman is quite strong. Did he study under you?" The Emperor of the Purple Underground felt a little bit of trepidation, and so he did not respond. Previously, Yi Futian had used the Purple Underground's name to participate in the battles, and he had told everyone that he looked on Seventh Swordsman as a disciple. If he told the Vice Palace Lord that he was not a disciple now, that would mean that he had been tricking a Renhuang-level cultivator from the Violet Heavenly Palace. He had not thought that Seventh Swordsman was so strong that the Vice Palace Lord would ask about him. Seventh Swordsman has been cultivating in the outside world, so I have not taught him much. The Emperor of the Purple Underground had to lie. "Ah! He is good enough to enter our palace," said the Vice Palace Master. "Congratulations to the Purple Underground," said the other clan leaders up on the platform. The Vice Palace Lord had spoken, and so there was no longer any question of whether or not Seventh Swordsman would be able to enter the palace. Moreover, there would probably be many Renhuang-level cultivators willing to teach him. The other clan leaders were a bit unhappy, but they still congratulated him. After all, Seventh Swordsman's status would soon change. "Zhan Yuan, what do you think of him?" the Vice Palace Lord asked the man beside him. He is skilled in many different methods and he is very balanced. He is very strong, which is why he has been able to win so many battles in a row. However, he has not shown off any skills that give him an absolute assurance of victory. In this way, Li Ba is stronger than him, said Zhang Yuan. The Vice Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace nodded. Zhang Yuan's evaluation was excellent. Seventh Swordsman was good at everything, but he was not an absolute master of all these varied skills. Could only be said that he had a huge advantage. But to truly be the best, he had to be utterly outstanding in every respect. Li Ba could do this. If this were all that Seventh Swordsman could do, then Li Ba would surely defeat him. The two of them continued to chat casually. What about the fighters of the other levels? How are they? Asked the Vice Palace Lord. After a while, all of the battles on the Thunder platforms reached their climax. Almost all of them were epic showdowns. Li Ba of Thunder Punishment City and Seventh Swordsman of the Purple Underground step onto the platform. Came a voice that drew everyone's gaze. A burly and overbearing figure flew up to the Thunder platform. Terrifying purple lightning wrapped around him. His bare arms were corded with powerful muscles. A single glance at him gave everyone a feeling of overwhelming power. Everyone was watching. They were all very interested in this battle. Li Ba had a very distinctive personality. There were very few people like him on his level, and thus he attracted a lot of attention. Yi Futian alighted upon the Thunder platform as well. Li Ba cast his gaze over him. An overwhelming thunder will shot out of his eyes, making Yi Futian feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. Li Ba watched him with a look of total superiority. And it was not just Yi Futian that he felt superior to. He had felt superior to all of the opponents that he had faced earlier. Boom! Thunder boomed as it fell from the sky towards Yi Futian. But he stood there calmly. The terrifying thunder fell upon him, washing over his body and flowing around him before it disappeared into nothing. Mighty thunder will was gathering in the air above the Thunder platform until it formed a massive image of a god of thunder. Li Ba stepped forward, and the thunder will entered into him. He looked at Yi Futian with his lightning-filled eyes, and suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning shot out, locking onto Yi Futian. A fierce roaring sound rang out as the massive bolt of lightning smashed into Yi Futian. But he was still standing there. He seemed so small under that giant bolt of lightning, but he still bore the brunt of the assault with nothing but his body. Could his flesh really be so strong? Everyone looked shocked. It may have only been a will attack, but it had been an extremely powerful one. A thunder will attack like that would have shattered an average person of Yi Futian's level. How could they withstand it like he had? It seemed like this seventh swordsman might be able to withstand Li Ba. Because of this, all of the other cultivators suddenly became interested in the fight. Your attack was too weak. Yi Futian's body was bathed in divine thunder. He floated up into the sky, brilliant sword will flowing all around him. Li Ba was best at attacking. The thunder method that he had practiced the most was sky-booming thunder, which was able to destroy someone's body and soul. But Yi Futian had dared to say that his attack had been too weak. Overwhelming lightning flashed in Li Ba's eyes. A mighty divine aura descended. An endless divine thunder gathered together on the Thunder platform. The figure of a mighty war god of thunder appeared, then was absorbed into Li Ba's body, making him turn into a war god of thunder himself. Not only that, but a thunder hammer also appeared in his hands. Thunder boomed, as endless lightning gathered together within the hammer. Both life spirits released their power at the same time, and in that instant, Li Ba seemed to no longer be a human being of flesh and blood. He seemed like a god. One boom. A terrible peal of thunder rang out, making everyone's eardrums tremble. Yi Futian could feel the blood roiling in his veins as his spiritual will was shaken. Li Ba was taking this fight seriously and putting forth his most powerful techniques. Just the sound of all that thunder would have been difficult for ordinary people at their level to bear. At that moment, it seemed like Yi Futian was standing under the foot of a god. All the pressure up in the sky was bearing down on him. Everyone shook their heads. This guy dared to mock Li Ba for having weak attacks. He must have been crazy. Who could bear an attack from sky-booming thunder? Even those who were watching from the sidelines felt themselves going numb from all the power. Yifutian felt the pressure as well. Li Ba was one of the greatest geniuses of the heavenly mandate realm. His thunder method was top-notch as well. When you added his natural talent to that, any one of his attacks would be difficult for any opponent to bear. Whoosh! The sound of shrieking swords screamed out from all around Yifutian. The swords around him load in a strange pattern, making the sword will grow stronger and stronger. Many ancient characters appeared and then turned into a massive divine sword that pointed up into the sky. A sharp snapping sound rang out, and the sword that had formed out of ancient characters flashed with eye-piercingly brilliant light. Boom! Thunder crashed as Li Ba stepped up into the sky. The sky-booming thunder rolled downwards menacingly, trying to crush everything in the area. Go! Yifutian pointed into the sky, and all of the divine swords that had formed shot through the air, slamming into the falling thunder. In an instant, a shocking destructive power exploded out from where they smashed together. The massive thunder hammer fell through that devastating power. Lightning wrapped around the hammer like countless chains, giving it infinite destructive power. The swords flashed through the air, flowing along using the power of the rules of the Great Path as they shot towards the falling lightning. There was one more huge sword right above Yifutian. It drew upon the endless sword will and shot straight into the sky. Boom! A huge crack appeared in the sword as it struck the hammer. Brilliant light flashed out wildly. Each beam of light looked like a sword. There was a loud noise as the huge sword shattered into nothingness. But in that instant, a figure appeared in the air in front of the hammer. It was Yifutian. He appeared right in front of the massive thunder god, another sword in his hand. The thunder god looked at him, and terrible lightning shot out towards him. But in that instant, Yifutian turned into a beam of light and shot right through his opponent's attack, shooting towards him at incredible speed. Crack! Powerful lightning armor appeared upon the thunder god's body. Obviously, Li Ba knew that Yifutian wanted to avoid a direct collision with him. He tried to use his physical strength to take advantage of his weaknesses. Frightening sword will seeped out of Yifutian's eyes. The endless will wrapped around him. It descended in an instant, piercing towards the thunder god's forehead. A terrible bolt of lightning shot towards him, but the sword split it in two. Slash! The sword struck his forehead, but it could not pierce through it instantly. Powerful thunder will was seeping out of his forehead, and it covered Yifutian. Yifutian had a cold and sharp look on his face as the thunder rumbled through him. His arms contained infinite power that flowed into his sword. Crack! The sword penetrated his forehead, and destructive power flowed out of it wildly. Everyone's expression changed as they watched this, especially those from the Li family of Thunder Punishment City. There was a loud noise as the huge image of the thunder god disappeared, and a figure was sent flying backward. As his life spirit was retracted, Li Ba's original form reappeared. Blood was flowing from his forehead as he stared at Yifutian. Boom! The thunder hammer appeared in the sky once again with all of its overwhelming power. Li Ba reached out to control it, but Yifutian's figure flashed, and he disappeared. He reappeared right in front of Li Ba in an instant. He thrust his sword forward. Li Ba roared, and thunder shot out from his fist with overwhelming power. The sword fell upon his fist, which was as strong and sharp as a soldier's, but Yifutian was powerful as well. He had been training his body all along and had cultivated the power of the divine elephants. Just his raw strength was impressive, and it was even more so when it was put into his sword. Blood appeared on Li Ba's fist, and the sound of his veins burst in his arm could be heard. But the fist did smash into Yifutian's sword, and the lightning struck him, flowing all over his body. "Look, Zhan Yuan," said the Vice Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace. "This man's attack and defensive power are all top-notch. Now look at Li Ba. His attack power is impressive, but as long as you can block his most powerful attacks, then you can target his weak points." Zhan Yuan nodded. "This is indeed most unexpected. Seventh Swordsman's sword is stronger than his lightning. It seems that since Li Ba focused on cultivating the thunder methods, he is weaker than him in many aspects. Li Ba has been defeated utterly. It looks like the best unblemished saint will turn out to be seventh swordsman, said the Vice Palace Lord with a smile. If you fought him, how much of your strength would you have to use? About half of my strength, answered Zhang Yuan. Li Ba's attacks have flaws. Otherwise, there would be no way to defeat him. Once he enters the palace and receives some of our teachings, they will become perfect. If he can forge his thunder method matrix to be compatible with his thunder hammer, he will be on a whole new level, said the Vice Palace Lord with a smile. Li Ba may have been defeated, but if his potential was cultivated, he would be no weaker than seventh swordsman. He was a good prospect. Also, once these two enter the palace, we will need to suppress their arrogance. When that time comes, I leave it to you, said the Vice Palace Lord. Zhang Yuan nodded. If the two of them were well trained, then in the future they could become his two greatest assistants. Many of the other people from the great powers were discussing how powerful Yi Futian was and comparing him to their own disciples. The Purple Underground has a good disciple, said someone beside the Emperor of the Purple Underground. He was a little bit bitter, having heard the tone of praise that the Vice Palace Lord had when he spoke of seventh swordsman. The Emperor of the Purple Underground smiled but said nothing. Upon the thunder platform, Li Ba was staring at Yi Futian. His aura rose around him, and his expression was cold. If you had directly tried to resist my attack, you would be the one who lost, said Li Ba coldly. Yi Futian looked at him, then turned to leave. Before he walked away, he said, If I had directly resisted your attack, you would have lost even worse. Once he said this, his figure flashed, and he flew down off the platform. Li Ba watched him leave in disbelief. If he had directly resisted his attack, he would have lost even worse? How was that possible? Yi Futian had purposely avoided his attack and targeted his weak point. After we enter the palace, I will find you again for another fight, he called down to Yi Futian below him. Yi Futian did not approve of this, and so he did not reply. He was not going to enter the Violet Heavenly Palace. But given Li Ba's strength, there was no doubt that he would be able to enter the palace. The battles on the other platforms continued, each of the different levels holding their fights at the same time. It was the last fight before the final battle, and the cultivators who were left were all extremely powerful. Finally, the battles on the 8 thunder platforms ended, and there were only 8 people left. Everyone was talking about them, and guessing who would win in each of the 4 tiers of the Saint Plane. The 8 people who are left are all quite strong, but none of them has a supreme body of the Great Path, said the Divine General of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. The people around him all nodded. Indeed, people who had supreme bodies of the Great Path were extremely rare. Thunder fell from the sky upon the platforms in the Violet Heavenly Palace, converging upon the central thunder platform. A powerful Renhuang-level figure walked to the center. He closed his hands, and endless divine lightning converged towards one place. The 9 thunder platforms merged together, forming one huge platform. Thunder will flow down from the sky upon the platform, suffusing it with lightning. The 8 people who are left will now stand around the platform, said the Renhuang-level figure. 8 figures stepped forward and walked up to the curtain of light that surrounded the platform. Their levitating bodies were bathed in thunder will, and their auras grew even stronger. Yi Futian was naturally among them. The cultivators of the divine elephants gazed at him. When he had been cultivating with them, the divine elephant emperor had personally trained him. Most of the cultivators of the divine elephants did not know the reason for this, but Yi Futian was indeed frighteningly powerful. He had learned their divine elephant stomping the sky and divine elephant void-splitting fist techniques, and had trained himself in the divine elephant massive power. Additionally, he had learned many other techniques. Later, there had been friction between him and Xiang Mang, but every time they fought, it seemed like Yi Futian had restrained himself from using his full power. Even so, he had still been able to deal with Xiang Mang, which showed how incredible his combat ability was. Many of the divine elephants even mistakenly thought that Yi Futian was one of them. After Yi Futian left, The divine Elephant Emperor's orders had shocked them. Now, he had taken the identity of Seventh Swordsman, and he was just as powerful. He was still not exerting all of his powers, like the techniques he had learned from the divine elephants, his staff techniques, his starry spells, and more. One of the great figures of 10,000 divine mountains turned to Gao Huang beside him and asked, "Who do you think is the strongest of these 8 people?" When he asked who was strongest, he did not mean in terms of physical power. He was speaking of the differences in their levels. Gao Huang naturally knew what he meant. He watched the 8 people by the thunder platform with his deep, dark eyes. "The 7th swordsman," he said. "The one from the purple underground who defeated Li Ba." "Why do you think it is him?" said the man beside him. "The one from the Nirvana level and the Saint of True Self are outstanding as well. Perhaps they are not as good as Zhan Yuan with his supreme body of the Great Path, but if they have the chance to study at the Violet Heavenly Palace, they will not be much weaker than him. They have great potential. Because he is the only one that I can't see right through," said Gao Huang softly. The man he was talking to nodded slightly. That was true. The other 7 were strong, but they had all revealed their most powerful abilities in their previous fights. But even in his fight with Li Ba, it had not been clear if 7th Swordsman was pushing himself to the limit. Beside them, the divine general of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty looked at the cultivator from 10,000 Divine Mountain. Then he turned to the prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and said, "What do you think, Your Highness? They are all the same to me." Brilliant light flashed in the prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty's eyes. His voice light and casual, but it was still full of power. The divine general smiled. He knew what he had meant by saying they were all the same. Indeed, His Highness always said that the prince was a supreme talent. All of these fighters would be the same when facing him. If they fought him, they would be crushed. The number of people who could face him in the Heavenly Mandate realm could be counted on one hand. There were probably not more than 3. His main opponent was probably that genius who had been built up by Gu Tianxing. The celestial gate of vast heaven had not come today, but it was easy to imagine that the genius that had been created out of the heavens and the earth by Gu Tianxing would be an extremely formidable foe. "Begin!" The divine general of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty watched as 2 doctrine saints stepped onto the platform one after another. A great hubbub broke out below them. One of the 2 doctrine saints was one of the top forces of Thunder Punishment City, and the other one was an extremely young cultivator who had come from far away. He was very talented and had a deep understanding of thunder will. Many people admired him and thought that he had a lot of potential. The battle started, and in the end, it was the cultivator from the top force in Thunder Punishment City who won. His opponent had not been any less talented than him and was maybe even a little bit better, but it had been their use of thunder techniques that had decided the battle. After the battle was over, the Violet Heavenly Palace sent them invitations. They both agreed to enter the palace to cultivate, changing from enemies into fellow disciples. But there were many disciples in the Violet Heavenly Palace. Entering the palace meant that they were joining the number 1 power that used Heavenly Mandate thunder techniques, but how far they could advance would be up to them. The second battle was just as exciting. Both of the Saints of True Self were incredibly strong, especially one of them whose genius was so astonishing that the people of the Violet Heavenly Palace trembled to behold it. After the battle, the 2 of them were also invited to enter the palace and become disciples. Now for the battle of the unblemished saints, 7th Swordsman and Zhuo Yuan, came the announcement. Zhuo Yuan was just as highly praised as Li Ba had been, and 7th Swordsman's strength had shocked everyone when he had defeated Li Ba. Thus, their battle attracted a lot of attention. The 2 of them stepped onto the platform. Sword will wrapped around Yifutian with lightning moving through it. Lightning flashed in front of Zhuo Yuan as he stood there, giving off sharp crackling noises as they shone like beams of light. Lightning fell straight all around Yifutian, each bolt even sharper than any of these swords. Zhuo Yuan's lightning had incredible cutting power. It was a peculiar quality of his lightning, which made it very strong. He floated up into the air, and endless thunderbolts shot out towards the space above Yifutian in straight lines. With but a thought, the swords whirling around Yifutian rose up and slammed into the falling thunderbolts, creating a sharp, ear-splitting sound rather than the sound of crashing thunder. Crack! Crack! The thunderbolts fell like beams of light, covering the whole area. The swords were split and broken, and some of the thunderbolts fell upon Yifutian. He felt a terrible tearing sensation. It was like his very soul was going to be cut open. Zhuoyuan floated towards Yifutian, and more thunderbolts flashed to life. They swirled around Yifutian and up in the sky, covering him completely. With a solemn face, he formed a seal with both hands, and suddenly the endless thunderbolts shot towards Yifutian. The entire area was bathed in the light of the thunderbolts. Yifutian reached out with both hands, holding up his infinitely bright sword. He floated up into the air as well, and the sword shrieked through the sky, creating a destructive storm of sword chi that enveloped him. The storm rose upwards, slamming into the falling thunderbolts. Zhuoyuan's thunderbolt attacks contain space rule power within them. "He is quite powerful," said the great figure watching from up above. Many of the disciples of the Violet Heavenly Palace could not even perform attacks like that. Whoosh! But at that moment, a single sword burst through the terrible storm of sword chi with incredible power. It shot straight towards Zhuoyuan. Yifutian was flying on the sword, piercing through the air on a blade filled with chi. Zhuoyuan reached out, and suddenly a terrible swallowing power appeared in his hands. Endless thunderbolts formed there, forming a terrible space vortex that wrapped around the oncoming sword. "Cut!" said Yifutian as he crossed the distance between them. The sword fell, piercing through the vortex. The endless thunderbolts fell into the vortex and were swallowed up. Zhuoyuan's eyes turned a brilliant purple, and he reached out towards Yifutian. All of the thunder in the area gathered up in his hand, forming a terrible chi field. He stepped out, disappearing from his original spot as he lashed out towards Yifutian with his fist. Whoosh! Yifutian disappeared as well, moving through space and appearing right above Zhuoyuan. Both of them were skilled in spatial power. Zhuoyuan looked up and saw Yifutian staring down at him. With a single thought, thousands of swords appeared in the air, covering the platform. The swords were filled with thunder, and in a flash, they all fell. Zhuoyuan's gaze was cold as he saw what was happening above him. Divine lightning seeped out from his hands. He stepped onto the ground and raised his fist up. A terrible vortex of thunderbolts filled the sky. As the swords fell, they were swallowed up by the vortex and destroyed. He held the power of divine thunder in his hands. The vortex grew bigger and bigger, covering the entire area. The endless divine swords fell, and they were all destroyed. A mighty force swept out from Yifutian. All of his swords were moving with the power of the great path rules. They fell endlessly, but it seemed like they would never fill the vortex. But he did not stop moving. Sword after sword fell, each one splitting the air as it did. A fierce roar was ringing out without end. The falling swords seemed limitless, and each one was stronger than the last. Finally, a sword that was 10,000 meters long formed. Everyone's hearts trembled when they beheld it. The sword seemed to have been formed out of countless swords merging together. Boom! Yifutian stepped forward onto the sword and fell with it. The roar shook the heavens. The vortex in Zhuoyuan's hands swallowed up the sky, and endless thunderbolts wrapped around the sword. But the huge sword kept falling, piercing into the heart of the storm bit by bit. The vortex was like an abyss of thunder, and it tried to swallow the sword, but incomparably strong tearing power burst forth from the sword. The thunderbolt vortex gradually expanded, growing larger and larger, until it was no longer able to support itself, and it collapsed with a loud noise. A powerful beam of light shot out, piercing everyone's eyes, covered the platform. When everything was calm again, Yifutian was still standing in the air. Zhuoyuan was standing pitifully on the platform, coughing up blood. So strong, everyone's hearts trembled. The power that had been displayed in this battle was far more impressive than what they had seen in Yifutian's battle with Li Ba. Last time, Yifutian had avoided direct conflict. This time, he had faced Zhuoyuan directly, giving everyone a huge shock. A look of admiration came over the faces of everyone from the Violet Heavenly Palace. If the seventh swordsman were well trained, he would have a bright future. And even if he was not as impressive as Zhang Yuan, he was not much worse than him, and he could become an important figure in the palace in the future. The seventh swordsman, Zhuo Yuan. At this time, over the lofty platform, the deputy palace lord of Violet Heavenly Palace, who was sitting at the center of the crowd and overlooking the whole scene, announced Zhao Yuan to everyone. The scene engaged many people. Many figures of top powers, such as the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Brahma's Pure Sky, took a close look at Yi Futian and Zhuo Yuan. These two people, as well as Ali Ba, all showed their extraordinary talent at the level of unblemished Saint Plain and definitely would win a place in the Violet Heavenly Palace. Today, the deputy master of the Violet Heavenly Palace had announced it in person. You guessed it. On the other side, the big figure of the 10,000 Divine Mountain said to Gao Huang, with his gaze also on Yi Futian. This person was specialized in swordsmanship, and he also cultivated in the laws of thunder and many other laws. In the future, if he strengthened his cultivation of the laws of thunder in the Violet Heavenly Palace, he would grasp a broader ability and reach a higher level. At that time, he would be close to the Supreme Master Zhang Yuan. Yi Futian and Zhuo Yuan looked up at the deputy master of the Violet Heavenly Palace. He was smiling at them down below, saying, "Would you like to enter my Violet Heavenly Palace to cultivate?" Zhuo Yuan bowed slightly toward the direction and said, "Yes, sir. It would be my pleasure." As a cultivator of thunder laws, his ultimate goal was to join the Violet Heavenly Palace. Now, the deputy palace lord of Violet Heavenly Palace had invited him personally. Why would he refuse? The deputy palace lord announced this in person, which meant they paid attention to him. Seeing Zhuo Yuan nod, the deputy palace lord smiled and turned to Yi Futian. But Yi Futian just stood there quietly and did not answer immediately. He smiled and continued, "The seventh swordsman. How about you? You can enter the Violet Heavenly Palace and cultivate under my guidance first." Many people were a little shocked when they heard this. They all looked at Yi Futian with envy. He could directly cultivate under the deputy palace lord's guidance. Nobody had ever had such an opportunity before. What was more, he just came halfway without participating in many battles, but now he was treated with so much regard. The deputy palace lord of Violet Heavenly Palace smiled and still looked at Yi Futian. He thought that Yi Futian did not speak because he wanted to hear a commitment. After all, geniuses were very proud, and just entering the Violet Heavenly Palace was not enough for him. So, if he accepted him as a direct disciple, he thought this seventh swordsman should be satisfied. Countless eyes fell on Yi Futian. After today, there would be another peerless figure in the Heavenly Mandate realm, and he might have a place in the Saint Plain. Yi Futian slightly bowed to the direction of the Violet Heavenly Palace, then looked up and said, "I came to this event today to see how strong the top figures of the Heavenly Mandate realm are, and I do not intend on joining the Violet Heavenly Palace. Besides, I am not specialized in thunder laws, so I don't want to waste time cultivating in the Heavenly Palace." After Yi Futian's words, the vast space suddenly fell silent. The excited and bustling crowd looked at the figure dressed in white on the stage, stunned. They all looked bewildered. What was going on? Did the seventh swordsman just refuse? The deputy master of Violet Heavenly Palace personally invited him to cultivate in the Heavenly Palace, and he refused to become his direct disciple. Those people of the top powers were confused, too. Some people showed interested looks. Things were getting more interesting. Over the high platform of the Violet Heavenly Palace, the purple underground emperor's expression subtly changed. He contracted his pupils and stared in the direction of Yi Futian. He represented the purple underground sect to fight in place of Zhang Chongqing, and now he refused the offer of Violet Heavenly Palace. What did he mean by this? He was embarrassing the Violet Heavenly Palace. And as a referee, perhaps he would also offend some people. The deputy palace lord looked at Yi Futian. Couldn't it be that this seventh swordsman wanted to cultivate under the palace lord's guidance? Thinking of this, he continued, "After you enter the Heavenly Palace, you may also receive the palace lord's personal guidance if your performance is outstanding enough." The palace lord of Violet Heavenly Palace was a supreme figure, one of the mighty powers in the Heavenly Mandate realm, a true giant. The deputy palace master was indicating that Yi Futian still had the opportunity to become the palace lord's disciple in the future. However, if the seventh swordsman wanted to directly become the palace lord's disciple, the palace lord was not present, and other people could not make a decision for the palace lord. Thank you for your consideration, but I'm not interested in cultivating in thunder laws. Yi Futian took a bow and refused again, which made many warriors in Violet Heavenly Palace look mortified. Yi Futian was the first person to refuse the offer of the Violet Heavenly Palace. No one would have thought that on such occasions, the Violet Heavenly Palace would be rejected, and the person who rejected the offer was a peerless talent who they had valued most so far. Seventh Swordsman. At this time, the Purple Underground Emperor's eyes swept toward Yi Futian. He said, "The Heavenly Palace's invitation to you is your honor. Entering the Heavenly Palace and studying Thunder Law will only make you stronger, and it will not affect your cultivation in sword laws." The seventh swordsman participated in the battle as a representative of the Purple Underground sect. Now, if he offended the Violet Heavenly Palace, wouldn't he? Did this jerk dare to cause trouble for him? Brother Chongqing. Below, in the crowd of Purple Underground sect, Zijuan looked toward Zhang Chongqing. The scene going on was beyond everyone's expectations. Zhang Chongqing was also looking downwards. Before, when he saw Yi Futian defeating Zhuo Yuan, he felt a little lonely for himself but also happy, since, at least, it was the Purple Underground sect's honor. But now, the honor had become a slap on the face of the Purple Underground sect. What was he doing? Was he being used by others? However, if this bastard didn't want to enter the Violet Heavenly Palace, what did he come here for? I used to hear that all the thunder laws of the world originated from the Heavenly Palace, and I have been admiring this holy land. This time, I came here to join the battle just to confirm what I have heard about the Heavenly Palace. Since I have already confirmed it, I will not cultivate in the Heavenly Palace. Yi Futian looked toward Purple Underground Emperor and said, "I thank His Majesty for allowing me to participate in this event." After his words, the Purple Underground Emperor gave him a black look. Did he just expose him? Zhang Chongqing was the same. He looked coldly at people around him and asked, "How do you know this person?" Zijuan and others also realized something, and their faces turned pale. They seemed to have been taken advantage of. On the vast Heavenly Palace platform, countless people were discussing. The seventh swordsman directly called out the Purple Underground Emperor. Was he not a disciple of the Purple Underground sect? If so, did he come to participate in this event just to challenge the cultivators of thunder laws over the world? In other words, he was targeting the Violet Heavenly Palace. But how dare he do that? Although in front of all powers of the Heavenly Mandate realm, the Violet Heavenly Palace would maintain dignity and not do anything to him, he had offended the Violet Heavenly Palace, and it would be very easy to kill a Saint Plain person if he became the Heavenly Palace's enemy. Not to mention the Violet Heavenly Palace, would the Purple Underground Emperor let him go? Interesting. Those people of top powers watched the scene all excited. Isn't the seventh swordsman your disciple? At this time, the Lord of the God-slaughtering mountain next to the Purple Underground Emperor looked at him and asked. Just a while ago, the Purple Underground Emperor was very proud. So, did the Purple Underground Emperor find someone else to replace Zhang Chongqing and participate in the battle as a disciple of Purple Underground sect? Another lord also asked in a sour tone. Before that, the Purple Underground Emperor was high-spirited and talked proudly when the seventh swordsman defeated the warrior of the God-slaughtering mountain. But now, the seventh swordsman turned out to have been invited from somewhere else and was not a disciple of the Purple Underground sect. Moreover, he even refused the invitation from the Violet Heavenly Palace. Although this event did not require winners to cultivate in the Violet Heavenly Palace, it was considered a default that they do so. The Violet Heavenly Palace organized this event to select talented cultivators to cultivate in the Heavenly Palace Temple and train them as backup disciples. Yi Futian refused the offer in public, which was like a slap to their face, especially since he was by far the most valued person, and the Deputy Palace Lord wanted to accept himself as a direct disciple. In this way, Yi Futian made them more embarrassed. The Purple Underground Emperor's expression was solemn. There was a coldness in his eyes. He glanced toward Yi Futian in the lower sky. Although, after the thing happened, Violet Heavenly Palace couldn't do anything to him. He was taken advantage of by a person of the Saint Plane and embarrassed in public, and now so many people treated him like a joke. One could imagine what his mood was like. So, this time, you came here just to practice with other cultivators in Thunder Law? The Deputy Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace looked at Yi Futian and asked. He was one of the top 2 big figures in the Violet Heavenly Palace, after all, and Yi Futian did not violate any rules of the Heavenly Palace. In his capacity, he would not do anything to Yi Futian in public. If he had killed Yi Futian here with a slap, he would surely become a laughingstock. It was the Violet Heavenly Palace that invited cultivators from all over the world here. And now, if anyone refused to go to the Violet Heavenly Palace, how could they punish him? Yes, sir. Yi Futian nodded. Thank you for your understanding. Well, if you don't want to, the Heavenly Palace will not force you. You can just go. The Deputy Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace still had manners and did not appear angry. Although he was unhappy, he did not show it on the surface. He must act as a host. In the upper sky, the Supreme Master Zhan Yuan took a glance at Yi Futian, looking cold. How dare he strike a pose in the Violet Heavenly Palace? The last battle, the battle between Nirvana Saints, the Deputy Palace Lord announced. Immediately, the last 2 warriors set foot on the huge platform. This battle was still extremely violent, and the 2 warriors were evenly matched. Both Nirvana Plane warriors had extremely intimidating powers. The platform continued trembling, and the light of thunder engulfed the vast area. However, because of the previous accident, even though this battle was still exciting, many people were unable to concentrate and all seemed to be thinking about what just happened. Probably, the thing was not over yet. But, in any case, this event held by the Violet Heavenly Palace must come to an end. On the thunder platform of the Violet Heavenly Palace, the battle between 2 Nirvana Saints was still exciting. The final winner's name was Duan Huang. He was a man with superb talent. The defeated person was older, and he was a figure with fame for many years. His level was at the peak of the Nirvana Plane, and his name was Gai Bo Duan Huang. Would you like to cultivate as my disciple? The Deputy Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace invited him directly. This time, he was more straightforward than before and directly invited Duan Huang to be his disciple. Duan Huang's talent is extraordinary, and his power was also intimidating. His level was not far from the Runhuang Plane. In this grand event, when it came to real strength, Duan Huang should be the first. Duan Huang looked calm. He slightly bowed to the Deputy Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace and said, "I'd be glad to be your disciple, Master." He was humble and courteous, without any arrogance, in sharp contrast to Yi Futian. This made many people sigh. The reason that the Deputy Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace directly took him as a disciple was probably because of Yi Futian. Yes. The Deputy Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace nodded slightly and was quite satisfied. The 7th swordsman before really made him feel a little unhappy. Despite his extraordinary talent, he was just a Saint Plane cultivator after all. He might have too much of an ego to regard the battle platform as a place for trial. Gai Bo, are you willing to cultivate in the Violet Heavenly Palace? Your cultivation has achieved sublimity, and you are only 1 step away from the Runhuang Plane. After entering the palace, if you do not understand anything, you can just come ask me, the Deputy Lord said to another person. Thank you, Deputy Lord. Gai Bo is willing to be a member of the Heavenly Palace. Gai Bo bowed and answered. He was experienced and knew he needed the opportunity. Although he was only 1 step from the Runhuang Plane, it seemed still far away and hard to touch. After entering the Heavenly Palace, he would have a greater chance to set foot in the Runhuang Plane. He, as a Nirvana Saint, was already standing at the top of the world and could rule over an area. But in the Heavenly Mandate realm, only Runhuang could stand at the top. Good. The Deputy Palace Lord nodded, and then he said to the people around him, if you think anyone among them has potential, you can ask if they would like to cultivate as your disciple. Those Runhuang figures nodded and sent out invitations. There were indeed many cultivators with potential among those who had been defeated. Naturally, figures like Li Ba had to enter the Violet Heavenly Palace. This time, more than 30 disciples had been selected by Violet Heavenly Palace at one time. These people's talent was very outstanding, and if they received training in Violet Heavenly Palace in the future, their potential would be discovered more and would be strengthened. Those cultivators who had not been selected felt somewhat lost. This time, they should have had the opportunity to ascend to the sky, but they could only watch other people enter the Violet Heavenly Palace. Zhang Chongqing did not enter the Heavenly Palace, perhaps because he gave the opportunity to the Seventh Swordsman, and after what the Seventh Swordsman did, the Violet Heavenly Palace would show mercy to him by not getting angry at him. The Deputy Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace stretched out one hand and grabbed toward the void air. Suddenly, the thunder platform rose and disappeared, leaving a huge empty space on the ground. The 36 disciples selected by the Violet Heavenly Palace all showed up below the Heavenly Palace seats and lined up, with Duan Huang taking the lead. Among these Saint Plain figures, many people would become Ren Huang in the future. The Deputy Lord of Violet Heavenly Palace looked around at the warriors in the vast and endless space and thundered. You must have heard about what happened in the Origin Mountains not long ago. In the past, Gu Tianxing rebelled in the Heavenly Mandate realm, and his hands were stained with much blood. The Great Law couldn't tolerate his sins. They gathered the power of the Heavenly Mandate realm and eventually killed him, but we did not expect that his soul did not disperse, and even passed on to his descendant. He had destroyed the Origin Mountains in the demon realm and wanted to rebuild a new him. Now, he also had the protection of the celestial gate of vast heaven. If we leave him be in the future, I am afraid he will massacre many people in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Therefore, we the Violet Heavenly Palace held this grand event here to invite all warriors of the Heavenly Mandate realm to participate and enjoy themselves. We hope that warriors of the demon clans will not be bewildered and will help a human cultivator who stole your laws of origin. We, the Violet Heavenly Palace, selected the best cultivators to train and prepare for this. The descendant of the Gu clan must be removed. He talked loudly and used a lot of righteous words. It was as if Gu Tianxing was a heinous sinner. However, in those days, Gu Tianxing's hands were indeed stained with many people's blood. Especially in the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, countless warriors were killed, and many people of the Violet Heavenly Palace died. But everyone also understood that it was because of Gu Jiangnan's death that Gu Tianxing went crazy and went on a killing spree, staining the Heavenly Mandate realm with blood. Now, since the descendant of Gu Tianxing grew up and became another him, the first thing he would do was take revenge on the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. Therefore, the Violet Heavenly Palace must make arrangements in advance and prepare for this. However, these big figures all had their own ideas. Although the giants of the demon world could not directly assist Gu Donglu, they would not join forces with them, the Violet Heavenly Palace. They would just sit by and watch as the situation changed. The words of the Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord are very reasonable. As long as the Gu clan of the past still exists, it will bring disaster to the Heavenly Mandate realm, the Divine General of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty said. The Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord in his mouth was actually the Deputy Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace. He was in charge of the laws of Heavenly Penalty and ruled the Heavenly Penalty Palace in the 8th heaven of the Violet Heavenly Palace with appalling power. At that time, when the Great Emperor unified the divine prefectures of the East, the human race and the demon race coexisted and did not distinguish between each other. The so-called Heavenly Mandate realm was just nominal. Last time we went to the demon realm and today warriors of the demon realm join us. There was no need for conflict. Today there were various races in the demon world, and it was your heyday. When is it necessary for you to serve others as kings? Gu Tianxing was just a person full of self-importance. The Divine General continued talking. His words sounded polite, but who knew what he had in mind? The human race and the demon race coexisted, but how could they not have their own thoughts? Indeed, this time warriors from everywhere of the realm came to attend the ceremony, and both the human cultivators and top figures of the demon realm are all there. If you want the intention, we can discuss laws and make friends, learn from each other, and witness the prosperity of the Heavenly Mandate realm together. The Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord continued. The prophet of the demon realm said that the heavenly mandate realm would change. Now that human beings and cultivators of the demon realm were all here, it was possible to see the strengths of the top figures in all parties and tell their fortunes. The heavenly mandate would change, and Gu Tianqing had made Gu Donglu a peerless, talented figure. However, Gu Donglu was just a saint-plain warrior. If the change of the heavenly mandate realm were related to him, then the change would come from this generation. As for the so-called making friends, it was just a courtesy. Who didn't want their fortune and power to be unparalleled in the world and win over others? Not to mention, between the human cultivators and demon cultivators, even among the supreme powers of human beings in the heavenly mandate realm, they were all continually fighting and wanted to stand at the top. In the past, the celestial gate of vast heaven and the heavenly mandate dynasty were flourishing for a while, but then they became weak and all other powers rose. Now, the heavenly mandate realm would change again. Who didn't want to reach the top? At the very least, Gu Donglu could not be allowed to grow. Otherwise, the celestial gate of vast heaven would resume its fortune of the past. I heard that the Imperial Lord hails the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty as the inborn supreme warrior, and I want to see if the Crown Prince indeed has unparalleled combat power. A powerful figure of the Dragon Divine clan said, his voice resounding through the void space. After his words, countless warriors bustled in the vast space, and the noise didn't stop. Today, all the top warriors gathered here. They had thought they would just witness the battles of those who wanted to enter the Violet Heavenly Palace, but now it seemed that they could also see those strongest warriors' performance. The Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord seemed to want big figures of all powers to practice combat with others as well. We are also curious. Since the old and new Imperial Lords of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty are all great figures, and now the Imperial Lord claims that the Crown Prince is superior to him and born to be a supreme figure, is his ability overstated? A demon emperor of the Sky Demon Court asked. The Crown Prince was now well known in the Heavenly Mandate realm, just like Gu Donglu, and had attracted the most attention in the realm. Everyone wanted to see the prince's real strength. At this moment, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was just sitting next to the Divine General. His body was bathed in radiance, and there seemed to be a divine gleam in his eyes. He glanced around at the people. Were they all wondering about his strength? Whoever wants to know about my strength, stand up. The Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty said slowly. For a moment, the vast land of the arena was silent. Was this an invitation to fight? He could fight, but whoever wanted to fight must come out on their own. The Crown Prince of the Heavenly Dynasty was born to be supreme. Now, he had proved his law as Nirvana Plane, and he was very likely to be the strongest person below the Renhuang Plane in the Heavenly Mandate realm, so how many people could fight with him? Even when all the warriors of the Heavenly Mandate realm had gathered here, there were still very few. Birum. A flash of golden lightning rushed out and was suspended over the place where the previous thunder platform was located. The figure was shining brightly, and the light of the great law fell. He was a golden-winged giant pung bird belonging to the Sky Demon Court. He had unparalleled speed. His eyes were extremely sharp. They penetrated the void air and gazed toward the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. He obviously wanted to challenge this inborn supreme figure. The Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty slowly rose and stepped forward, suddenly striding across the void space. Bang! He took a step and walked toward the other side. His whole body was bathed in the divine light, just like a deity. Appalling beams of glow appeared around the body of the golden-winged giant pung bird, and his sharp might swept out, flowing toward the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. However, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty stepped out again, and around his body, a boundless gorgeous scene appeared. Above the sky, phantoms of the golden-winged giant pung bird shone and soared between the sky and earth. A landscape appeared behind him. It was even more gorgeous than the golden-winged giant pung bird, who was actually standing in front of him. This? People's hearts thumped fast. It was too gorgeous. The golden-winged giant pung birds were surrounding him. Go! He pointed his finger forward, and suddenly golden-winged giant pung birds of all skies swept out. It turned into a rapid, cutting off the void air, flying toward the real golden-winged giant pung bird. The golden-winged giant pung bird turned into his original form, its wings spreading out to cover the earth and cut off the sky. But another giant pung bird, exactly like him, rushed out and thrust toward him. He lifted his claws and launched an attack, tearing off the void air. A shocking collision broke out. The body of the crown prince was suspended in the sky, and endless divine light shrouded his body. A lot of giant pung birds attacked incessantly. It was as if he was standing there, able to use the power of phantoms to crush the real divine bird. The imperial lord of the heavenly mandate dynasty hid him for many years and called him the inborn supreme lord. Of course, it was not an exaggeration. He didn't show his strength, which didn't mean he had none. But when it was time to show off, he would not stop. The golden-winged giant pung bird of the Sky Demon Court was the golden-winged Pung Emperor's descendant. It had extremely intimidating power. He spread his wings, and suddenly, many bright golden divine feathers thrust out at the same time, which turned into thousands of golden pung phantoms and collided with the approaching golden pung bird illusions. A huge divine bird appeared and turned into its original form. Each divine golden feather was keen like a blade, piercing the void air, and spreading golden cracks over the sky dome. The crown prince of heavenly mandate dynasty above him took a step out again, and a divine pattern appeared behind him, which opened up and turned into a scroll that covered the sky. The divine picture of heavenly mandate. In the vast and boundless void air, countless people looked toward the battlefield. The crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty was indeed born to be supreme. He inherited the ancestors' strongest life spirit, the divine picture of heavenly mandate. The life spirit of the heavenly mandate dynasty needed to experience several awakenings to become the strongest form, and the divine picture of heavenly mandate was the ultimate evolved form of the life spirit. The crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty had made it and evolved it to the ultimate form. The heavenly mandate dynasty engulfed the great laws between the sky and earth, and the scroll in the divine picture seemed to turn into a real vision of the sky and earth. The imagination and reality blended into one. In that divine picture scroll, the divine golden-winged giant pung bird flew across the sky, using its golden pung slashing technique to tear the sky dome. When the divine picture released its brilliance, all seemed to become real, and the boundless void sky was covered with the gorgeous scenery. Terminate. The crown prince of the heavenly dynasty looked indifferent and extremely calm. After his words, countless golden-winged pung birds ran through the great path, thrusting toward the true divine bird. The divine golden-winged giant pung was spinning, and his figure could no longer be seen clearly. The spinning body looked like golden flowing light streams, tearing off all existence, and continuously eliminating the golden pung figures attacking toward him. However, the attack of the divine picture of the great law seemed to have no end, and the endless void space seemed to be crushed under that attack. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the collision came out again and again, and finally, the divine bird was shaken to a very far distance. At this time, he was all covered in blood. He looked up at the golden pung scroll in the void air and felt a bit lost. Who was the real divine golden-winged pung giant bird? How could the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty use the attack of the golden-winged giant pung bird at such a high level and make him unable to fight back? Birum. His wings spread apart, and all of a sudden, he returned to his original place without fighting again. The crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty glanced around the vast world and said, "Who else wants to have a try?" Another great demon of the demon clan stepped out at a breakneck speed. A dazzling silver spear appeared in his hand, and the great law airflow from the sky and earth merged into the spear. The warrior came from Ingzhao Mountain, and he also wanted to challenge the crown prince. The crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty took a glance at him. The divine picture of heavenly mandate turned into a picture of divine weapons. In this picture, there were countless divine weapons, just like a scroll of 1,000 weapons. An extreme sharp life force came about, and the divine picture of heavenly mandate spread out. Countless divine weapons over the sky dome thrust out, going straight to the other side. The warrior of the Ingzhao Mountain launched his spear, and a beam of silver light penetrated the sky. Countless divine weapons thrust out with no end. Countless people's hearts trembled while watching the fight on the battlefield. The divine picture of the heavenly mandate was a bit too terrifying, and no wonder it was titled the #1 life spirit in the heavenly mandate realm. This life spirit was indeed horrifying. Endless divine weapons showed up and collided continuously with the spear. Even though the warrior of the Yingzhou mountain was strong, he still had a moment to feel tired. It didn't take long for his body to be penetrated by the divine weapons, and he was severely damaged. His silver wings flashed in the air, and he went back to the crowd of Yingzhou mountain. Invincible, people murmured and felt shocked. They looked at the figure standing proudly in the void air. The crown prince of the heavenly dynasty could be described as invincible. Besides the people of the heavenly mandate dynasty, it was the first time for everyone to see the combat of the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty. However, he had not used hands yet, but he had already defeated the two talented warriors and showed his invincibility. The only ones who were qualified to fight with him were probably high-level warriors like the Supreme Master and Qin He. But how many people had their abilities? At this moment, a figure walked out. The moment he stepped out, all the warriors of the great powers of the demon realm stared at him. Even the top figures of the demon realm watched him walking over. The person seemed as if they were bathed in fire, gorgeous like the sun. The golden fire also cast boundless sharpness. He was a sun-divine bird, a three-legged gold raven. He was the descendant of the sky demon court. His name was Jun. Jun stepped forward and walked to the opposite side of the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty. 9 suns appeared above the sky dome, from each of which a golden spear of divine fire appeared, emitting and swallowing dazzling light, trying to break the sky. The crown prince looked toward that side. He also knew who that person was. It was rumored that this descendant of the demon lord had appalling strength, and now he had a chance to fight with him. The divine picture of the heavenly mandate became brighter and brighter. Numerous divine weapons were formed and then thrust toward the other side. The sacred fire was shot from the eyes of Jun, and the spear of the sacred fire traveled through the void sky, like beams of divine sunlight. The sky dome directly burned the flames. The fire collided with the sharp divine weapons shot from the divine picture of the heavenly mandate dynasty. They collided in mid-air and then were annihilated. The crown prince of the divine dynasty looked extremely sharp, and the divine picture of the heavenly mandate evolved. In the skies, countless golden-winged pung birds roared up, crossing the void sky and engulfing those divine fire spears. There seemed to be suns in Jun's eyes, and the 9 suns behind him rotated and merged into one. From it, the light of the golden divine fire was emitted and turned the sky into a divine sun furnace. It directly smelted the attacks in the void air and burned them into nothing. According to legend, the flame of the golden raven was the closest to the divine fire of the sun. The flame of the golden raven demon lord of the sky demon court was the strongest among all renhuangs. It was the true divine fire of the sun. When the sacred fire was burning in the sky, many suns appeared around Jun's body, as if he was the master of the sun. Even the attacks of the crown prince of the heavenly dynasty had no way to deal with him from a distance, and it could even be said that they were evenly matched. Neither of them moved, but the destructive power of the collision in the void was amazing. Who is this demon warrior? Many human cultivators in the heavenly mandate realm asked. This golden raven divine bird could even directly compete with the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty. They were too strong. The strength released by them made many Saint Plain warriors despair. If they faced such attacks, they would be killed. The descendant of the demon lord of the sky demon court, so Jun is equivalent to the crown prince of the sky demon court, someone said, recognizing Jun's identity. Seeing this scene, anyone who knew about the sky demon court would have an idea of who he was. At this time, the attacks of the two people stopped at the same time. Neither of them continued to attack, and their eyes were fixed on each other. Both of them had appalling eyes. I always admire Sky Demon Court, and the Lord of Golden Raven is also a peerless figure. If there is a chance, I will visit you, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty said. Many people were secretly shocked. One day, if the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty went to visit the Golden Raven Demon Lord, then the Heavenly Mandate realm would probably be unified. Otherwise, what would he go there for? You are welcome at any time, June responded slowly. They did not continue fighting, and both turned back to their seats. Good. At this moment, a voice came. The Lord of the Heavenly Penalty Palace looked around at the crowd and said, "Today's event is exactly what I expected. I really enjoyed the nice discussions and practiced combat skills. Let's just see the top figures of our Heavenly Mandate realm. How extraordinary they are." The battle between the two crown princes was also wonderful. In the future, the Heavenly Mandate realm will belong to you. Gu Tianxing wanted to create a hero and let him become the new king of the demon world to dominate the Heavenly Mandate realm. But there are so many gallant figures in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Even though Tianxing tried to create chaos in the mountain range of origin, we will not allow him to, he continued, in a quite disdainful voice. Today, let's take this opportunity to show people of the Heavenly Mandate realm how strong our top figures are. His words fell on people's ears, and a few people stepped out. They were the warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace, and the one who took the lead was the Supreme Master Zhan Yuan of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Zhan Yuan glanced at the crowd and arrogantly said, "On the way to prove laws, who wants to be my enemy?" These words sounded arrogant and full of contempt. Many top figures looked at Zhan Yuan with keen eyes. Soon, many figures came out. All of them were among the most gallant heroes. Many warriors of demon clans also flashed out and moved forward. Who was willing to fall behind? The Dragon Divine Clan, the Sky Demon Court, the Divine Elephant Clan, the Purple Gold Rat Clan, the Yingzhou Mountain, and other demon clans all had warriors step forward. Immediately, the demon power swept across the world, and the fighting wills around them were appalling. Zhan Yuan arrogantly asked who dared to become their enemy on the way of proving laws. In the lower sky, among the crowd, Yi Futian looked up at the void air, and soon his body flashed and soared into the sky. Suddenly he showed up in the upper sky. However, there was no top power behind him as a backup, and he stood alone, looking quite lonely. Countless pairs of eyes looked toward him. He was exactly the person who refused the invitation of the Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord before. Did he also want to compete to be at the top of the Heavenly Mandate realm? Many warriors in Violet Heavenly Palace glanced at Yi Futian. How dare he stand out? A presumptuous guy, many people said in their hearts. At this moment he chose to stand out, which was very meaningful. Of course, everyone understood what he meant. However, the figures coming out today were all top figures. Zhan Yuan's eyes also swept toward Yi Futian. He looked cold. The rolling thunder above Yi Futian's head began to converge. The 8th series of divine thunder gathered, and the domineering power reached its apex. Zhan Yuan pointed one finger, and suddenly, the heavenly thunder dropped down. "There is no place for you here." His voice fell along with the roaring of thunder. Above the sky, the divine thunder seemed to turn into a roaring dragon, diving down and blasting toward Yi Futian, who was approaching. Before, the 7th swordsman had rejected the Violet Heavenly Palace, which had already embarrassed the Heavenly Palace. Nowadays, he even dared to step out in public. How would Zhan Yuan turn a blind eye? He directly yelled to him, saying there was no place for him here, and then he dropped the heavenly thunder. Above Yi Futian's head, the horrifying thunder fell. He raised his head and looked up to the upper sky, his body surrounded by the appalling sword power. He stepped into the void. His palms crossed the void and opened a crack from the sky. After a noise, the void sky was broken, and the roaring thunder dragon split into two and was chopped off. He hid the might of the space in the sword, with just one strike breaking the sky. The sound of the thunder growled and continued falling toward Yi Futian's two sides. Yi Futian walked through the middle of the thunder might, still stepping up, and his gaze swept toward Zhan Yuan. "Whether I have the place or not is not up to you." The voice coming out of his mouth was as sharp as a blade, making the vast space suddenly quiet again. The seventh swordsman's response to Zhan Yuan was forceful. He not only participated in the event hosted by Violet Heavenly Palace and showed his unparalleled talent, but now he was confronting him face to face. Was that his ultimate goal, to confront the highest level figures? The light of thunder bloomed in Zhan Yuan's eyes, and it thrust toward Yi Futian. This young man not only embarrassed the Violet Heavenly Palace but now challenged himself. How presumptuous! Boom! With a dull sound, Zhan Yuan stepped forward. The divine thunder above the sky was even more terrifying. Since this seventh swordsman was so presumptuous, he only had to use the great law to suppress it. Young brother, since this person wants to know about the thunder law of the place of origin of the world, I will show him what it is like. You don't need to do it in person. At this time, a voice came. An unblemished saint figure of the heavenly temple of Violet stepped forward. The might of thunder was also extremely overbearing and intimidating. This man was also a peerless figure in the Violet Heavenly Palace. His name was Xianxia. His cultivation of the thunder laws was extremely powerful. He was slightly older and entered the Heavenly Palace earlier than Zhan Yuan, so he called him young brother. The people in Violet Heavenly Palace nodded slightly. Zhan Yuan's opponents were those top figures, and even if he fought against the seventh swordsman and won, it was still not a glorious thing. If a madman came to challenge thunder law cultivators, and the supreme master of the Violet Heavenly Palace had to fight with him in person, others would say that Violet Heavenly Palace had no other people. Xianxia stepped forward and came to the upper sky above Yi Futian's head. He looked down at him, full of pride. It was as if Yi Futian didn't exist in his eyes. Xianxia is the most suitable person for this, a Renhuang figure of the Violet Heavenly Palace said, laughing. He was Xianxia's master and fully knew his disciple's strength. This young man's talent was not inferior to Xianxia, but he is too ignorant and full of contempt. Thus, he can only suppress it by force. I hope he can repent and know his mistakes, and then we may give him another chance to enter the Heavenly Palace. The Penalty Palace Lord of Violet Heavenly Palace said. The seventh swordsman showed so much talent even without cultivation experience in the Violet Heavenly Palace. His talent was unlimited. The Deputy Lord cherishes talents. The Renhuang next to him commented. But even though the Heavenly Penalty Palace owner wanted to give him a chance, this seventh swordsman might not appreciate it. Xianxia waved his palm, and a thunderstorm appeared over the sky. The thunder law of doomsday shrouded Yi Futian's head. Looking up, Yi Futian saw thunder swords of catastrophe emerging from the thunderstorm, pointed down into the lower sky. The divine thunder roamed over the sword and shot straight down into the lower sky. At this moment, everyone was nervous for Yi Futian. The falling attacks were all lethal. You major in swords and also learned thunder laws. This time, you came here to get to know about all top figures of the Heavenly Mandate realm. If so, although I am a common cultivator in the Heavenly Palace, I can still teach you a thing or two. Xianxia looked down at Yi Futian in the lower sky and said calmly. However, everyone knew Xianxia was just modest. He was a very famous figure in the Violet Heavenly Palace. It was also possible for him to set foot in the Renhuang Plain someday. Although Xianxia's cultivation speed was not fast, his base was firm, and his progress was steady and stable. His humble words were naturally intended to show how powerful the Violet Heavenly Palace was. The sword matrix of Doomsday was born from the thunder law of the Doomsday of the Violet Heavenly Palace. You can have a try, and if it is too difficult for you, just leave by yourself in case you get hurt. Xianxia continued. Above the sky, there were countless sharp swords of Doomsday emerging from the horrifying thunderclouds, which covered the sky dome. Once the swords dropped down, it would be the real Doomsday. He used the might to threaten Yi Futian to let Yi Futian admit defeat and leave. Of course, if Yi Futian refused, since he had already said it, it was not his fault even if he hurt Yi Futian's life later. Many people felt the chill in their bones. Xianxia was so deliberate that he gave Yi Futian a way to retreat, but if Yi Futian refused, he deserved it even if he died. Yi Futian was also able to understand what Xianxia meant. He embarrassed the Violet Heavenly Palace in public. Even though they didn't speak openly, they must be displeased. These big figures were all extremely decisive people. If he refused, they would kill him. Seeing the thunder swords drop down from the sky, he could feel the overwhelming power and the appalling killing ability. The strength of Violet Heavenly Palace's warriors couldn't be average, especially the figure who was fighting with him. He must be extremely extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not come out and be a disgrace of the Violet Heavenly Palace. However, Yi Futian's eyes still looked sharp. He swept upward and said, "Go ahead. This guy is crazy," many people secretly said. Xiao Ran was so coercive and tried to give him a chance, but he let Xiao Ran launch an attack first. If Xiao Ran attacked, he would kill him, and Yi Futian might be wiped out under the thunder sword of the doomsday. But it had all come to this step. If he retreated, it would be extremely embarrassing, and he had no choice. Moreover, he seemed to want to compete with top figures. Perhaps he had an ace in the hole? How could he have the confidence to compete with Xiao Ran? "Sure. I will help you achieve your goal." Xiao Ran's voice was cold. After his voice fell, the thunderstorm roared, and even stronger thunder swords fell, erupting the great law thunderbolts of destruction. "Fall," Xiao Ran spat icily. After his words, people just saw the sword of doomsday in the thunderstorm matrix drop, intent on killing Yi Futian. It was so fast that Yi Futian had no chance to escape. Boom! A dull sound came, and everyone saw Yi Futian raise one arm and punch at the light of endless destruction. Many people thought he was just looking for death, but when the fist thrust out, the punch penetrated the space. For a moment, he soared into the sky and blasted the endless glow to the other side. The endless thunder sword of doomsday blasted over Yi Futian's fist will and was directly torn and crushed. His body turned into a light stream. With a punch, he opened the ancient path of the great law and landed in front of Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran's face suddenly turned pale, and before he could react, a punch came and hit his body. Boom! With a loud noise, Xiao Ran's body flew upside down like a thunderbolt and smashed into the crowd of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Bang, bang, bang. A staircase below him was directly shattered and was turned into ruins. Xiao Ran's body even didn't stop until a Renhuang came to help. He just felt the blood in his body boiling and roaring, as if the one punch had broken all his organs. Cough! He spat a mouthful of blood out of his mouth. Xiao Ran bowed his head, and his life force was weak. He couldn't gather any strength at all. Above Yi Futian's head, the thunder cloud dissipated, and he stood on top of the void sky, still full of arrogance. "Your cultivation is indeed average, and you don't deserve to give me a lesson," Yi Futian said. Many warriors were staring at his arm. What kind of power was this? Many people's hearts thumped fast. Xiao Ran of the unblemished Saint Plain in the Violet Heavenly Palace couldn't even bear one punch and was shaken. That was to say, the seventh swordsman didn't use his full strength before. This power was too appalling. Even those big figures were surprised by this punch. They all stared at Yi Futian. Was this the enormous power of the divine elephant? When he punched, they all felt the power of the divine elephant. Who was this seventh swordsman? Zhang Yuan looked indifferent. He stepped forward and stared at Yi Futian. He could feel that the seventh swordsman that came here this time was to target the Violet Heavenly Palace instead of participating in this event. "Who are you?" Zhang Yuan said coldly. The thunder matrix of doomsday converged over the sky dome, even stronger than that of Xiao Ran. The vast and endless void sky was shrouded in the destruction light of thunder, and the world went dark. Yi Futian stared at Zhang Yuan without saying anything. The aura around Zhang Yuan's pupils was dazzling. He took another step forward, and thunder law of the doomsday came down, destroying all life forms in this space. Beams of catastrophe light came from all directions, and the divine bright light appeared over Yi Futian's body. Boom, boom, boom. A roaring sound came out, and suddenly many illusions of a divine elephant appeared between the sky and earth. They made horrifying elephant roars and crushed the great law in the space. The divine elephant clan. Zhang Yuan's voice was cold. Other warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace looked toward the warriors of the divine elephant clan. Their gazes were not friendly. What did the Divine Elephant clan mean? However, why did this person look like a human cultivator? Boom! The divine thunder again blasted down. The divine elephant roared in the sky. Yifutian stepped in the void. The sky and earth were trembling. The ultimate technique of the divine elephant clan. Divine elephant stomping the sky. At this moment, a person's name occurred to Zhang Yuan. Are you? Zhang Yuan stared at Yifutian and asked. I should be counted as one in the great law battle of the heavenly mandate realm, too, Yifutian said when stepping forward. His voice shook the world. In the vast land of the violet heavenly palace, countless pairs of eyes were looking toward one direction. It was where Yifutian was. Yifutian's face changed, and he returned to his original appearance. Many top people had seen him. He was the person who had obtained the bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions and was hunted down in the mountain range of origin because of it. The supreme master of the violet heavenly palace was one of the people who had chased him. Later, he left with the divine elephant emperor and went to the divine elephant clan. Now he showed up here. His disguising technique was so excellent that he even deceived Renhuang's. This should be some special ability. Of course, what was more shocking was his strength. At this moment, he was confronting Zhang Yuan, claiming that there should be a place for him in a great law battle of the heavenly mandate realm. As a peerless figure at the peak of the heavenly mandate realm, Yifutian wanted to occupy a place. Seeing Yifutian's face, the emperor of the purple underground released his might of Renhuang. His eyes were extremely cold. He finally understood why Yifutian entered the stadium with the identity of Purple Underground sect disciple. He framed him. As the dignified Purple Underground emperor, he was entrapped by Yifutian. Yifutian clearly came here to challenge the Violet Heavenly Palace, but the Purple Underground emperor and Purple Underground sect wanted to express themselves using Yifutian. From now on, probably they would become a laughingstock. Yifutian, Zhang Chongqing shouted. His eyes were also extremely cold, emitting might of thunder full of fury. This jerk, Yifutian, had taken advantage of them from beginning to end. He was taking revenge on the thing that happened last time. He led people to take down Gu Donglu and imprisoned him in the Purple Underground, which triggered the subsequent storm. This time, the Purple Underground sect was in a miserable condition because of him. Not to mention, their reputation would be damaged. The Violet Heavenly Palace would have an awful impression of them. The Purple Underground sect, after all, was one of the 8 orthodox sects inherited from the Violet Heavenly Palace. If they offended the Violet Heavenly Palace, the Violet Heavenly Palace could support another sect force to replace it. Thinking of this, Zhang Chongqing became more furious, but he was also powerless. He didn't even care about Yifutian at first. But now, it seemed that Yifutian even took no notice of him. He had shown contempt at him from beginning to end and always spoke to him with indifference and arrogance. As for strength, he couldn't compare with him at all. Yifutian didn't care about him. Not only did the Violet Heavenly Palace chase him and want to capture him, but even the Renhuang of the Violet Heavenly Palace had tried to kill them. Yi Wuchen and Yaya almost died in the Origin Mountains because of this. The Violet Heavenly Palace held this feast with their own purpose. They wanted to call on all the warriors to deal with the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and Yifutian's third brother Gu Donglu. Now there was a chance, so Yifutian would not hesitate to destroy their plan. In addition, Gu Tianxing wanted to support the third brother as the new king of the Demon Realm, and the warriors in the Demon Realm were all watching. Now, among the human cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate Realm, there were also figures such as the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Supreme Master of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Although the third brother inherited the laws of origin, it was not easy to get approval from people of the Demon Realm. So, now he had a good relationship with the Divine Elephant clan, and if he showed his unique talents, he might have the opportunity to change the attitude of the Demon Realm. Although they couldn't serve the third brother as the new king right now, at least he could make them pay more attention. That was why he claimed that he should earn a place in the great law battle of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. He needed to occupy a place to represent the Divine Elephant clan. It didn't matter at all whether or not he would offend the Violet Heavenly Palace. In the beginning, When he turned the violet heavenly palace upside down in the celestial demon city, he had already offended them. Not to mention the subsequent things like the hunting incident and Renhuang's involvement. Without a background, the violet heavenly palace could destroy him like an ant and bully him at will, and he could be killed for whatever reason. However, he now used the Divine Elephant Clan as his background. He represented the Divine Elephant Clan in the battle against other heavenly mandate forces, which shouldn't be a problem. There were many other top figures in the demon realm beside him. However, when he pretended to be the seventh swordsman, he could be more provocative and embarrass the heavenly mandate realm. In this way, he could undermine the spirit of the violet heavenly palace and weaken their influence in this event. Many goddesses and saintesses in Brahma's pure sky also looked toward Yi Futian. It was him. They still had memories about Yi Futian. He turned over the violet heavenly palace, survived 2 crises in the Origin Mountains, and obtained the bone of the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. Besides, he also inquired people of the Brahmas' pure sky twice about a lady. However, there was no such person in Brahma's pure sky. Didn't expect him to be so overpowering, many ladies of Brahma's pure sky thought. Each time they saw him, he seemed to be stronger than last time. At this time, standing on the opposite side of Yi Futian, the might of thunder roared around Zhan Yuan's body. His eyes flashed with cold, murderous thoughts. Even after being swallowed up by the tree of death and falling to the destructive abyss, he was still alive and was taken by the Elephant Emperor. After that, he seemed to have new chances. Obviously, the Elephant Emperor did nothing to him. "Have you broken through to a new plane?" Zhan Yuan said. Yi Futian had made a breakthrough and entered the unblemished plane just like him. So he was so presumptuous and dared to come to the violet heavenly palace to provoke people. "In the great law competition of the heavenly mandate realm, whether or not you will have a place is unknown," Zhan Yuan said. "But if you fight again with the imperial bone, I will show no mercy to you." Afterward, he elicited the heavenly thunder from the sky through his arm. An infinite divine thunder roamed around him, entwining with his body. Over Yi Futian's head, the heavenly thunder from 8 directions converged. Endless thunder divine light shot down and wiped away everything. If the Renhuang had not protected you, you would have already died in the Origin Mountains. I even fought with the Renhuang. Do I need your mercy? Yi Futian responded coldly. He stepped in the void air, and endless divine elephants appeared in the sky dome. Walking over the sky, on his body, a boundless and huge elephant phantom appeared. The violent thunder blasted on the elephant's body but could not break its defense. As Yi Futian walked, the divine elephants that crushed the sky seemed almost to flatten the sky, not to mention Zhan Yuan in front of them. A thunderous sound burst from Zhan Yuan's body, and a thunder deity showed up. In front of the thunder deity, there appeared a large thunder matrix of doomsday. Above the sky, the endless might of thunder flew in. Even the sky over the top of the violet heavenly palace was full of flowing thunder that converged in the matrix, and the dim world was like the apocalypse. The doomsday matrix grew bigger and bigger. From it, divine swords infiltrated. There were the swords of doomsday, which were much stronger than what Xiao Ran had used just now. Bang, bang, bang. The divine elephants walked in the void air, crushing it, and rushed toward Zhan Yuan. Under the pressure of the elephants stomping, Zhan Yuan just felt his body trembling, his organs shaking, and his blood boiling. It was the ultimate attack skill of the divine elephant clan, just like the thunder matrix of doomsday in the violet heavenly palace, with immersive offensive force. Finally, the sword of doomsday came out, breaking through the sky and wiping out everything. It collided with the marching divine elephants, and a terrible explosion sound broke out. The void air was crazily exploding. The storm submerged all, but Yi Futian was still moving forward, and Zhan Yuan was still converging appalling might of thunder. He can fight against Zhan Yuan's catastrophic sword of doomsday. That's unusual. This man's talent is extraordinary. Many people remarked, shocked. They did not expect Yi Futian to be so intimidating. After all, his opponent was the best of this generation, the supreme master of Violet Heavenly Palace. His thunder law was far better than others, and so was his thunder might of great law. Gao Huang, what do you think? A powerful figure of 10,000 divine mountain asked. He is good at various laws, and his combat power is superb. His attack strength was also unparalleled. As a human cultivator, he could cultivate the stomping technique of the divine elephant clan at such a high level. Even with the help of the elephant imperial bone, his own talents are also extraordinary. Just from today's battle, I can tell there should be his place in the great law battle of the heavenly mandate realm, Gao Huang said. How many people were able to fight against the supreme master of the violet heavenly palace in the heavenly mandate realm? The vast majority of people of the same plane were simply vulnerable in front of Zhang Yuan. He would just kill them with one strike. But currently, there seemed no sign that Zhang Yuan could beat Yifutian. Boom! There was a loud noise from the sky. Yifutian was walking through the storm. The void sky shook and roared. Although Zhang Yuan's attack shattered many elephant phantoms, under the elephants stomping, the spirit got higher and higher. The galloping elephants were endless and couldn't be eliminated. There was no way for Zhang Yuan to stop Yifutian from moving forward. Zhang Yuan looked indifferent. His two hands stretched out, and immediately, in the upper sky above Yifutian's head, there was another terrible storm condensing. It seemed to be a new thunder matrix of doomsday. The endless divine thunder gathered toward that side, and a horrifying gloomy cloud also showed up above Yifutian's head. He wants to converge a double matrix? People looked shocked, and all stared at Zhang Yuan. Was this the power of the Supreme Master? How intimidating his laws of thunder were. He could use heaven and earth as he pleased. Behind Zhang Yuan, endless thundercloud storms converged into a true thunder sword, surrounded by the endless destructive might of thunder. The power of killing was truly overwhelming. Even a nirvana saint would be exterminated. Before the sword came out, the world had changed its color. At the same time, 8 horrifying beams of thunder light appeared above Yifutian's head and fell directly from the sky, destroying everything. 2 divine matrices with 2 attacking forces that thrust out at the same time. Who could stop him? Boom! The sound of elephants trumpeting made the void sky tremble. The divine elephant over Yifutian's body was shining brightly. He took a step up against the trend. The stomping elephants suppressed the world, and numerous elephant phantoms changed direction and galloped toward the sky dome. Virum, the divine sword showed up in front of him. The world was shocked, and the void sky was annihilated. Boom! Yifutian took one more step across the void. He took 2 steps and shook the world. His fists blasted forward, and the light of fist turned into elephants, smashing the great law of all skies. The sword came again, but Yifutian punched it away with his fists. What a marvelous scene! Under this punch, the space seemed to be torn and shattered. The great law was broken, and the void sky was torn apart. The infinitely bright sword was cut in half and was destroyed. At the same time, Yifutian kept going forward. He directly crossed the void, and his fist continued blasting forward. Zhang Yuan did not expect this to happen. His body flickered, and the light of thunder flashed. He wanted to dodge, but then he saw a punch bloomed in the air and broke the void sky. Boom! A dull sound came out, and the space where Zhang Yuan was located was shattered. He was blown away by a punch. Supreme Master, is that all you can do? Yifutian said while taking another step forward. His voice resounded throughout the world. The supreme form of the great path, nothing more? Countless eyes were fixed there, looking at the battlefield. The strongest figure of the young generation of Violet Heavenly Palace, Zhang Yuan, the so-called supreme form of the great path, was repelled by Yifutian. Although the winner was not determined yet, the scene was still shocking to many since that was the supreme form of the great path of Violet Heavenly Palace, the Violet Heavenly Palace's future. All the thunder laws of the world originated from the Heavenly Palace, and among all the descendants of the Heavenly Palace, Zhang Yuan ranked first. What did this mean? It meant Zhang Yuan must be undefeatable among his peers. When he was confronted with warriors of the same plane, except for the few figures also well known in the Heavenly Mandate realm, he should defeat all cultivators in this world. Who dared to make him retreat? But now, a nobody who had never been heard before, with one punch, dominated him. Yi Futian was the man who once stepped into the Purple Underground sect and was ignored by the Purple Underworld Emperor and then refused to cultivate in the Purple Underground sect. Who would have thought that he would be standing at the top of the Heavenly Mandate realm now? Just as he had said, he should have a place in the great law battle of the Heavenly Mandate realm. In this battle, he had proven that his previous ravings were true. He was qualified to stand with the top figures in the Heavenly Mandate realm and see the scenery of the world. Another peerless figure, many people thought. Who could expect it? Even in the Origin Mountains, no one would have expected that Yi Futian's combat power could be so dominating. In the surrounding area, many top figures, such as the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, warriors of the Sky Demon Court, and the goddesses of Brahma's pure sky, all looked toward Yi Futian. This person would also be an opponent on the battlefield of the Great Law. Amid the crowd of the Purple Underworld sect, Zhang Chongqing had a dreamlike feeling. Did Yi Futian repel Zhan Yuan? At that time, he directly captured Gu Donglu without paying attention to these two brothers. Nowadays, Gu Donglu had obtained Gu Tianxing's teachings and had become a threat to the giants in the Heavenly Mandate realm that they had to prepare to defend in advance. Yi Futian also showed striking fighting power, which was really like a dream. The Violet Heavenly Palace was most embarrassed. Their supreme form of the Great Path was repelled, and the person had overthrown the Violet Heavenly Palace in Celestial Demon City at the beginning in all four planes. And now Yi Futian repelled Zhan Yuan, and if Zhan Yuan were defeated in this battle, it would be a complete defeat. Even the Violet Heavenly Palace's status in the Heavenly Mandate realm as the supreme power of Thunder Law would be questioned. At this moment, people began to understand why Yi Futian did not enter the Heavenly Palace. Did he need to enter the Heavenly Palace to cultivate? Even the supreme form of the Great Path taught by Heavenly Palace only had such abilities? The Divine Elephant Void-Splitting Fist. These cold words came from the Lord of the Heavenly Penalty Palace. Ordinary people couldn't tell, but in his capacity, how could he not recognize it? The fist skill Yi Futian used repelled Zhan Yuan and directly broke the void air, exterminating everything. Even after Zhan Yuan retreated, he was still affected by the punch. This was the ultimate attack skill of the Divine Elephant Clan, the Divine Elephant Void-Splitting Fist. Many warriors trembled when they heard what the Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord said. Although many people hadn't seen it before, the Divine Elephant Void-Splitting Fist was not unfamiliar to them. It was the secret technique of the Divine Elephant Clan and a super attack. The two great skills of the Divine Elephant Clan were both passed on to a human being? The Divine General of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty said. His sharp eyes glanced toward the crowd of the Divine Elephant Clan, and he said slowly, "What is Yi Futian now?" They all knew that Yi Futian had obtained the bone of the Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions. After the Elephant Emperor took him away, did he fully recognize Yi Futian and teach him all the secret knowledge of the Divine Elephant Clan? Yi Futian inherited the imperial bones from our ancestors, and now he is the successor of Divine Elephant Clan. Since he is good at various cultivation methods, we will give him the title of Supreme Successor of Laws, said an influential figure from the Divine Elephant Clan. The warriors in the Violet Heavenly Palace were speechless. Zhan Yuan was the supreme form of the Great Path of the Violet Heavenly Palace. So Yi Futian was given the title of the successor of the Divine Elephant Clan? And he had to add the word, supreme, the supreme successor of the Great Path. What did it mean? In fact, if others didn't ask, the figure of the Divine Elephant Clan would not have given Yi Futian a title at all. Before Yi Futian left, the Divine Elephant Emperor said something, but he didn't confer a title to Yi Futian. However, they had not expected that Yi Futian was so merciless. In front of the world, he just slapped the Violet Heavenly Palace's face and made a laughingstock out of it. At this time, if he were not given a domineering title, perhaps many people would remember it. The Violet Heavenly Palace held the event and claimed that they would only fight the top figures of the Heavenly Mandate realm. So, the supreme successor of the Great Path of the Divine Elephant Clan also came to fight. Nothing wrong with it. Taking a human being as the supreme successor of laws of the Divine Elephant Clan? The Violet Penalty Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace said coldly, slightly questioning things. Were they targeting them? Not long ago, didn't you, Heavenly Penalty Master, say that demon and human cultivators would no longer be distinguished in the Heavenly Mandate realm? The powerful figure of the Divine Elephant Clan asked. Why can't we confer a human as the successor of the Great Law? What's more, Yi Futian inherited it from our ancestor Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions. It doesn't matter whether his title is successor of the law or not. If you want to talk about seniority, Yi Futian's seniority in the Divine Elephant Clan may be higher than mine. Other warriors all understood what he meant. Yi Futian inherited something from his ancestor, so in terms of seniority, how high was his rank? Many people saw the embarrassed look of the Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord. It was humiliating. Just now, the Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord did say that human cultivators and cultivators of the demon realm would not be distinguished from one another. They did not doubt what the powerful figures of the Divine Elephant Clan had said either. If they had not absolutely trusted Yi Futian and treated him as a clan member, how could they pass on another ultimate skill of the Divine Elephant race to him? Today, Yi Futian possessed the 2 strongest techniques of the Divine Elephant Clan and owned the demon bone of the Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions. It could be said that Yi Futian was more a clan member than the other warriors of the Divine Elephant Clan. Since he is the supreme successor of the Great Path in the Divine Elephant Clan, why didn't you directly send him to join the event? Why did he have to disguise his identity and come here in this way? The Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord snorted and asked. What Yi Futian had done before was clearly aimed at embarrassing the Violet Heavenly Palace. In the territory of the Demon Realm, the Violet Heavenly Palace used to put him in a difficult situation, and even your Renhuang almost killed him. Yi Futian was extremely upset. Compared with what Violet Heavenly Palace had done, it is normal for him to come to challenge the Heavenly Palace people and vent his grievances. We Divine Elephant Clan didn't know many details. The powerful figure of the Divine Elephant Clan slowly spoke. The 2 ultimate skills of the Divine Elephant Clan shocked the world and even defeated the supreme form of the Great Path of the Violet Heavenly Palace, which was a great honor to them. The Violet Heavenly Palace was the host of this event, and they let all warriors of this world fight here. Did they have no ambition? They must have their own planes. They wanted their supreme form of the Great Path to crush all top figures of the demon realm and create momentum, to show their prosperity and strength and leave the demon realm in awe. At least, they would not be too close to Gu Donglu. However, the Violet Heavenly Palace did not expect that today Yi Futian showed up. Yi Futian, who was able to fight against Zhan Yuan, their supreme form of the Great Path. Since you, Divine Elephant Clan, have an interest, we are willing to keep you company. At this time, a cold voice resounded through the void sky. Everyone turned their eyes and looked at the figure in front of Yi Futian. Zhan Yuan, who was shaken away, was suspended in the air, and the roars of thunder over his body rang through the world. The horrifying thunder trembled in his body, and beams of thunder light seemed to directly penetrate his figure, erupting infinite divine light. At this moment, it seemed that Zhan Yuan was transforming. Above his body, endless beams of great law thunder burst out, and those thunder beams penetrated his body and headed toward the vast, endless void air. What was he going to do? Warriors stared at Zhan Yuan and asked. The crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty contracted his pupils slightly. At this moment, Zhan Yuan made him feel a faint wisp of threat. The Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace looked solemn. He looked at Zhan Yuan and said, Zhan Yuan was conferred as the supreme form of the Great Path, but it is not just a simple title. He was born to have the supreme form of the Great Path. Now you all can see the so-called supreme form of the Great Path, the supreme one among all forms of the Great Path. Was Zhan Yuan going to reveal his cards? The dazzling rays of thunder light connected his body with the Great Path between the sky and earth. The sound of thunder rang through the world. Zhan Yuan's body was suspended in the sky. The endless gorgeous scene was astonishing. His body seemed to be no longer mortal. It was the form of thunder merging with the great law. Yi Futian raised his head and glanced toward him. The might of the deed of thorough comprehension was released, and a cauldron of the great law appeared over his body, refining all the laws of the world. Ancient characters surrounded him. His whole body was bright and sacred. It was as if he didn't belong to the world. Xianxia reached out his hand, and immediately, the endless thunder of sky and earth converged in the sky above his head. A more brilliant thunder sword appeared, which was born of the endless thunder of sky and earth. He pointed his finger forward, and the sword broke up the sky, chopping toward Yifutian. Yifutian stepped forward. The power of the elephant stomping technique erupted again, and countless divine elephants suddenly appeared, galloping and crushing the sky and earth. He raised his fist and launched a punch, the void sky roaring and shaking. Boom! The divine sword collided with the fist, but it did not immediately collapse. The sword was sealed by the endless thunder of the sky and earth, emitting the endless aura of thunder. Yifutian stepped forward again, and his fist will exploded. Only then did the divine sword collapse and shatter. Xianxia looked up at the sky. There was endless thunder in his pupils, resonating with the thunder in the sky. The light of thunder engulfed the vast void, the supreme form of the great path in harmony with the law of nature. All the thunder laws between the sky and earth are under my control. Xianxia shouted to the sky. Countless streaks of thunder descended from the sky, and between the sky and earth, swords of the doomsday converged and enveloped this void sky. At this moment, the battlefield turned into that of a real doomsday. Is this the power of the supreme form of the great path? Countless warriors looked at that figure in shock. Now, Xianxuan's body was not even concrete. He became the avatar of thunder. He had become the law itself and merged into it. How could the violet heavenly palace supreme form be defeated easily? However, even figures like the supreme form of the great path were forced by Yifutian to such a degree that he had to stop hiding. Because of this, Yifutian was qualified to stand on top of the heavenly mandate realm with other top figures. Xianxia had always been the one who vanquished others in his battles with his peers. No one could fight him for more than one round, not to mention let him show his true powers or launch the power of the supreme form of the great path. Warriors of the violet heavenly palace looked indifferent. They had thought that this was the ability to be released only during the fight with the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty. But it was fine. Just let them see how strong the supreme body of the violet heavenly palace was. At this time, Yifutian was staring at Xianxia, the supreme form of the great path, but in fact, he could only be called the supreme form of the great thunder path because he only perfectly fit the great law of thunder. At this moment, the divine thunder between the sky and earth was all under his control. The wind and clouds roared above the sky, and the will of endless thunder fell from the 9 skies, all of which turned into his power, and the infinite space became the world of thunder. Some Runhuang warriors of the violet heavenly palace created defense barriers so that the destructive power would not spread to them. Yifutian, at the center of the thunder world, at this moment, was almost engulfed by the endless divine thunder. What was even more frightening was that countless thunder swords were pointing at him. Once they fell, the world would be turned into ruins. Xianxia seemed to know that Yifutian's defense was strong, so he didn't rush to take action but let the thunder sword gather more and more laws of thunder. The catastrophe thunder of doomsday raged wildly over Yifutian's body, but his whole body was protected by the divine elephant and was not affected at all. At this time, in Yifutian's life palace, the ancient world tree swayed like a towering sacred tree. Now, his life palace had been transformed into a world, and each wisp of life spirit was integrated with infinite wills. When the ancient world tree life spirit swayed, all the wills flew to the ancient tree. It was as if the ancient tree was the core of the world and could distribute power at its discretion. A terrifying storm emerged, and the ancient tree life spirit merged all the wills into one and then turned into the power of divine elephants. For a moment, the sound of the elephant roaring in Yifutian's body trembled the sky and collided with the thunderous rumbles from Xianxia's body. The collisions formed a terrifying sonic boom. Although the destructive power of the space they were in was shocking, people could still feel the power of the sound explosion. Many people's hearts trembled. These two Saint Plain warriors had sounds of elephants and thunder in their bodies colliding in the air, which was horrifying. It was the first time for many people to see such a wonder. At this time, another amazing scene appeared. The deed of thorough comprehension enveloped Yi Futian's body, turning it into a cauldron of great laws. Over the sky dome, wills of all kinds were condensed and appeared, and then flowed into Yi Futian's body madly, all being refined in the glory of the deed of thorough comprehension. The sound of elephants roaring became more and more terrifying. Giant elephants appeared one after another, and the divine elephant power over Yi Futian's body was still getting stronger. It was as if he could refine the laws of the world. This was including the laws of thunder. I have the supreme form of the great path. It is naturally in harmony with the great laws. How can the thunder laws be under your control? Zhan Yuan said. Yi Futian's eyes looked overbearing. He glanced toward the thunder supreme form of great path. All laws of the world gathered over his body and helped him forge the enormous divine elephant power. You can only use the thunder laws. How dare you say your body form is supreme? I can cultivate in all kinds of laws, so shouldn't you call me the master of all laws, the divine form of heavenly path? Yi Futian's voice caused the sky and earth to tremble. Countless people's hearts were shaking due to his words. The divine form of heavenly laws? It was almost, who in the world dared to name their own body the divine form of heavenly path? Heavenly laws? Divine form? Although it was satirical, it sounded too arrogant and overbearing. Those who stood at the top even did not dare to speak about divine form of heavenly laws. He was praising himself far too much. How dare he say his body was a divine one of heavenly laws? Simply shameless. However, although they felt Yi Futian sounded too arrogant, they were still in disbelief at the scene before them. It was too gorgeous. Yi Futian was refining the laws of all kinds. Many people could feel that different kinds of laws were condensed and integrated into his body, refining his cultivation method. In the end, they were all merged into the divine elephant giant power, strengthening the phantoms of the elephants appearing around him. It was as if they were real divine elephants that could crush the great path. Qi Xiangang was also in the vast crowd, but he was not so conspicuous. He looked at Yi Futian. His disciple was about to surpass him. How long had it taken? Although he knew Yi Futian's background was not simple, he still had not expected him to grow so fast. However, his decision at that time had indeed been correct. The deed of thorough comprehension was the most suitable cultivation method for Yi Futian, which could help him refine the laws of all beings. Presumptuous, the heavenly penalty palace master said coldly. The heavenly path had been broken, and he dared to speak the name of the divine form of heavenly law? This was not just being frivolous. His arrogance came out of his ignorance, and he did not understand what respect meant. What was more, just because he was able to cultivate all kinds of laws, could he really call himself the divine form of all kinds of laws? If so, then are all the Saint Plain cultivators could be called forms of great laws. Zhan Yuan's eyes shot out dazzling light. He ignored Yi Futian's words and stretched out his palms. His wills shrouded the sky and earth. He pointed one finger toward Yi Futian, and suddenly, all the thunder swords pierced through the sky at the same time. Boom! Yi Futian stepped into the air. The technique he used was still the divine elephant sky stomping. Many divine elephants galloped toward the divine swords. At the same time, Yi Futian raised his arm and continuously punched out fist wills. At this moment, the sky and earth seemed to be penetrated, and the space was in chaos. Each of his punches broke one corner of the world. The divine sword exploded and shattered, and no sword could approach Yi Futian's body. Bang! He continued striding. Countless elephants crushed over the sky dome and crumbled. And at the same moment, Zhan Yuan turned into a war deity of thunder, and the thunderous light in his body bloomed and blasted out toward the marching elephants in the void air, making them collapse and shatter. He was also heading forward. Behind him, a large thunder matrix of apocalypse appeared. At this moment, the matrix seemed to be integrated with his body. He was the matrix. Zhan Yuan came before Yi Futian and wanted to have a melee with him. Seeing this scene, many people's hearts trembled. Yi Futian's cultivation method, the divine elephant void-splitting fist, was so powerful. Could Zhan Yuan contend? Zhan Yuan became the incarnation of the thunder deity. He raised one arm and blasted forward. His arm was no longer made of flesh and blood. It became a distorted thunderbolt, wiping away the existence of everything. Yi Futian didn't dodge. He stepped forward and lifted his arm. The divine elephant great strength merged into his arm. He punched out. The divine elephant phantom appeared, crushing the space and colliding with Zhan Yuan's arm. The moment the two men collided, Zhan Yuan felt that his body was about to explode and shatter, while Yi Futian felt that the enormous power of the divine elephant in the arm was guarding his body. Still, the thundering force of destruction was penetrating and destroying everything. Zhan Yuan was testing who would be the first one to attack and destroy the other. The extremely violent collision did not make either of them fall back. They raised their arms and blasted at each other again. Bang, bang, bang. They collided with each other again, and each collision was earth-shaking. Many people were shaking inside. Could their bodies of flesh and blood be able to withstand such attacks? This was just crazy. When Zhan Yuan attacked, the thunder of all skies fell and spread all over his body as if the battle was going on in the catastrophe. When Yi Futian attacked, the deed of thorough comprehension shone with bright light. His body was surrounded by ancient characters and protected by divine elephants. Both sides launched extremely aggressive strikes. With a loud noise, they were separated and moved back to their original positions. Over Zhan Yuan's body, the divine light of thunder shone, but the might of thunder over that figure of the thunder deity seemed to be a little unstable. Even though he was the supreme form and the law of thunder went all over his body, filling every part of it and was able to destroy the intruding power, such an attack still made his face pale and blocked the flow of the thunder in his body. Yi Futian was also uncomfortable. At this moment, there were endless beams of thundering light raging over his body. However, the power of the ancient world tree could swallow and digest this will, which allowed him to persist and have a stable life force. Supreme form of great path. Yi Futian raised his eyes and glanced at Zhan Yuan. He asked, "Are you okay?" Zhan Yuan's eyes looked cold. After Yi Futian spoke, a thunder sword directly fell from the sky. Yi Futian raised his hand to blow it away with one punch. He walked forward and suppressed the heavens. Virum. Zhan Yuan's body turned into a flash of lightning. It was extremely fast as it flew toward Yi Futian, intent on killing him. Yi Futian stepped across the space and transformed into a bolt of lightning. They continued to collide in mid-air. The crowd could only see two flashes fighting from the ground to the upper sky. There were no more fancy skills, only forcible collisions. Even so, it was difficult to see their specific shapes. There were only two glares, divine thunder all over the sky, and a bunch of blasting divine elephants. Boom! Their bodies were separated again. The thunderous light over Zhan Yuan's body danced wildly. His face was pale, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Yi Futian's life force fluctuated. The destructive thunderbolt merged into the aura of the deed of thorough comprehension. Soon it was swallowed and refined. The momentum from his body was still arrogant. He said, "It seems that your supreme form of great path is inferior to my divine form of heavenly laws. What's wrong with you?" Lightning fell from Zhan Yuan's body, and the sound of thunder was roaring. Until now, everyone had already understood that Zhan Yuan's attack could do nothing to Yi Futian, but his guy's physique also seemed unique. Even the ultimate attack couldn't hurt him. If the battle continued like this, the supreme form of Violet Heavenly Palace might lose. Zhan Yuan, who had released his ultimate power, still couldn't beat Yi Futian. Many people looked at that peerless figure and trembled inside. Another peerless figure showed up. After this battle, perhaps the whole heavenly mandate realm would know his name. Boom! The bright light in Zhan Yuan's eyes shone, and he dashed straight forward again. Yi Futian looked indifferent and also headed toward Zhan Yuan. With his arm raised, Zhan Yuan blew out a punch. The light of thunder broke through the void air, rushing at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's body flickered, and his fist also blasted out. This time, instead of banging on Zhang Yuan's fist, he hit Zhang Yuan's body. Zhang Yuan's pupils contracted slightly, and he seemed to be aware of Yi Futian's intention. But at this moment, how could he quiver? Boom! The dazzling light of the divine thunder blasted directly over Yi Futian's body. The violent thunder of destruction destroyed everything. It was as if everything in his body would be demolished. But at the same time, his divine elephant void-splitting fist hit Zhang Yuan's body of the thunder deity and directly punched through it. Yi Futian's body was blown back, and the light of his deed of thorough comprehension seemed to be extinguished. The might of thunder destroyed him, and the destructive thunder raged on him. His body trembled, blood oozed out from his mouth, but he remained standing. Zhang Yuan was blown away with a punch, and the condensed body of the thunder deity exploded and shattered. The might of thunder over his body continued to be weakened, and he surrendered, coughing up blood continuously, and his life force was weak. In the sky above the violet heavenly palace, there were still wills of thunder dripping down. However, at this time, the vast heavenly palace was very quiet. Countless people were gazing at the battlefield, watching Yi Futian and Zhang Yuan fight. Yi Futian was struggling to carry on the attack of thunder while launching a punch at Zhang Yuan. It was crazy to withstand the destructive attack of thunder with a body made of flesh. His divine elephant void-splitting fist was absurd, too. Even Nirvana Plane saints might not be able to endure it. This lunatic. But at this time, Yi Futian's status was better than Zhang Yuan's. Everyone could see that Zhang Yuan was more injured. Even more frightening was that, at this time, Yi Futian's whole body was dazzling, bathed in a sacred aura. A will of life kept washing over his body, making him look sacred in the void air. Before, he was fighting and recovering at the same time, but now, when he was injured, the injuries inside his body could be healed immediately. Obviously, Zhang Yuan didn't have such an ability, which was why Yi Futian always had the advantage. The advantage was not just in attack powers. Yi Futian was proficient in laws of all kinds. He seemed to have even released the wills of life and death as if he had really cultivated in laws of all ways. One had the bone of divine elephant emperor of 10 directions, and the elephant emperor's 2 ultimate skills created another peerless figure. However, despite this, Yi Futian's inborn talents were also uncommonly outstanding, so he could directly become the most talented warrior in the heavenly mandate realm. Perhaps it was for this reason that the divine elephant emperor regarded him as the successor of their ancestor and truly recognized him as such. As for the so-called supreme successor of the Great Path, it was made up by that warrior of the divine elephant clan. But his purpose was to emphasize Yi Futian's status in the divine elephant clan, which should be equivalent to that of Zhang Yuan in the violet heavenly palace. The emperor of the purple underground and Zhang Chongqing didn't know how they should feel. The sudden appearance of Yi Futian turned out to be more shocking than that of the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty. After all, the crown prince of the heavenly mandate dynasty was conferred as the crown prince when he was 18 years old. Even though he had not shown up in public, people had assumed he was amazingly talented and had certain expectations of him. However, Yi Futian, a cultivator from the lower realm, had brought shock to the heavenly mandate realm. There were not many people in the heavenly mandate realm who were able to quell Zhang Yuan, the supreme form of the great path of the violet heavenly palace. What was more terrifying was that although his thunder talent was not as outstanding as Zhang Yuan's, who had an inborn body form of thunder that could fit the great law of thunder, Yi Futian was really proficient in various laws. He could integrate various laws into the divine elephant massive power, which was more powerful and imposing, and directly went against Zhang Yuan's supreme will of the great path. Seeing this battle, many people understood that it was nothing for him to lead people to overturn the violet heavenly palace. Zhang Chongqing bowed his head in silence and had mixed feelings. Even though the purple underground sect was outstanding, it was still not at the same level as Yi Futian. Even though Yi Futian had trapped them, what could they do? He was backed by the divine elephant clan. So, the violet heavenly palace couldn't do anything to him. Zhang Yuan slowly raised his head and stared at Yi Futian. His mouth was still stained with blood, and his body seemed to be broke. He looked to be in extreme pain, but he still persisted. The mental suffering was more difficult to bear than any physical pain. As the most outstanding figure of the Violet Heavenly Palace's young generation, he was the future of the Violet Heavenly Palace. He was destined to compete with the strongest figures of the Heavenly Mandate realm. He strived to dominate the future. However, today he had already been defeated. Also, he lost to Yifutian, a cultivator who didn't have any fame at all. The Violet Heavenly Palace held today's event. His battle would be recorded in the history of the Heavenly Mandate realms and become an anecdote. He, Xianxia, would live in the shadows of Yifutian, who would soon gain fame. But why was he defeated? He was very clear about his strength, which had been proven many times in the Violet Heavenly Palace. But how could this unknown person be so strong? You have damaged my divine form of the Great Path. Supreme form of the Great Path of Violet Heavenly Palace. It was enough for you to be proud of yourself, Yifutian said arrogantly, standing in the void sky with his hands behind his back. Xianxia heard his words and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked extremely cold. He should be proud that he had managed to merely injure Yifutian? How ironic. Many people looked at Yifutian, speechless. There was no need for discussion on Yifutian's strength and talent. His strength was indeed unprecedented. Xianxia should be proud to have hurt his divine form of heavenly laws. Nobody knew what the mood of the people in the Violet Heavenly Palace was like after they heard this. But as the old saying went, losers had no right to justify for themselves. Yifutian had vanquished Xianxia with absolute power. No matter what Yifutian said, Xianxia and the Violet Heavenly Palace had to listen. How could they argue? Strength meant everything, and the defeated had no dignity. The divine form of heavenly laws? Many people muttered in their hearts. He had come up with that stupid title, Divine Form of Heavenly Laws, and now he actually used the title for himself, which was shameless. If they had been Xianxia, they would have spat blood, too. Marvelous. A powerful figure of the divine elephant said. The Lord of the Heavenly Penal Palace said that today, we would practice combat and discuss laws to prove that cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm are no less than the figure created by Gu Tianxing. I also believe that the Divine Elephant Clan is no worse than anyone else. Xianxia could fight with the supreme successor of our Divine Elephant Clan at such a high level, which already showed his peerless ability, no matter what the battle result was. This battle also let everyone witness the outstanding performance of the young generation of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Everyone looked at the powerful figure of the Divine Elephant Clan. What he said was true, but the one who had been defeated was not Yifutian. It was Xianxia. When the Violet Heavenly Palace told the top figures of the Heavenly Mandate realm to confront each other, they didn't expect that Xianxia would be defeated. So what was the point of hosting this event? Were they being used? If I remember correctly, this person is Gu Tianxing's younger brother's descendant. Initially, he went to the Purple Underground sect to ask me for that person. The relationship between them is not ordinary, the Emperor of the Purple Underground said. The powerful figure of the Divine Elephant Clan glanced at him, with great majesty in his eyes, and said, "What do you want to say?" The Emperor of the Purple Underground frowned slightly. He looked at the powerful figures of the Divine Elephant Clan and saw them also staring at him. The powerful figure continued, "You Purple Underground sect captured the descendant of the Gu clan, and now you are afraid? You have a grudge with the Gu clan. The Divine Elephant Clan does not. I don't think I promised to deal with the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven with you. But now you have started to draw a clear line with me. The Divine Elephant Clan was a peak clan in the Demon Realm, and they were at the same level as the Violet Heavenly Palace. The Violet Heavenly Palace held the event to dissuade all clans of the Demon Realm from getting close to Gu Donglu. The Violet Heavenly Palace, however, did not have the right to decide who the Divine Elephant Clan accepted as a successor and who they should be close to. Not to mention the Emperor of the Purple Underground. My apology, the Emperor of the Purple Underground admitted frankly. But he did not say anything wrong. He intentionally spoke to everyone. Yifutian took advantage of him once today and also demonstrated such peerless talent. Later, perhaps the violet heavenly palace would resent him. In a discussion or combat, victory and defeat are inevitable. I should congratulate the Divine Elephant Clan for receiving such a supreme successor of the Great Path. The master of the Heavenly Penalty Palace said in an indifferent tone. Their purpose today was to target the celestial gate of vast heaven. However, now the younger brother of the only descendant of the celestial gate of vast heaven's Gu clan showed off his outstanding talent. What would the world think? In the future, if this person climbed to the top of the heavenly mandate realm and joined forces with Gu Donglu, wouldn't the heavenly mandate realm be turned upside down? Not to mention, Yi Futian was now backed by the Divine Elephant Clan. In this way, it might be more difficult for all forces to deal with the celestial gate of vast heaven with them. After all, as the powerful figure of the Divine Elephant Clan said, they had no grudge with the celestial gate of vast heaven. "Thank you very much," said the powerful figure of the Divine Elephant Clan, smiling. Yi Futian and Zhan Yuan's fight today was also beyond his expectations. It was no wonder that he could quell Xiang Mang in the Divine Elephant Clan. It seemed that what the Divine Elephant Emperor did had a deeper meaning, and this Yi Futian indeed had unlimited potential. First, Gu Tianxing created Gu Donglu, and now there was Yi Futian. What kind of era would the heavenly mandate realm face in the future? In the so-called big change of the heavenly mandate realm, what kind of role would they play? The Divine Elephant Clan is known for its unparalleled strength. Their Divine Elephant massive power is so powerful that few are able to compete in the land of the demon realm. This young man has the ultimate heritage of the Divine Elephant Clan and possesses the bone of the ancestor of the Elephant Emperor. His future is indeed bright, said a big future of the Divine Dragon Clan. 1 inch you're welcome. The Divine Dragon power of the Divine Dragon Clan is also peerless in the heavenly mandate realm. The powerful figure of the Divine Elephant Clan responded. In the demon realm, the Divine Dragon Clan and Divine Elephant Clan stood at the peak in terms of strength. Warriors of the Divine Dragon Clan and the Divine Elephant Clan all have innate talent. As a human being, he could make this, which should be the limit of human beings. He must have had intense physique cultivation in addition to cultivating in all kinds of laws. His body is saint level, and in terms of strength, I am afraid it is hard for any other human being to reach him. The warrior of the Divine Dragon Clan continued. I am flattered by your comments, sir. I inherited this from the Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions and made such achievement all because of the Divine Emperor's teachings. Speaking of physical strength, my brother is stronger than me. Yi Futian behaved rather modestly at this moment. Since the big figure of the Divine Dragon Clan praised him, he could not act as he had in front of the Violet Heavenly Palace. He was close to the Divine Elephant Clan and had a friendship with Zhu Gan, the Demon Emperor. The Zhu Yan Demon Emperor and the Dragon Divine Clan were old friends, and third brother received the heritage of the Origin Mountains. One with such a background, he'd better get along well with all the demon clans of the demon realm. The Violet Heavenly Palace was destined to be on his opposite side. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty wanted to kill the third brother, so they were destined to be his opponents. Stronger than you? The warrior of the Divine Dragon Clan said and looked surprised. Yi Futian had just shown great power in the battle with Zhan Yuan, and he said his brother was even stronger than him. Did he mean there was another top figure? Yi Futian nodded and said, he was born to be a warrior. If body form theory really exists, there are some people who have the supreme form of the Great Path and some people with body form of all laws. His body form should be called the form of battle deity, since he is born to fight, and his physical strength is just invincible. Many people heard Yi Futian's words and felt stirred. They had seen Yi Futian's performance, and the power he displayed in the battle with Zhan Yuan was just astounding. Even the great demon beasts of the Divine Dragon Clan did not dare to say they could beat him with the massive power of the Divine Elephant. However, he said that there was still another person who was stronger than him and had the body form of war deity and was born for war. Who in this world dared to call their physical strength invincible? Even the warriors of the Divine Dragon Clan and the Divine Elephant Clan didn't dare to say their physical strengths were invincible. However, Yi Futian had proven how powerful he was with a violent victory. Since he claimed another person was strong, he was probably really strong. Otherwise, Yi Futian wouldn't just babble in front of so many top figures of the heavenly mandate realm who could use a fist to test if what he said was true or not. Many top figures were a little curious, and all looked at Yi Futian. The powerful figure of the divine dragon clan asked, "Who is this person?" Yi Futian glanced at the vast and boundless crowd, seemingly looking for someone, but there were too many people. It was impossible to find someone at a glance, so he shouted, "Yu Shang!" Somewhere in the crowd, Yu Shang was with other companions. He looked up at Yi Futian in the void, quite speechless. "You were in the limelight, fine, but what does it have to do with me?" he thought. "Why are you picking me?" Yu Shang was a little unhappy, but he still walked to the void sky. The moment he showed up, he attracted the attention of countless people. He was tall, a head taller than Yi Futian. He looked quite brawny. His shoulder-length black hair looked casual, but his face was sharp, and he had an indescribable temperament. From just one glance, one could get a sense of his power. Of course, one's temperament did not truly display their real strength. All cultivators who had reached the Saint Plane had cast off their mortal body structure, so nobody's temperament was poor. His real strength was still unknown. Yi Futian said his physical strength was invincible, maybe because of their friendship. It should be an exaggeration. Amid the crowd of the Violet Heavenly Palace, Tanzimo, many people recognized Yu Shang. So had the genie goddess of Brahma's pure sky and others. Yu Shang was the person who stood next to Yi Futian and challenged the disciples of Violet Heavenly Palace back then. His physical strength was indeed very overbearing. However, it was difficult to tell how strong he really was. Genie goddess murmured something to the people of the Brahma's pure sky around her. Many people looked at Yu Shang. Since Yi Futian had such appalling combat power, this person must not be weak, either. He must be really strong, but people needed more proof of how strong he really was. Yu Shang walked quietly to Yi Futian and said nothing, but the top figures in the void sky were all staring at him, fighting will in their eyes. "Sir, this is Yu Shang of the True Self Saint Plane. I was really not raving. If I am qualified for the great law battle of the heavenly mandate realm, he should have a place too," Yi Futian said. The warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace didn't look happy. Even the Lord of Heavenly Penalty Palace looked sullen. The event today was held by the Violet Heavenly Palace. What did Yi Futian think the place was? Did he think himself as the master here? Whether his physical strength is invincible or not, I will know only after I fight with him. A cold voice came out. The speaker walked out of the crowd of the Violet Heavenly Palace. The person was also of the True Self Saint Plane and was the strongest warrior of this plane in the Violet Heavenly Palace. His name was Su Yin. Tanzimo and others were about to say something, but Su Yin had already stepped out, so they could do nothing but watch. Now they could only hope that Su Yin could win. If they failed the battle again, the Violet Heavenly Palace was quite embarrassed by Zhan Yuan's defeat. Seeing Yi Futian introducing other people, how could they submit to them? Su Yin's life spirit shone behind him. It was a violent giant monster of thunder. Suddenly, the thunder light illuminated the sky. His eyes swept toward Yu Shang, and he said, "Please feel free to give me instruction." Yu Shang took a peep at Yi Futian. "During the great law competition today, we should show enough respect to our opponents. So please make sure you put in your full effort," Yi Futian said. "1 inch okay." Yu Shang nodded and walked forward. The light of Buddha and demon shone around him. When he stepped, the void sky made a dull sound. The Buddha and demon gathered in the same body, which made the law of demon even more vigorous. Other warriors commented. Yu Shang stepped into the void sky, and the space was shaking. A demon shadow appeared around his body, and behind him, a demon statue showed up. It was as if he was the devil himself. After entering the Saint Plane of True Self, Yu Shang's cultivation had a stunning transformation, and his divine skills became stronger. The supreme divine might came, and Su Yin of the Violet Heavenly Palace frowned. He felt a thrilling pressure from the demonic laws. When he looked at Yu Shang, he felt as if he was looking at a demon. Su Yin's eyes shone with thunder. He took a forceful step, and the thunderous, giant beast burst into a roar. Tens of thousands of rays of thunder light annihilated the void sky. He seemed to merge into the thunder beast and moved forward to destroy the demon deity. The demonic melody lingered and rang through the world. In addition to the demon statue behind Yushang, there also seemed to be thousands of demon phantoms. He was the peerless demonic deity of the world. He thrust his demonic palm down and destroyed all beings. The might of the violent beast seemed to be completely suppressed. Su Yin and Yushang's attacks collided. The demonic might suppressed might of thunder law. Boom! There was a loud noise. Under the suppression of the demon palm print, the light of thunder dimmed, and the violent thunder monster was penetrated. The palm prints directly blasted over Su Yin's body. For a moment, Su Yin was blown away and thrown back to the crowd of Violet Heavenly Palace. He should go back to where he came from. Even though Su Yin was a talented warrior in Violet Heavenly Palace, he was not even at the same level as Zhan Yuan. If Zhan Yuan and Yushang were on the same plane, they might be able to fight. As for Su Yin, he was obviously not qualified enough, so he could only be suppressed. In regards to Yushang's demonic method, the more he cultivated, the more powerful the method became. Even after the Saint Plane, his demonic power would only become more and more terrifying as he practiced. Therefore, since Yushang listened to Yi Futian's words and didn't show mercy, Su Yin naturally couldn't bear it. Many people saw this scene and felt speechless. One could say the previous battle between Yi Futian and Zhan Yuan was like a showdown, a strong duel, a battle between two top figures. Yi Futian had a hard time even though he defeated the supreme form of the Great Path. Then the battle was a slaughter. They were obviously not at the same level. Su Yin didn't deserve being to be an opponent for Yushang. The Violet Heavenly Palace was miserable. Many people were thinking this was a big event held by the Violet Heavenly Palace, but what's happening now? The warriors of the Violet Heavenly Palace were beaten one after another, and even Zhan Yuan, their supreme form of the Great Path, was defeated. Birum. At this moment, a gust of fierce wind passed by, and suddenly, the violent demonic flows engulfed the world. A demon shadow appeared. His whole body was sharp. Behind him was a huge phantom of a Kuanping. The warrior was a Kuanping beast from the Sky Demon Court. He was a top character from the Sky Demon Court. He straddled the void sky in an instant and landed in front of Yushang. His giant Kuanping wings behind him swept down and almost opened a crevice into the void sky. They swept toward Yushang. He is Kuan, the descendant of the contemporary Kuanping demonic great elder. Many people murmured. The current Kuanping demonic giant elder was appallingly powerful and was a giant figure in the Sky Demon Court. He even disdained the Golden Raven demonic great elder and was seeking autonomy. The descendant of Kuanping demonic great elder didn't have very much fame in the world of human cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm, but in the demon world, he had a great reputation and was considered to be the future master of Kuan clan. It seemed that he couldn't help but have a try. Yushang looked up and swept toward the void. He saw the wings coming toward him, and he threw his first out, banging the approaching wings and breaking them. Birum. Kuan stirred a storm, and a huge vortex rose between the sky and earth, devouring and tearing everything apart. It headed toward Yushang. Bang! The storm drowned Yushang, and the horrifying storm tore his body apart. The demon shrouded Yushang. When the horrifying storm raged over his body, he suddenly turned into a terrifying dark whirlwind, devouring this storm frantically, rushing straight toward Kuan. Yushang forwarded in the storm, and his fist of devil penetrated everything and rushed straight toward Kuan. With wings spread behind his back, Kuan flashed toward Yushang. Since Yi Futian had said that Yushang's physical strength was unparalleled, he wanted to see how strong Yushang's offensive power was. The crowd saw them colliding together and fighting at a very close distance. The art of Kuanping and the overbearing demonic powers clashed with each other, and the battlefield seemed to be trembling. Countless warriors were staring at them, and every collision made their hearts tremble. The Sky Demon Court was a power of the Demon Realm Alliance, of which many great powers were also present. They looked at the battlefield and were quite stirred. They knew Kuan's power the best. The art of Kuanping and his attacking power were also extremely strong, But at this time, when he collided with Yushang, the demon cultivator was getting stronger and stronger in the fight. Demon statues of all skies appeared over the sky dome, with appalling demonic might quelling everything. Kuan had turned into his original body form, and Yushang transformed into a huge figure of demon deity. They made the void sky tremble continuously. Finally, they were separated, and the overbearing demonic shadow was still standing there. Kuan was the one who fell back. His wings trembled slightly, and he stared at the other side. "Your strength is not bad. You are the strongest enemy I have ever met." Yushang looked at Kuan and said, among all the opponents he had ever met, no one else was stronger than Kuan. Many powerful figures slightly trembled. His strength was not bad. He was the descendant of Kuanping demonic great elder, with great fame among young generations. And he just said his strength was not bad? This guy, as Yifutian said, was truly overwhelming in physical strength and was peerless in his generation. In today's battle, two top-level figures showed up, and both of them were able to stand on top of the heavenly mandate realm. Where did these two guys come from? Not to mention them, even the warriors of the divine elephant clan had no idea that Yushang, who often stood beside Yifutian, was so strong. Before, nobody had noticed. From now on, the heavenly mandate realm would be bustling. Warriors of the divine dragon clan all looked at Yushang. The Kuanping demonic great elder was a top power in the demon realm. The Sky Demon Court once created an air alliance to gather all the strongest bird demon beasts. So nowadays, there were many top demon clans in the Sky Demon Court. There was no need to say much about the strength of the Golden Raven Demon Master. But the Kuanping demonic great elder was also a great power. His strength was no less than that of the Golden Raven Demon Master. Kuan was the Kuanping demonic great elder's offspring. Although he was not best at physical strength, the physical power of the art of Kuanping was also extremely overbearing. However, it didn't affect Yushang at all. It could be seen that Yi Futian's words were not exaggerated and that Yushang's power was indeed terrifying. He is really strong and his demonic skills are impressive too. Your master must not be a usual person, said a warrior of the Dragon God clan. Yushang's demonic method was taught by a mysterious old guy who said he had unparalleled heavenly strength and was suitable for demonic cultivation. After that, the old guy disappeared and no one else has taught him. As for me, I have many teachers and now one of my teachers is present. My cultivation method comes from him. Now, by chance, I inherited from Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions and learned the Divine Elephant Emperor's teachings. I have been extremely lucky on my path to cultivation and have met many good teachers. Otherwise, I would not have made accomplishments like today, Yifutian said, smartly explaining why their talents were so outstanding. Everyone could see that Yushang's demonic method was extraordinary at first glance. He could only say it was the teaching of a mysterious man. There was no way he could say it was Yushang's father. Otherwise, they were going to wonder what Yushang's origin was. As for himself, he would just attribute his diverse knowledge and skills to the good teachers he had met and good luck. He was not wrong in what he said. First of all, you must have talent and ability. Only then can fortune become a factor. You have the opportunity to meet famous teachers and have extraordinary luck, which also proves you are an unusual person, the powerful figure of the Divine Dragon Clan said slowly. As for Yushang, the demonic method he cultivated is very rare. There are very few people who can teach him in the heavenly mandate realm. How about you find a famous teacher for him? It will be his great fortune, Yifutian said. He is too shameless, people thought, staring at Yifutian. This bastard. Even though he had shown his talents, he was still too shameless. He had the Divine Elephant Clan as his background and was praised as the supreme form of the Great Path by the powerful figure of the Divine Elephant Clan. Now, he was not satisfied with only having the Divine Elephant Clan as his background but wanted to seek connections with other powers. He was very brazen. The Divine Elephant Clan and the Divine Dragon Clan were both top demon clans in the demon realm. If they were both approached by him, there were really few forces in the heavenly mandate realm that dared to touch them. Even the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had to think twice. In our Divine Dragon Clan, there is indeed a powerful figure that could give Yushang some guidance. However, He has a weird temperament and has not received any disciples yet. If Yishang is willing, he can come to my divine dragon clan and meet him. I will recommend him," the powerful figure of the divine dragon clan said. Many top figures of the heavenly mandate realm flashed their eyes. Many of them faintly knew who he was referring to. Not only them, but many warriors who knew something about the demon realm had also guessed who he was. The demon dragon of the divine dragon clan was a superpower, a monster that even the head of the divine dragon clan could not command. The divine dragon clan wanted to introduce Yushang to that figure. "He won't have any opinion. Are you leaving now, sir? Just take him with you. Yushang will belong to divine dragon clan from now on," Yi Futian said. All warriors stared at Yi Futian with a stunned look. How could he be so shameless? Belonged to the divine dragon clan? Was he still the peerless gallant figure who had just defeated Zhan Yuan? Why did he suddenly become so toady? Yushang looked at Yi Futian, bewildered. He was speechless. Had he even asked for his opinion? Amid the crowd, Qi Xiangang smiled and shook his head. Little Condor muttered, "Master is too shameless. He made Yushang Master lose his dignity. In this heavenly mandate realm, dignity is of no use." In the Origin Mountains, Futian turned the violet heavenly palace upside down and unlocked the secrets of the imperial bone. He survived the tree of death and seized the ancient emperor's corpse. Still, he was hunted all the way, and Zhan Yuan, the supreme form of the great path of the violet heavenly palace, was still so overbearing. Qi Xiangang spoke slowly. Were Yi Futian and Yushang inferior to Zhan Yuan? The battle today had proved many things. What they lacked was just a powerful backing. As the saying went, a tree that outgrew other trees in a forest would be broken by the wind. Yi Futian certainly understood it. He stood out today and embarrassed the violet heavenly palace. Besides, he was Gu Dongliu's younger brother. He showed such peerless talent, but if he had no background, the outcome would not be good. Yi Futian knew this very well, which was why he asked Yushang to come into the limelight and find someone to back him. With the Divine Elephant Clan and the Divine Dragon Clan as their backing, whoever wanted to harm them needed to think twice. Besides, he did so perhaps for his third elder brother as well. After all, Gu Donglu had inherited the laws of origin. Gu Tianxing wanted to make him the new king of the demon realm, but in fact, he was taking big risks, and the probability of success was extremely low. If he lost, he would be eternally doomed. But if Yi Futian could make good friends with the two top demon clans in the demon realm, there would be less pressure in the future. The powerful figure of the Divine Dragon Clan also looked at Yi Futian and felt speechless. This guy didn't care about his own image at all. Where was the proud person who had just defeated Zhan Yuan? However, Zhan Yuan and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty were the same kinds of people. They were born to be extraordinary and had always been at the top of the power. They were born to be supreme. At any time, they had a noble temperament, but Yi Futian was different. He came here all through his own effort and knew better how to survive, even though he could show off his peerless talent and pride when facing Zhan Yuan. He knew people like Yi Futian would have a more ambitious life. The future of the heavenly mandate realm would change, and it was likely to happen in this generation. After all, it was caused by Gu Tianxing. Then, these top talented people would be extremely important to the future. The Divine Dragon Clan, of course, wouldn't mind establishing relationships with young figures like them. Good. If so, we Dragon God Clan will take care of Yushang from now on. If that guy refuses to teach him, the Dragon God Clan will teach Yushang to use the power of Dragon Deity, but it may not fit his own cultivation method. The powerful figure of Divine Dragon Clan said. Thank you, sir. Yi Futian bowed and said, Yushang, come and say thank you. Yushang looked at Yi Futian, speechless. But when he turned to the warrior of the Divine Dragon Clan, he became serious. He bowed slightly and said, Thank you very much, sir. Shameless. Other warriors murmured, seeing Yushang joining the Dragon God Clan, full of jealousy, envy, and resentment. With the protection of the Divine Elephant Clan and Dragon God Clan, these two guys could act tough in the future. Congratulations. At this moment, A cold voice came from the Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace. He looked emotionless. Had this grand event of Violet Heavenly Palace become the place to fulfill all Yi Futian's wishes? It could be said that Yi Futian had taken advantage of this grand event not only to embarrass them but also to reap benefits for himself. Yi Futian looked at the Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord. Congratulations? Who knew what the mood of the Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord was like now? But this time, Yi Futian's purpose was just to destroy the event, and now he had made an extra achievement by establishing a connection with the Dragon Deity clan. I should thank the Violet Heavenly Palace for the opportunity you provided. Yi Futian saluted and said. He looked very polite. The Heavenly Penalty Lord looked at him. Nobody knew what he was really feeling but himself. This time, the Violet Heavenly Palace became Yi Futian's tool and embarrassed themselves. It's all right. I am also glad to have been able to see so many gallant figures in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Besides, I know you're the Gu clan descendant's brother, but you probably don't know what Gu Tianxing did in the past. Now, since you have the opportunity to cultivate in the Divine Elephant clan and the Dragon Deity clan, you should be hardworking and improve yourself. The Lord of the Heavenly Penalty Palace reminded him to keep him away from Gu Donglu. I will try my best to cultivate and live up to your graciousness. Sir? Yi Futian responded. The Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord did not look at him but looked around at the crowd, saying, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven claimed to have drawn a line with the Gu clan in the past, but now it seems that they didn't break off relations. Therefore, the Violet Heavenly Palace is preparing to visit the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven after this to question their intentions. I wonder if you would be interested in going together. He didn't mention the great law battle of Heavenly Mandate Realm again. Since the Violet Heavenly Palace had such a disastrous defeat, how could they mention it again? So just put an end to it. If the competition continued, it would not be the business of Violet Heavenly Palace, which would only make people laugh. Many warriors were a little surprised when they heard this. Were the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty going to the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven? Were they planning to force Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven to hand over the last descendant of the Gu clan? However, since the Lord of the Jiang family went to the place of origin in person to take Gu Donglu away, this time, he probably was serious and would not allow the scene from the past to happen again. Moreover, at that time, the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Gods occupied all advantages during the battle, but now things were different. They only had two forces, and other forces might not really intervene. What was more, Gu Donglu had a relationship with the Demon Realm, and Yi Futian was also here. However, although there was little hope, they couldn't just sit and watch all this happen. At the very least, they had to go to Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and see if the descendant of Gu family was cultivating in the Celestial Gate and how much power they had. After Gu Donglu inherited the Law of Origin and Gu Tianxing's celestial method, Gu Donglu had been sleeping. During these days, perhaps he had already acquired a lot of power. Yi Futian stared at the Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord. Were the two peak forces of the Heavenly Mandate Realm planning to go to the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven together? However, he also understood that a war was not likely to break out, and there were, at most, small-scale conflicts. If a war happened, too many issues would get involved, so they would not dare to gamble. If the situation went the same way as it had between the Gu family and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty at that time, both sides would lose. But since these two top forces wanted to go now, it was tremendous pressure for Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven themselves. What they wanted was to exert the pressure. As for any other possible purposes, he didn't know. The grievances of Violet Heavenly Palace, Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, and Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven have been around for a long time. But since Gu Tianxing said that he wrote off the matter with us, we Brahma's Pure Sky don't want to stir things up. We can go and take a look, but Brahma's Pure Sky will not get involved. A goddess of 9 skies said this bluntly, indicating Brahma's Pure Sky's attitude. They didn't want to be involved in this storm. At least, they wouldn't get involved until the situation became more clear. They had learned their lesson from the past. At that time, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Heavenly Gate of Vast Heaven were the two forces standing on the top of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. However, after the battle, they were knocked off from their pedestal, and now they and other top forces were on the same level and no longer prospered like before. Otherwise, if the celestial gate of vast heaven still prospered as in Gu Tianxing's era, and the heavenly mandate dynasty still had the power during the old imperial lord's reign, Brahma's pure sky would still be suppressed now. We 10,000 divine mountain like joining in the fun. We don't mind going with you, the powerful figures of 10,000 divine mountains said with a smile. Since Violet Heavenly Palace and Heavenly Mandate Dynasty wanted to go, they would join them. Seeing all these top powers show their attitudes, many warriors were shocked. They did not expect that after they had just experienced the heyday of the Violet Heavenly Palace, would all warriors gather in the celestial gate of vast heaven again? If so, we can go separately, the Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord said calmly. Since they were not an alliance, naturally, they did not need to go together. He got up and looked at the boundless crowd, saying, "Let's call it a day. Thank you, everyone, for coming to the Violet Heavenly Palace and joining us." The end. The Heavenly Penalty Palace Lord obviously wanted to end this unpleasant situation quickly. The warriors of the top forces stood up one after another, and the vast and endless warriors also dispersed, leaving the Violet Heavenly Palace. They were not fully satisfied. Or one should say, what happened today was a bit dreamy. Those who fought fiercely to enter the Violet Heavenly Palace before did not leave much of an impression on people. The audience was more concerned about those top characters, especially Yifutian, who came out of nowhere and stole the limelight, which should have belonged to the Violet Heavenly Palace. In this battle, the ability of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty Crown Prince was proven, and Yifutian was the biggest winner. It wouldn't take long for his name to spread across the Heavenly Mandate realm. Let's go. Yifutian and Yushang flickered down. Qi Shengang and other people also walked out, and soon the group reunited together and then went in the direction of the Divine Elephant Clan. In this battle you got all the limelight. Zhu Zhao walked beside Yifutian and said, "But how did you master the ultimate skill of the Divine Elephant Clan on such a level? This guy was not just good at using sticks, but was the imperial bone of the Divine Elephant Emperor of 10 Directions really that useful? Just cultivate like this?" Yifutian shrugged and said. Soon they came to the crowd of the Divine Elephant Clan. "You were bold," a powerful figure of the Divine Elephant Clan said to Yifutian. Although this guy ruined the plan of the Violet Heavenly Palace, he had also come out and offended the Violet Heavenly Palace. "Sir, you didn't know what happened in the Origin Mountains," Yifutian replied. After Zhan Yuan and the Renhuang figures' assault, he had made up his mind to go against them. "I heard them talking, and they said, at that time we Divine Elephant Clan wanted to take you too," the powerful figure continued. Yifutian didn't mind. He got the bone of the ancestor of the Divine Elephant Clan. It was normal for the Divine Elephant Clan to want it back, but it was rude for other cultivators to do it. Good performance. At this moment, a figure came over, and Yifutian looked up. He was the Zhu Yen Demon Emperor. "Thank you, sir," Yifutian smiled and replied, then glanced at Yushang next to him. He walked toward Zhu Yen Demon Emperor, who was among the crowd of the Dragon Deity Clan. "Yifutian and Yushang are here to salute you, sirs." Yifutian saluted with Yushang. The powerful figure of the Dragon Deity Clan nodded slightly and said, "When do you plan to go to Dragon God Clan with Yushang? I also want to send Yushang to cultivate the power of the Dragon Deity as soon as possible. But, for now, I guess we will all be going to the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. After the trip, I will see if Yushang can go to the Demon Realm with you," Yifutian said. "Okay." The big figure nodded. "Then we will go first." "Take care, sir," Yifutian said and nodded. Soon the powerful figure and other warriors of the Dragon God Clan left. Many junior warriors were staring at Yifutian, with their eyes filled with fighting will. "Let's go, too," said a warrior of the Divine Elephant Clan, and very soon, they stepped in the void sky and departed from the Violet Heavenly Palace. Above the Violet Heavenly Palace, endless thunderbolts were still dripping down and looked extremely gorgeous. More and more people were leaving the palace, and many people were standing there watching people leave, feeling slightly lost. This time, the Violet Heavenly Palace's performance was terrible. Zhan Huan just stood there and did not leave. This time he was defeated. Go back first and recover from your injuries. The heavenly penalty palace lord said. Only then did Zhang Yuan turn and leave. Outside the violet heavenly palace, countless warriors were flying in the void sky, and Yi Futian was also in the crowd. At this moment, a group of people came up. Yi Futian took a glance and saw the goddess of Brahma's pure sky. However, after receiving the answer from the Brahma's pure sky lord on that day, he had already given up. Now he would still feel the pain whenever he saw people of Brahma's pure sky. At this moment, he saw someone gazing at him. That pair of eyes was extremely beautiful, and the face was also perfect. That pair of eyes met his eyes in the void. After today's fight, perhaps no one will not know of Mr. Yi from now on, a soft voice said. It was very touching. Brahma's pure sky's first maiden Qin He, with perfect looks and talent, was the goddess in countless people's dreams. At this point, she came to Yi Futian's side and took the initiative to speak to him. The scene attracted many pairs of eyes. Many people showed surprise. Qin He spoke to Yi Futian. I am flattered. Yi Futian smiled and said, everyone is familiar with goddess's name in the heavenly mandate realm before I came. Although I haven't been in the heavenly mandate realm for a long time, I have heard of your name, too. Xia Qingyuan looked at Qin He. She frowned slightly. What did the Lady of Brahma's pure sky come to do? Before your life spirit was released, you could defeat the supreme body of Violet Heavenly Palace, which is worthy of any praise. Qin He smiled. Yi Futian narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at her face, saying, did goddess come just to praise it? What do you think? Qin He said with a smile that could charm an entire nation. Even Xia Qingyuan was a little enchanted by her beauty. This woman's beauty was bewitching. I wonder if goddess has any thoughts about me? Yi Futian laughed casually and said, looking at Qin He, did this first maiden of Brahma's pure sky come to chat only because of his outstanding performance? As the first maiden of Brahma's pure sky, she must not be so unrefined. But he didn't know her purpose either. Xia Qingyuan stared at Yi Futian. This bastard. Do you have a spiritual partner? Qin He asked. Yi Futian did not expect that she would really ask this question in such a way. He froze and then turned his gaze away. His eyes looked slightly dim. Xia Qingyuan was aware of Yi Futian's emotional changes. She was very clear that after asking the people of the Brahma's pure sky twice, Yi Futian had been trying to stop thinking about it. The death of Hua Jieyu was the pain in his heart. He didn't think about it because he wanted to numb himself. He had tried to forget. She was his wife, his spiritual partner. Yi Futian naturally thought of Hua Jieyu first when Qin He asked the question. Does it have anything to do with you? Xia Qingyuan said, glancing at Qin He coldly. Even though she was first maiden of Brahma's pure sky, Xia Qingyuan was not polite to her. Qin He couldn't help but take a look at Xia Qingyuan. Seeing Xia Qingyuan's cold gaze, she understood something. I heard that Mr. Yi had asked people of Brahma's pure sky twice about a person's whereabouts, so I guess the lady named Hua Jieyu was Mr. Ye's spiritual partner. Qin He looked at Yi Futian and continued. But what is her relationship with us, Brahma's pure sky, and why did Mr. Yi ask us about her? What is the story? Are you done? Xia Qingyuan cut in, staring at her coldly. Was this Qin He intentionally provoking Yi Futian's pain? Qingyuan, it's okay, Yi Futian said. Hearing him talk to her in this way, Xia Qingyuan paused for a second, took a look at him, and then lowered her head, a mixed feeling in her heart. Goddess is the Brahma's pure sky first maiden, with a transcendent status in Brahma's pure sky. If possible, could you ask Empress of Brahma's pure sky if she still remembers a human cultivator whom she had given a thought to in the lower realms? Yi Futian asked. Hua Jieyu? Qin He asked. Yes, Yi Futian nodded. She is my wife. She once received the will of Her Majesty and borrowed the Empress's thought in a desperate situation. But her soul drifted away, so I want to ask if Brahma's pure sky knew the whereabouts of my wife. I see, Qin He said and nodded gently. I am sorry to have asked you about her. After I return to Brahma's pure sky, I will definitely ask for Mr. Yi if I have the chance. But since Mr. Yi had asked twice, I am afraid there isn't too much hope. After all, what Mr. Yi said sounds very vague. I understand. Thank you very much, goddess. Yi Futian nodded and said, Is Mr. Yi going to the celestial gate of vast heaven? Qin, he continued. Yes, Yi Futian said, nodding. It will be a very long trip, and it's better to go with companions. It will also be a good chance to chat about cultivation along the way. Qin, he said with a smile. Her smile was extremely gorgeous. It was hard for anyone to refuse her. Xianxia showed a weird look. What did this Qin he mean? When they came into contact with Brahma's pure sky previously, these sacred ladies had never taken them seriously. But now, the first maiden Qin he personally invited Yi Futian to accompany them. Was it because of this battle of the Violet Heavenly Palace? Yi Futian also felt a little bit strange and did not understand what Qin he's intention was. Qin he was the first maiden of Brahma's pure sky. She had extraordinary talent. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty wanted to arrange a marriage with their crown prince and her. But Brahma's pure sky had no response, and Qin he never showed an intimate attitude toward anyone. Now, although he showed astounding talent in the battle and had a good relationship with the Divine Elephant clan, did it mean that his strength and position had surpassed that of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty crown prince? Even though he thought so, the people of the Heavenly Mandate realm might not think this way. There was no need for Qin he to approach him deliberately. So what was her purpose? It's my honor to go with goddess, Yi Futian said with a smile. He was curious about what Qin he wanted to do. Shameless, Xianxia muttered and glanced at Qin he's enchanting face. Had this guy really promised that? However, only a fool would decline the invitation of a stunning woman like her. Well, such a miserable princess. Black Wind Condor muttered in a low voice when he heard Xianxia's soft swearing. Xianxia stared at him with a pair of cold eyes that seemed to be able to kill him. Feeling the killing will in her eyes, Black Wind Condor shivered and withdrew his head. So fierce. She thought she finally had the chance, but Master was too charming. People of the Violet Heavenly Palace saw Yi Futian and Qin he conversing and even walking together. They looked even more jealous. Did they admire each other? Don't tell us the first maiden of Brahma's pure sky fell in love with Yi Futian, they thought. It shouldn't be possible. She even didn't have any thoughts on the crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Even though Yi Futian was outstanding, he was not outstanding enough to make Qin he like him. Many people looked where the warriors of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty were crossing the void sky. The crown prince of the Heavenly dynasty was also in the crowd. He glanced at Qin he eyes keen. But it was Brahma's pure sky's own business, and he couldn't do anything. He headed forward, leading warriors of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty to leave. The large crowd dispersed. People all returned, and news about what happened in the Violet Heavenly Palace was also spread. As many people had guessed, Yi Futian, as a nobody who defeated the supreme form of the Great Path of the Violet Heavenly Palace in one battle, immediately caused a sensation. His name soon was known in the western part of the Heavenly Mandate realm and spread toward other realms. Especially in the southern region, the news also spread very quickly, because after leaving the Violet Heavenly Palace, many warriors started to head toward the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. The Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was located in the southern part of the Heavenly Mandate realm, so it was also known as the Vast Heaven of South. Under the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was the Haoyan city. The most powerful families and sects of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were gathered in this largest main city of the southern part of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Besides, the strongest cultivation methods and classics were also stored here. The Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had existed for many generations. Not like other forces, they believed that the Celestial Gate should only be ruled by the most talented people. The Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was the Celestial Gate of the whole Haoyan city. It didn't solely refer to any specific clans. For example, when other family forces reached the peak level, they would have the opportunity to enter the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and accept the examination of the Celestial Gate. If they passed, they could enter the Celestial Gate and become one of the leaders of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Similarly, if a clan in Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven became weak and incompetent, it was also not qualified to stay in the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven anymore. Such an environment had made Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven prosper for many years. Haotian City also had countless powerful family forces. All clans were continually making improvements and hoping to set foot in the Celestial Gate one day and become one of the leaders of Celestial Gate. Of course, being able to gain a place in Haotian City was also an extremely difficult thing. In such an environment, many people claimed that Haotian City and the capital of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty were the two strongest main cities in the Heavenly Mandate realm, the Thunder Penalty City of Violet Heavenly Palace. The main cities of Brahma's Pure Sky and 10,000 Divine Mountain were all inferior to them. Yifutian didn't know much about the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven either, until he came to Haotian City. He did not expect that this Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven had such a superior system of competition. The Gu clan should have also reached the top at that time through it. If so, at that time, Gu Tianxing and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven jointly decided to abandon Gu's clan, maybe because Gu Tianxing felt guilty? After all, the Gu's clan was not qualified to fully represent the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, but he almost put the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven in crisis. Now, the Violet Heavenly Palace and Heavenly Mandate dynasty had released news that they would come to the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. After the news spread, there was also a lot of shock in Haotian City. Many people in the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven held different attitudes on Gu Donglio's return. Some people expected that Gu Tianxing would make him a peerless fighting monster, but some people also thought that he would once again put Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven at the center of the storm. At this time, in a palace of Haotian City, gentle melodies were coming out with a sweet and clear sound quality. The changing notes fit the immortal aura in the void air, which was just incredible. In the palace, Yifutian closed his eyes and listened quietly. Not far from him, a peerless lady was playing the ancient zither. Her fingers were slender, and her flawless hands were like a gift from heaven, perfect just like her. Under her slender fingers, the melody weaved by the changing notes had a strong penetrating power, which gave him a very pleasant feeling. The zither music stopped slowly. He took back her slim hands and looked at Yifutian with a smile. "What do you think, Mr. Yi?" "It sounds perfect." Yifutian smiled and replied. They had become familiar after the trip. However, so far, he had not figured out what He's purpose was, and she had never revealed anything. This puzzled Yifutian. Although they were familiar, she was still like a strange person. He was too perfect and impeccable. He couldn't see through her. "Thank you for your comments, Mr. Yi. I'm not very good at playing the zither. For me, playing instruments is only a way to nourish my spiritual world and rest my body. It has some benefits for cultivation, so I have been practicing it for a few years." He smiled and said. "Goddess is humble," Yifutian said. "Mister, you can just call me by my name." "Goddess sounds a little strange," he said, smiling. Goddess," Yifutian said with a laugh. He shook her head with a bitter smile. At this time, a cultivator of Brahma's Pure Sky came and said to He, "The Wang clan of Haotian City just sent a request saying that Wang Yanbing will come to visit later." "Wang Yanbing," He murmured. Obviously, she had heard of the name. The Wang clan had a great reputation in Haotian City. Many years ago, they lived in the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and were one of the families in charge of the Celestial Gate. Then they gradually declined and left the Celestial Gate. It was an extremely ancient clan power that had been passed down for many years with a very deep foundation. It was said that, in recent years, the Wang clan had begun to revive. There were many warriors in the clan, and they seemed to have a tendency to re-enter the Celestial Gate. Besides, now the number one figure below the Renhuang of Haotian City was Wang Yanbing, a descendant of the Wang family. It was rumored that he was extremely talented, and even the big figures of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven couldn't beat him. Soon, he would become another figure that brought the Wang clan to the apex. It was no secret that they had arrived at Haotian City, so he requested to visit. In Haotian City, Wang Yanbing's visit to Brahma's Pure Sky's first maiden he caused a great sensation. Now, all the powerful people had gathered in this city. The Brahma's Pure Sky goddesses had arrived, and Wang Yanbing was now the most popular person in Haotian City. His every move attracted everyone's attention, not to mention his visit to He. Above the celestial gate there were Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyun, and below the celestial gate there was Wang Yanbing. These three people were the three most famous geniuses in the South Vast Heaven. Wang Yanbing was competing with the other two peerless figures from two clans above the celestial gate of Vast Heaven. He had not entered the celestial gate to cultivate, but many people said that Wang Yanbing was waiting for the day when the Wang clan re-entered the celestial gate, so he could set foot on the celestial gate with his clan. After the Gu clan fell, there were only two clans. Jiang clan and Hua clan were in charge of the celestial gate of Vast Heaven, and the Wang family had been preparing to set foot on the celestial gate to replace the Gu clan. For people of Haoyan City, Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyun were above the celestial gate, who they had no chance to approach. However, Wang Yanbing was more real for them, and they could truly feel how horrifying Wang Yanbing's strength was. Hearing what happened at the Violet Heavenly Palace event, people of Haoyan City all felt pity. It was a pity that the celestial gate of Vast Heaven did not participate this time. Otherwise, the three giants of the celestial gate of Vast Heaven, Jiang Taichu, Hua Qingyun, and Wang Yanbing, could show up with Gu Donglu, the talent created by Gu Tianxing. What a strong team. They all believed that the current generation of South Vast Heaven was the strongest in the heavenly mandate realm. On this day in Haoyan City, a group of armed soldiers of the Wang family was trekking. Above the sky, there was a brilliant radiance of divine weapons shining. It was extremely sharp and illuminated the void sky in an instant. Time to go. Many people looked up at the sky and saw the armed warriors of the Wang clan roaring above them, all of them flickering toward the same direction. At this time, within a district of Haoyan City, in the inns, on the streets, there were a lot of people looking somewhere high in the distance. There were many stairs below the palace. Standing on the ground, one needed to raise their head to see it. Cultivators of Brahma's pure sky were living there. At this time, many people were drinking and chatting in the inns below the palace. I heard that Yi Futian is also living in that palace. After the battle of Violet Heavenly Palace, he came here with the goddess Qin He and has been accompanying her. Yi Futian was able to defeat the supreme form of Violet Heavenly Palace. He is indeed an unusual person. No wonder he is favored by Qin He. Who told you Qin He goddess favors him? Maybe she approached him for other reasons. He defeated the supreme form of the great path of Violet Heavenly Palace, but I think Yi Futian's reputation is undeserved. He is definitely not comparable with Wang Yanbing of our celestial gate of Vast Heaven Wang clan. Wang Yanbing's strength is indeed horrifying, and he is a nirvana saint. If Zhan Yuan meets him, Zhan Yuan will definitely lose, but if cultivators of his plane meet him, he may not win so easily, some reasonable people said. As the saying goes, every famous person has an advantage over others. The Violet Heavenly Palace was also a top force of the heavenly mandate realm. How could the people they chose be incompetent? Prior to this defeat, Zhan Yuan was also in his prime, but after the defeat, in addition to bringing fame to Yi Futian, Zhan Yuan was also questioned by many people. Many people thought that perhaps the praises the supreme form of the Great Path had received in the heavenly mandate realm were too high and that he was not worthy of his previous reputation. Yes, it is said that Yi Futian is Gu Donglio's younger brother, so he also has a close relationship with Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. I hope the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven could make friends with him, and one day these two brothers, Jiang Taichu, Hua Qingyun, and Wang Yanbing, these gallant figures of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, could all stand on the top of the heavenly mandate realm, a senior remarked. However, this idea was difficult to achieve, since many different voices had appeared in Haoyan City. People had distinct opinions. Because it was Haoyan City, more people admired Wang Yanbing, but Yi Futian, on the other hand, did not have much favor. Nowadays, the majority of people in Haoyan City were young. They didn't know what happened in the past and did not have strong feelings on the Gu's clan. However, elders who had experienced when the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was flourishing and witnessed Gu Tianxing and Gu Jiangnan's glory were fonder of Gu Donglu and Yi Futian. In Gu Tianxing and Gu Jiangnan's era, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was very prosperous, and today's Wang Yanbing was not comparable to them at that time. At this moment, there seemed to be an invisible air flow coming from above the sky. Suddenly, many people stood up and looked up toward the void sky. In the distance, gorgeous light beams entered their eyes. Divine weapons whistled in the wind, and a bunch of armed warriors came and landed in an instant. These divine weapons came down and stopped beneath the staircase of the palace. One by one, warriors got off their weapons and lined up. The leader of the group was wearing a silver robe. He had an unusual temperament. His face was very handsome and smooth, like marble, and his whole person was shining. Many ladies showed their admiration. He was Wang Yanbing, now the top one person below the Renhuang figure of Haoyin City. Wang Yanbing of the Haoyin City Wang clan came here to visit goddesses of Brahman's pure sky, Wang Yanbing said, and his voice entered the palace. On the stairs of the palace, a goddess appeared and said, "Mr. Wang, please wait a moment. Qin He goddess will meet you outside the palace." "Thank you, goddess," Wang Yanbing said and saluted, waiting patiently. Seeing the scene, people of the Wang family were quite proud, and everyone around them was also impressed. It seemed that the goddess of Brahma's pure sky had also heard the name of Wang Yanbing, and goddess Qin He even greeted him in person. However, at this moment, a few people came out from the palace, and the crowd from a distance saw quite a few ladies come out and arrange seats in the area outside the palace above the stairs. Obviously, they were preparing to receive Wang Yanbing outside the palace. Some people who just felt proud of Wang Yanbing showed strange looks. They had thought that Qin He was really ready to meet him in person, but it turned out that they just intended to receive him outside. However, Wang Yanbing looked calm and did not feel anything. Brahma's pure sky was the peak power of the heavenly mandate realm. But the Wang family was nothing but a dismal family and had not returned to the celestial gate of vast heaven. The statuses of both sides were not equal. Before he entered the celestial gate of vast heaven, he was not qualified to ask the Brahma's pure sky to treat them equally. However, many people of Haoyin City were dissatisfied and made complaints. Yi Futian is said to be in the palace, but now they are greeting Wang Yanbing outside the palace. "What do they mean?" someone said unpleasantly. After all, Wang Yanbing had a high reputation in Haoyin City, but now he came to visit and was stopped outside the door. They didn't let him enter the palace. If Yi Futian had not been inside, maybe they would not have felt anything, but Yi Futian was just a person with a brilliant record in one battle. Now he was in the same palace as Brahma's pure skies people. Was Yanbing of Haoyin City inferior to Yi Futian? In the midst of people's conversations, the place over the top of the palace stairs was simply arranged, and many stunning female figures appeared. When people saw the leading woman, they all shut up and were slightly distracted. The lady under the sun looked peerless, and her body of golden proportions, perfectly showing her elegant temperament. She was just impeccable. Even though there was some dissatisfaction the moment people saw her, they just couldn't be angry at such a woman. Brahma's pure sky's first maiden Qin He. "Please come in," someone said on the stairs. Wang Yanbing and others walked to the top. They came to the front of the palace and greeted. Wang Yanbing of Wang clan is here to salute goddesses of Brahma's pure sky. Qin He was sitting on the chair. She looked at Wang Yanbing and others and said, "It was hasty, so we just made some simple arrangements. I apologize. Everyone, please sit down. Thank you for your time and attention, goddess." Wang Yanbing nodded slightly and responded, and then he took a seat and sat down. His eyes were still on Qin He. He said, "I have heard of Brahma's pure sky goddess's name for a long time. Now, since Qin He goddess has come to Haoyin City, I, as the master of the city, should try my best to play host to you, but I am afraid it may be too abrupt, so I am here to visit you in person." "You're welcome," Qin He said softly. "Even though I have been in the Brahma's pure sky, I've heard of your name, too. I know Mr. Wang has beaten all Saint Plain warriors in Haoyin City and is called the top figure under the throne of Haoyin City Renhuang, with the same famed Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyun of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyun were the top cultivators raised by the Celestial Gate. Wang Yanbing could be as famous as them, which proved he was extraordinary. Today, Qin He also noticed that his temperament was indeed outstanding. "It's an undeserved reputation," Wang Yanbing said modestly. Yi Futian was also sitting beside Qin He's main seat at this time. He didn't have an interest in coming, but since Qin he had invited him, he had to sit with her. At this moment he also took a look at Wang Yanbing. He was indeed an unusual person with extraordinary temperament. Moreover, Wang Yanbing's gaze had always been on Qin He, but it did not make anyone feel uncomfortable. He also showed his respect. "What brings you here today, Mr. Wang?" Qin He asked frankly. In fact, it was okay for her to decline the invitation. Although Wang Yanbing was extraordinary, she was not willing to waste too much time on him. In recent days, many important events have occurred in the heavenly mandate realm, like the accident in the Origin Mountains and Gu Tianxing's appearance. In our generation, the heavenly mandate dynasty crown prince has debuted. Gao Huang of the 10,000 Divine Mountain came out of the east of the heavenly mandate realm. Yi Futian defeated the violet heavenly palace Zhan Yuan. Gu Donglu inherited the laws of origin. "What is your opinion, goddess?" Wang Yanbing asked. "The heavenly mandate realm is vast and boundless, with countless talented figures, so there must be many gallant heroes rising up. The prophet has predicted that changes will happen in the heavenly mandate realm. It is normal for top figures of top forces to come out and show their strength. Besides, those who stand out among all these talented figures will show even more amazing talent," Qin He said. "So, who do you think will stand out? Who does goddess think will be the strongest among all the forces of the heavenly mandate realm, including the demon realm and the generations below the Renhuang figures?" Wang Yanbing asked again. "Will the celestial gate of vast heaven be in the forefront?" Everyone in the distance heard Wang Yanbing's words. They listened carefully. Was Wang Yanbing talking to the first maiden of Brahma's pure sky about gallant figures in the realm? Qin He looked at Wang Yanbing. From his words, she could feel that he also wanted to compete with those people. "I have yet to see everyone's performance." During the Battle of Violet Heavenly Palace, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Golden Raven Crown Prince of the Sky Demon Court tied. But many top figures of the Demon Clan didn't take a shot. Gao Huang of 10,000 Divine Mountain didn't. The Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was not present, so I can't say who was the strongest, Qin He replied. "It's okay to guess," Wang Yanbing said. Qin He glanced at him and continued. "Gu Donglu of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven obtained the laws of origin and Gu Tianxing's celestial laws with the protection of 9 immortals. There must be a place for him. The Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Golden Raven Crown Prince are also extraordinary. Although Mr. Yi doesn't belong to any top forces, he defeated Zhan Yuan and should have a place, too. As for other people, I don't know much about them and can't comment. In addition, if you say which force should be the strongest, since Gu Donglu has entered the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and Heavenly Mandate Dynasty should be the strongest in this generation. These two forces that once stood at the pinnacle were still at the apex." Wang Yanbing didn't say much after he heard Qin He's words. He turned his eyes and looked at Yi Futian, saying, "You must be the supreme form of heavenly laws, Yi Futian." Yi Futian froze there for a moment. Wang Yanbing smiled and nodded, saying, "Glad to meet you." "Glad to meet you too," Yi Futian replied. Wang Yanbing looked back to Qin He and continued. "Goddess seems to be quite optimistic about Gu Donglio's future. Now, Gu Donglu has entered the Celestial Gate. So what do you think about the future of the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty?" This was the internal issue of the vast Heaven's Celestial Gate, and I have no comment. Qin He did not respond. This matter was sensitive. As the first maiden, she represented Brahma's pure sky when she was outside. Wang Yanbing did not force her to answer. He said, "The accident of that time started from the turmoil of Gu Tianxing and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, which eventually led to the collapse of Gu Clan and the decline of the Celestial Gate. Many years have passed, and now, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven has gradually recovered its vitality. Above the Celestial Gate, the Jiang Clan and the Hua Clan are both extremely prosperous. There are also many top family forces in Haoyan City. With the rise of this generation, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven will be revived one day, and there may be another figure like Gu Tianxing in the future. Even if not, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven will still be able to stand firmly on top of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Qin He looked at Wang Yanbing. His words seemed to be indicating something. What do you mean? Qin He asked. The celestial gate of vast heaven does not need to be nostalgic. Since it made the decision in the past, it should completely cut off its relationship with the past instead of letting the past repeat itself. Not to mention, Gu Donglu is not Gu Tianxing. Gu Tianxing used to stand on the top of the heavenly mandate realm and was the strongest figure in the celestial gate. Even though Gu Donglu has the supreme inheritance, he is still just a Saint Plane figure. How much does it take for a Saint Plane cultivator to become a top figure of the heavenly mandate realm? It is even unknown if he can survive until then. Wang Yanbing continued, Therefore, I think what the celestial gate did was a bit imprudent. Gu Tianxing seemed to have been arranging this for many years, but in fact, he should have not let the celestial gate of vast heaven enter the game. If Gu Donglu one day reaches that level, he can enter the celestial gate of vast heaven. But that will be a different thing. But now, it seems like he has achieved everything only due to his personal relationship. Many people in the distance heard Wang Yanbing's words and showed surprise. He was aiming at the celestial gate of vast heaven. Wang Yanbing came to visit Qin He and took the opportunity to talk about the matters of the celestial gate. It seemed that he was deliberately doing so to convey his voice and thoughts to the people of Haoyan City. Many people also thought Wang Yanbing's statement made sense. It was indeed a bit risky for the celestial gate of vast heaven to do so. Yi Futian frowned. Wang Yanbing was questioning what the celestial gate of vast heaven was trying to do. This could not happen in any other top forces, but it was possible in the celestial gate of vast heaven, since the celestial gate of vast heaven was the celestial gate of all of Haoyan City, and anyone could make their own voice here. Qin He looked to Wang Yanbing. Did he come here just to say this? It seemed that, even though he had not yet entered the celestial gate of vast heaven, Wang Yanbing was already concerned with many issues, such as who the strongest figure in the heavenly mandate realm was, and whether or not the things the celestial gate had done were right or wrong. This should not be something he cared about, but what Wang Yanbing said undoubtedly proved that he had regarded himself as one of the top figures in the heavenly mandate realm. Besides, he had also voiced his opinion about the competition of the heavenly mandate realm because he wanted to participate in it. He thought it would all be related to him. It seemed the Wang clan was ready to enter the celestial gate of vast heaven. Wang Yanbing came here today just to set the stage for this. She did not respond. She always watched her mouth. She was the first maiden of Brahma's pure sky, but the matter of celestial gate of vast heaven was none of her business, and she would not comment. Is this your idea? Or is it the idea of the celestial gate of vast heaven, Wang clan? A lazy voice said. Wang Yanbing moved his eyes to Yi Futian, who was sipping tea. People in the distance also looked at Yi Futian. Qin He didn't even respond. Was Yi Futian trying to join their conversation? Wang Yanbing's gaze fell on Yi Futian. He still looked calm and peaceful inside. He asked, Is there a difference? Of course. Yi Futian put down the teacup and looked at Wang Yanbing, saying, Since I came to Haoyan City, I heard that the Wang clan used to be a celestial gate clan and once was one of the leaders. You left the celestial gate after the decay. Now that there is a sign of revival, you may return to celestial gate. If what you said is the Wang clan's idea, I suggest the Wang clan better not enter the celestial gate because you don't deserve it. After Yi Futian spoke, everything fell silent. Numerous eyes were staring at Yi Futian, and solders behind Wang Yanbing all released a sharp and dangerous life force. This statement was utterly presumptuous. People below the stairs and in the distance also looked at Yi Futian. This guy liked talking big. How dare he suddenly rave that the Wang clan didn't deserve to enter the celestial gate. There was also a sharp light flashing in Wang Yanbing's eyes, but he seemed to have good self-control. He did not get angry or release cold wills. He just calmly said, Please continue. If it's your idea, I can only say I feel pity for you. You asked who was qualified to stand at the top of the heavenly mandate realm. Although I don't know who it will be, I am sure there will be no place for you. Many people in the distance showed anger. Such an arrogant brat. Someone in the restaurant slapped the table and said with a cold look, Wang Yanbing was the top one figure under the Renhuang of Haoyan City. Even though Yi Futian had a brilliant record in the Violet Heavenly Palace, he did not have the right to be so arrogant. First, he insulted the Wang family. Then he explicitly said that Wang Yanbing was not worthy of competing for the top of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Why? Wang Yanbing was still calm as he asked Yi Futian. You said that Gu Tianxing and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven did everything for themselves, and you also said that the storm that weakened the Celestial Gate at that time was caused by the grudge between Gu Tianxing and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Yi Futian stared at Wang Yanbing and said emotionlessly, "Let me ask you, what was Gu Tianxing's identity at that time? What was Gu Jiangnan's?" Wang Yanbing raised his eyebrows slightly. He seemed to know what Yi Futian meant. Yi Futian continued, "As far as I know, Gu Tianxing was one of the 3 leaders of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, and among them, he was the strongest. He led the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven to reach the top of the Heavenly Mandate realm. There were 12 immortals in the Gu clan that overtook the Heavenly Mandate realm, and Gu Jiangnan was also a peerless figure of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. But according to you, Gu Jiangnan's death was just Gu Tianxing's problem? Didn't they belong to the Celestial Gate? As you said, this is a matter of Gu clan. If so, what kind of sect is the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven? Why do all people only enjoy others' contributions? Can I assume that if the Wang clan were useful to the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven would want you? Otherwise, they could just forget about you." Yi Futian's voice was penetrating. He continued, "If so, how is the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven qualified to stand at the top of the Heavenly Mandate realm? It was all because of Gu Tianxing, who volunteered to sacrifice Gu clan for the Celestial Gate's future. Now the Celestial Gate took Gu Donglu back because they owed him. Top figures should have such trust and morality. Who is really selfish? If this is the Wang family's idea, isn't it the failure of the Celestial Gate to let the Wang family enter the Celestial Gate? Once a clan is useless, just discard it. According to you, if Gu Donglu stands at the top of the Heavenly Mandate realm in the future, the purpose of entering the Celestial Gate for him would not be cultivation but revenge, since the Celestial Gate abandoned the Gu clan. You want to make progress quietly and grow stronger. You think peerless figures will emerge from the Celestial Gate, but why would that person come from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven? What if that person comes from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty Violet Heavenly Palace, or is Gu Donglu himself? At that time, how will the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven act? Why can't you fight by yourself?" Yi Futian continued, "You don't have the courage and responsibility to face your responsibilities. You just want to sit down and enjoy other people's achievements. Even though you have talent, you lack belief in yourself and others, so you will be destined to fail in the competition of the Heavenly Mandate realm." Yi Futian finished, and the vast and boundless space became even quieter. There was no sound at all. Even in distant inns, people's chatter stopped. They all looked at the white-hair figure above the stairs, lost in thought. If one said that Wang Yanbing's words showed his wisdom in making decisions, then Yi Futian's words at this moment reflected a kind of spirit. It was hard to say who was right or wrong. Everyone's thoughts were different and how they judged things also differed. What Wang Yanbing said was not wrong, but Yi Futian's words could also refute him. At this time, many people began to compare them. Wang Yanbing, who was born in the Wang family, seemed to be outshone. Qin He had an amazed look on her face. She looked at Yi Futian next to her. She could feel his strong spirit from his words. It was as if there was still a brave young man's soul in his body, even though he had reached the saint plane. Wang Yanbing looked at Yi Futian and seemed to be thinking about his words. "You have some idealism, but what you think is unrealistic. What you said is just sophistry. You have faith but no strength. If war breaks out, even the figures on top of the Heavenly Mandate realms can't defend Renhuang warriors' attack. No one can escape death." After a moment of silence, Wang Yanbing said, "Gu Tianxing and the old Imperial Lord were so powerful back then, but now they are buried underground. As for who can stand at the top of the Heavenly Mandate realms, you can't make that conclusion. Let's see who among the top figures of the Heavenly Mandate realm will stand at the peak in the future." Wang Yanbing stood up, bowed to Qin He, and said, "My apology for bothering Goddess. I should leave now. He smiled and said, Take care. Farewell. Wang Yanbing cupped his hand and said. He turned around and walked away. Warriors of Wang clan all rose and left. Before leaving, they all glanced at Yi Futian. Then they stepped into the air and vanished. His last sentence didn't sound that ridiculous, Yi Futian whispered, seeing Wang Yanbing leaving. However, it won't come true. Among the top figures of the heavenly mandate realm, who will stand at the peak in the future? He murmured. Wang Yanbing was indeed very ambitious. However, Yi Futian said his dreams wouldn't come true. It seems that Mr. Yi believes the top figure of heavenly mandate realm will be dominant in the future. He said with a smile. I'm the divine form of heavenly law, Yi Futian said. He shrugged and smiled. He looked at his handsome face and no longer felt very disgusted. After knowing him for a while, she felt he was not bad. But she still didn't understand why she was asked to approach Yi Futian. The divine form of heavenly law, he said and smiled. Her sweet smile was breathtakingly beautiful. Yi Futian looked at her smile and slightly felt it was more natural than before. Let's return. Everyone rose to their feet and returned to the palace. However, people outside the palace had not dispersed. There were a lot of discussions about the argument between Wang Yanbing and Yi Futian today. However, they did not have a real fight today. Wang Yanbing was a nirvana saint, and his plane was higher than Yi Futian's. Their fight was meaningless. Let's just see who will dominate this generation in the future, they thought. Perhaps neither of them would be able to do that. Time passed. More and more people had entered Haotian City. Many powerful people had gathered in this celestial city, just like in the Thunder Punishment City not long ago. But they did not show up. They stayed quiet in the city. After all, this time was not the same as in the Violet Heavenly Palace. This time, the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty came to challenge the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. To the east of Haotian City, there was a celestial gate land that towered into the clouds. It had an immortal atmosphere. This was the territory of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. At this time, at the top of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, in a celestial matrix that connected the sky and earth, ancient characters were circling. Beams of the Great Law drooped down from the sky and fell into the celestial matrix. In the center of the celestial matrix, a figure was sitting cross-legged, surrounded by the endless ancient characters. He was Gu Donglu. Outside the celestial matrix, the Lord of Jiang Clan stood there quietly with his hands behind his back. He was watching Gu Donglu in the matrix. At this moment, a middle-aged figure in a luxurious robe came down. He stood beside the Lord of the Jiang family and said, "How is it going?" "He still stays in the unblemished plane," the Lord of the Jiang family said. "But his status now, which he cultivated for a day, has taken other people a year to accomplish." "Good." The middle-aged man beside him nodded. Cultivation required one to take one step at a time. Usually, it was impossible to skip planes to cultivate. No one had done it before, and even if someone did it, their status would be unstable. However, Gu Donglu was a special case. He directly inherited the laws of origin and absorbed the fortunes of the entire origin mountain. There were the wills of tens of thousands of demons in his body, and he also had the thought of the demon monarch. In the end, Gu Tianxing sealed his own will and the divine matrix in his body. It protected him with celestial methods. The power was so appalling that it was comparable to the creation power of the sky and earth. That was why big figures of the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty were scared of this young man. The methods Gu Tianxing had used on him were too strong that they went against heaven's will. Gu Donglu was in the process of refining and cultivating. He was also digesting the wills of countless warriors. His cultivation in one day was better than what others did in a year. However, he was about to reach the limit of cultivation this time. Whether he could break through the nirvana plane or not depended on Gu Donglio's own comprehension in laws. The day after Wang Yanbing left, shocking news came from Haotian City. Haotian City's Wang family would enter the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven after 7 days and receive an examination from the Celestial Gate. This ancient family would return to the Celestial Gate after so many years. The news caused a big sensation. It seemed that when Wang Yanbing went to visit Qin He, the Wang family had already made their decision. So, Wang Yanbing said those words because, on the one hand, he wanted to show the attitude of the Wang family toward events in the heavenly mandate realm. On the other hand, he wanted to show his ambition. The Wang family should be ready. The test of Celestial Gate had not been held for many years. Every time it happened, it was always the most important thing in Haoyan City. This time, it was no exception. Many people felt strange when they thought of the rules of the Celestial Gate. Not only the Wang family, but was Wang Yanbing also ready for this? For a moment, everyone in Haoyan City was talking about this. At the same time, countless people were looking forward to it. During the Celestial Gates test, Zhang Taichu, above the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, would formally fight with Wang Yanbing below the Celestial Gate. The two peerless figures above and below the Celestial Gate would collide for the first time. In the end, who would be more outstanding? As for Hua Qingyun, his plane was still not enough, and he might not be able to fight with Wang Yanbing. Many outsiders were also quite surprised. When the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty were about to come, nobody expected that the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven would hold a big internal event first. This time, would the Wang family return to the Celestial Gate and be in charge? In the palace, Qin He and Yi Futian also received the news. At this moment, Qin He and Yi Futian were discussing the matter. So Wang Yanbing came here that day was to reveal their attitude. If they enter the Celestial Gate, they might have some influence on your third brother. Qin He said to Yi Futian. Obviously, the current rulers of Celestial Gate, Zhang clan and Hua clan, had reached a consensus to take Gu Donglu back to the Celestial Gate. However, if Wang family's attitude was different, and they entered the Celestial Gate and became one of the ruling families of the Celestial Gate, it would be different. Yi Futian frowned slightly. Qin He continued, the Wang family chose the right time. They requested to enter the Celestial Gate now, which indicates that they are willing to face the pressure with the Celestial Gate instead of just thinking for themselves. So, from now on, no matter what decisions they make, people will not think they made it for themselves. What is the test of the Celestial Gate like? Yi Futian asked. The test of Celestial Gate is complicated, but it is also straightforward. There are only 3 parts, Qin He said. One is to test the ruler's competency and see if he has reached the top level of Renhuang Plane. The second is to test the intermediate strength, including whether or not the Renhuang can compare with the Renhuang figures of the Celestial Gate. The third part is to test the ability of their younger generation, to see if their most outstanding figure in the young generation can fight against the best descendant of the Celestial Gate clans. These 3 parts evaluate the upper, middle, and lower 3 levels of the clan. It sounds simple because only 3 people will take the test, but it is also difficult because there can't be many clans that can compete with the top powers of the Celestial Gate on all 3 levels. Just the competition at the peak level will be enough to weed out countless forces. Besides, the leader of the clan must be at an advanced level. Otherwise, victory in the next 2 parts is meaningless. The lord of the Wang family has reached the top level of Renhuang Plane. So, as long as they pass the following 2 trials, the Wang family will be able to enter the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven again. Qin He explained all of this to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded and said, I see. How likely do you think it is that the Wang family will re-enter the Celestial Gate? The Wang family has met the first condition, so they only need to complete one of the other 2 conditions. There is no Renhuang figure in the Wang family to compete with Renhuang warriors of the other 2 Celestial Gate clans. So the key lies in Wang Yanbing. His performance will decide whether or not the Wang family can return to the Celestial Gate. Qin He said, today the top figure below the Renhuang Plane in the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven should be Zhang Taichu of Zhang clan. The battle between Zhang Taichu and Wang Yanbing will determine the fate of the Wang family. Zhang Taichu was raised by the Zhang clan of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Can Wang Yanbing beat him? Yi Futian said. In Haoyan City, it is said that, above the Celestial Gate, there are Zhang Taichu and Hua Qingyun, but below the Celestial Gate, there is Wang Yanbing. These 3 people have the same fame, which means that Wang Yanbing's talent is no less than the other 2. Besides, the Wang family also used to be a leader of the Celestial Gate, and the Wang family also has one of the most powerful mystical ways. It is said that Wang Yanbing has cultivated to a very high level. So, it's hard to make any predictions about this battle. After all, I have never seen them fight, Qin He explained. Yi Futian nodded. He had not expected it would affect his third brother. What is the mystical way? Yi Futian asked, confused. The mystical way is also one of the cultivation methods, but it is different from ordinary cultivation methods. There used to be powerful figures in previous generations of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven who created many mystical ways. Some have been lost and some have been passed down, which some continue to evolve. Until now, the Jiang clan and Hua clan both had their own mystical ways, and the Wang clan was the same. The reason why Gu Tianxing was unparalleled at his time was that he created an even stronger mystical way on the basis of his ancestors so he could touch the laws of heaven. Qin He continued. Beside them, although there are many other powerful forces in Haotian City, none of them have mystical ways, so it is very difficult for them to reach the level of those clans. That is unless another peerless figure like Gu Tianxing appears in this world again. Yi Futian thought of the third brother's fight in the past. After the awakening of his life spirit, there was an immortal aura around the third brother, which indeed gave him strength even when he was under the seal. If the seal had been released at that time, the power would have become much stronger. A smile flashed across Qin He's eyes when she talked about this. She said, as far as I know, in addition to the few major clans today, there is the last place in Haotian City where the only remaining mystical way is being sealed. An eccentric person guards it. So far, no one had been able to get it. Are you interested in taking a look? Even the Jiang clan and Hua clan of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven have not gotten it? Yi Futian asked curiously. Not yet. Qin He shook her head and said, an ancestor left it, and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven also abides by his rules. In the past, Gu Tianxing and Gu Jiangnan both were there in person, but both of them failed. Many gallant figures of the heavenly mandate realm have also gone, but so far the mystical way is still sealed there. Yi Futian's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Qin He and smiled, saying, when should we go? Seeing Yi Futian look at her, Qin He smiled and said, you seem to be looking forward to it? I'm the divine form of heavenly laws, Yi Futian said, laughing. Qin He rolled her eyes. Did this guy think of himself as the divine form of heavenly laws after repeating it several times? Where did this title of divine form of heavenly laws come from? You are shameless, Qin He said with an embarrassed smile, which made her even more charming. Looking at the stunning face, Yi Futian was lost for a moment. Jeyu used to be like her. Somehow, she called him shameless, which drew them closer. So, should we go now? Qin He asked. Okay, Yi Futian replied. I'll call others. All right, we will meet outside, Qin He said, nodding. Yi Futian returned to the palace where he and others stayed, then gathered people for departure. Others were getting ready to set out, but Xia Qingyuan was still sitting there. We should go now, Yi Futian told her. No, Xia Qingyuan said coldly. Eh? Yi Futian blinked and asked, what happened? I don't want to ruin the mood, Xia Qingyuan said. Everyone around them gave Yi Futian a meaningful look. They were often together. Who couldn't read the princess's mind? Especially those who came from the lower realm with Xia Qingyuan. She had made so much effort and everyone knew why. Today, Jeyu would forever become a scar on his heart. After their experience in the Origin Mountains, everyone was expecting that something would happen between Xia Qingyuan and Yi Futian. Who knew that Qin He could show up and steal Yi Futian? What else could they say? He was a real two-timer. Brahma's pure sky's first maiden with a stunning face was alluring to men. Yi Futian showed a strange expression. He looked at Xia Qingyuan and said, are you jealous? Xia Qingyuan froze. Her fists were clenched slightly, and her face turned red. She raised her head, a pair of beautiful eyes staring at Yi Futian, and stood up. She said, you must feel really good about yourself. As she was talking, she stepped forward and said, let's go. Yi Futian's face was dull. Everyone around him was looking at him. Yifutian saw this scene and felt strange. He said, "What are you guys looking at? Did these guys have some opinion?" Kong Xian walked past Yifutian, showing a bit of contempt. She had seen all the things Xia Qingyuan had done for Yifutian, but this guy now hung around with the first maiden of Brahma's pure sky Qing He. He was shameless. "Peacock, what are you looking at?" Yifutian asked Kong Xian when he saw Kong Xian's disdainful look. What did she mean? "Master, I think the first maiden is better," Little Condor said, for fear that the world would be peaceful. The maiden looked very gentle, unlike Xia Qingyuan, whose temper was bad. "Get out," Yifutian said, kicking him out. Black-winged Condor rolled on the ground and rose, looking up at Yifutian with some sadness. He was about to say something, but when he saw the faint smile on Yifutian's face, he lowered his head again, pretending to be guilty. Sir Condor had to take the blame for Master this time. Yifutian sighed and then walked away, thinking that women were indeed trouble. There was an alley in Haotian City called Fei Alley. At the end of the alley, there was a family with an old man living in it. According to the people in the alley, the old man may have lived there for hundreds of years. The people in the alley have lived there for generations, yet the old man was the same as before. It was also said that he might have lived for thousands of years. Gradually, there were many legends about the old man in the alley, and all had said that he was a fae. Furthermore, there were often visits made by some well-known figures to the old man, but most of them returned, disappointed. As time went on, there were more and more rumors regarding the old man. The big one was that the old man in the alley had been guarding something. It was said to have been a fae craft of the celestial gate of vast heaven, waiting for the one. It was just that many years had passed, but this fae craft was still waiting for its master. The alley was located somewhat remotely in a corner of Haotian City. Those who lived here were definitely not the most recognized of Haotian City. However, many formidable men had come out of this alley. Every few years, there would be an incredibly talented figure that walked out of this alley. Generation after generation, out of the many who came out of this alley, a considerable number of them had become existence of Renhuang. Therefore, this alley was becoming more renowned, coming to be known as Fei Alley. Many were wondering, was the old man someone to be bothered with? Just what exactly was he guarding that made him stay there for so many years? This kind of loneliness was not something that ordinary people could bear. Recently, this alley had become troublesome again, with many visitors coming daily. Moreover, those who visited were all exceptional in temperament. At this moment, at the end of the alley, a young man named Qi Yuxuanang was playing chess with an old man. This young man was always staring at the chessboard. He did not dare to be distracted for a moment. The old man's hand was toying with the chess pieces. He had a mild smile on his face, looking at the young man thinking, it seems that he likes this state very much. The youth's temperament was outstanding, but the old man was very simple. He hadn't known how many years he had worn his clothes for. It seemed to be the same in many people's memories. The predecessors have nothing to do, and the junior's chess skills are shameful. The man in black spilled the chess pieces on the chessboard and shook his head a bit decadently. "It has been very good to be able to play for so long," the old man said with a smile, looking very kind. "Is this game difficult to solve? Or is it difficult to solve the game over there?" The man in black looked up to the side. At the end of the wide alley, there were 4 statues guarding the alley. The 4 statues were the 4 spirits: dragon, phoenix, Kailine, and black turtle. The 4 statues were guarding this place so that the whole alley seemed to be shrouded in a peculiar atmosphere. However, at this time, in front of the 4 statues, an outstanding young man in a blue robe was playing guqin. His skills were extremely exquisite, and the sound of the guqin attracted the movement of the great path in heaven and the earth. One of the statues was faintly releasing radiant beams as if it could perceive the existence of the sound of the guqin, and a certain response was born. "Take a guess." The old man smiled at the questioning young man. "I guess that game should be more difficult to solve," the young man said with a smile. His gaze was still focusing there, and he asked, "Are the 4 spirits really alive?" "Of course," the old man replied. How could the statues be living creatures? The young man whispered, not as if to ask a question but rather just talking to himself. The old man smiled without saying a word, and the mood expressed by the sound of the guqin was even more transcendent. It seemed to communicate with the world and resonated with the great path. There seemed to be shadows of dragons and phoenixes whistling around the young man, with golden rocks and cranes flying hither. It was a scene so magnificent that the second statue was lit up. In the vast world, suffocating pressure of might suddenly enveloped the space, and a low voice was heard. It was the sound of the dragon, and at the top of the sky, an immense shadow of the divine dragon loomed. His huge eyes stared ahead. This might shrouded the entire alley. At this moment, everyone in Fei Alley could feel a terrible pressure. Dong! A crystalline sound came out, and the mood created by the guqin was interrupted and stopped abruptly. The young man let out a low moan and showed a look of disappointment. He glanced up at the sky, and the dragon's shadow gradually dissipated. But the statue still stood there, as if there had never been any change. But the scene that had just happened was so real. Not only did he feel it, but so did everyone else in Fei Alley had. Figures came to this side. The hearts of the people in Xianren Lane trembling slightly, and there was slight turbulence in their hearts. As far as they knew, the statues had not had any reactions for many years. Who was it that could let the divine dragon statue come to life? It would seem that someone of importance had arrived in Fei Alley. When they saw that the young man who was playing the guqin was so young, they were all slightly surprised. Moreover, the young man's temperament was extremely elegant and otherworldly. It was as if he was a disciple of the Fei clan. The dragon spirit among the four spirits is revived. How fitting for Hua Qingyun of the Fei clan. At this time, a voice spoke up. Suddenly, an extremely sharp breath appeared in the alley. The gaze of the crowd turned to a figure coming forward. Though his walk was very casual, it was enough to exude sharpness to those around him. It was as if he was a divine soldier that was unsheathed, all invincible. At the same time, many people were slightly shocked. The handsome young man who played turned out to be Hua Qingyun, the most ingenious talent of the celestial gate of vast heaven. In the Fei clan, though many had never seen Jiang Taichu and Hua Qingyun, they certainly had heard of their names. Hua Qingyun looked at the newcomer, and recognizing the other immediately, he said casually, "You are not preparing for the entrance of the Fei clan, and what are you doing here? Could it be that you also want to give it a shot?" The man who arrived was Wang Yanbing. He would be tested by the celestial gate of vast heaven in a few days. Many people who were present also recognized him, and many were a little thoughtful. Hua Qingyun above the celestial gate of vast heaven and Wang Yanbing below the celestial gate of vast heaven were both here. Jiang Taichu was not. Otherwise, these three men who enjoyed the same renown would be all here in one place. Just walking around and ended up here, Wang Yanbing said. The Wang clan was once the governing family of the celestial gate of vast heaven. He naturally knew what was sealed here. Unfortunately, until this day, no one had gotten it. Even during the times of extraordinary figures, such as Gu Tianxing and Gu Jiangnan, they were unable to take these items when they were in the Saint Plane. These mystical ways, to this day, were still sealed here. But for the clan principalities inherited through celestial gate of vast heaven, these mystical ways must be obtained. It was just that it was uncertain as to when it would be done, or who would be the one to complete the task. "Since you are here, we could try together," Hua Qingyun said as Wang Yanbing continued forward until he was in front of the old man. He bowed slightly. Wang Yanbing greets the venerable elder. The descendant of the Wang clan is also here. The old man smiled. "I just don't know how many years we will have to wait. When the time is right, naturally it will be solved," Wang Yanbing responded. He looked at the chess player sitting opposite the old man. "Gao Huang." The man nodded with a smile. Wang Yanbing's eyes flashed a strange color. He replied, "Nice to meet you." Although Gao Huang of the 10,000 Divine Mountain was not widely known, far less so than Zhan Yuan of the Supreme Body of the Great Path and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, he had studied the top figures of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Gao Huang was not a simple man. He was a legend in his own right. His achievements definitely would never be less than that of Zhan Yuan of the supreme body of the Great Path. Likewise, Gao Huang nodded in return. Two of the three most excellent people of the celestial gate of vast heaven had arrived today. He sensed that both Hua Qingyun and Wang Yanbing were more complex than they looked. At this moment, sounds that came through the sheer air, which caught everyone's attention. They saw a group of people come out of thin air. They were extraordinary in temperament, especially the woman amongst them, who was stunningly beautiful. Her image was ravishing. How beautiful! Many couldn't help but express their admiration. In addition, the other two women were also extremely good-looking. One of them, though dressed in men's clothes, radiated a clear beauty. I didn't expect the goddesses to be here. Gao Huang smiled. It was truly lively today. Not only was Qin He, the premier maiden of Brahma's pure heaven, here, but Yi Futian, who had defeated Zhan Yun of the supreme body of the Great Path, had accompanied her. Wang Yanbing also nodded slightly to greet Qin He. On the other side, Hua Qingyun looked over there with a smile, saying, Fei Alley Ferry is lively today. Yi Futian looked at all who were present. Not only was Wang Yanbing here, but also Gao Huang. If he remembered correctly, this person should be the top genius of 10,000 Divine Mountain. But while at the Violet Heavenly Palace, compared to the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Zhan Yuan, Gao Huang seemed to be even more low-key and restrained. It was unexpected that he arrived first at Fei Alley. He was obviously very familiar with Haoyan City. Then, he looked at the 4 statues of spirit again, guarding the 4 directions. Although they were just statues, he could feel a sense of invisible might. Not long ago, while he was entering Fei Alley, he even saw a divine dragon descending. It should be that statue. 4 spirits of the Fei Alley. Rumor has it that the 4 spirits must be awakened before the mystical ways can be revealed. For many years, no one had been able to do it. Qin He transmitted her voice to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded gently. So then, among the 4 spirits, it was the dragon spirit that was awakening. But it only lasted for a moment. The old man was standing to the side aside and looking at the people. He stood with his hands behind his back, without any trace of breath from his body. It was the first time that genius characters from all sides came all at once. It was still uncertain if there were some surprises in store for all of them. Yi Futian stood there quietly, feeling the atmosphere. Standing in this alley, he could clearly feel the inexplicable and invisible might coming from the front. Although the 4 spirits were only 4 statues, they gave out a slight sense of might, and the method with which they were made was unknown. Or rather, was there a mighty person who had gifted will to the 4 spirits? And just now, how did Hua Qingyun awaken the dragon spirit? The people of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and Haoyan City should have had an even better idea than they did. Does Goddess Qin know what conditions are needed to awaken the 4 spirits? Yi Futian transmitted his voice to ask Qin He. I don't know, Qin He responded. No one knows, or maybe even if they knew, they couldn't do it. Or maybe, just awaken them with will so that any means are possible. Yi Futian nodded secretly and did not ask again. If it were so easy to wake up the 4 spirits, then someone would have already done it. All these years, with so many great men from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, including peerless characters, such as Gu Tianxing and Gu Jiangnan, all had been unable to achieve it. The disciples of the Fei clan must have tried, but clearly, no one was successful. After all, there was a volume of mystical ways hidden here, and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven wanted it more than any other forces. The same was true for Wang Yanbing. The Wang clan wanted to return to the Fei clan. If they could get to the mystical ways hidden in this Fei alley, it would undoubtedly increase their chances and improve their reputation as the ones who brought the mystical ways to the Fei clan. Thus, Wang Yanbing came here to give it a try. Although the chance was slim, one could still try. Hua Qingyun, did you have any comprehension communicating with the dragon spirit just now? Wang Yanbing stepped forward and asked Hua Qingyun. Hua Qingyun looked at him only to hear Wang Yanbing continue. With your strength alone, I'm afraid it's impossible. Now that everyone wants it, why don't we all cooperate and give it a try? As to where the mystical ways ultimately belong, we can fight for it later. Hua Qingyun smiled dashingly and said, to give consciousness with the sound of the guqin and perceive the given will in the dragon spirit, to try to communicate and awaken it. Since it can be awakened, then will must be within them. Everyone agreed in their hearts, but in fact, many had also guessed as much. Otherwise, how could truly inanimate objects be awakened? How about trying together? Wang Yanbing looked at Hua Qingyun, Qin He, Gao Huang, and the others. Sure. Hua Qingyun nodded. I will still take care of this dragon spirit, but you take care of the others. I will take charge of this Qilin, Wang Yanbing said. As he was speaking, they looked at Qin He and Gao Huang. Gao Huang smiled and said, ladies first. Phoenix, Qin He replied. Okay. Then I will try to wake up this black turtle. But the black turtle is the laziest, and I have stated in advance that I don't have much confidence. Gao Huang said lightly. Let's do it, Wang Yanbing said as he stepped toward the statue of the Qilin. Hua Qingyun was in front of the statue of the dragon spirit, and his hand lightly rested on the guqin. Gao Huang walked toward the statue of the black turtle. Qin He glanced at Yifutian next to her and said, you will stay here and experience it? She was very clear that even for the four of them to join forces, they would not easily succeed. This time it was mostly just an attempt. Yes, Yifutian nodded. The group of four stepped forward one by one, and everyone in Fei Alley revealed a strange look when they beheld this scene. For these four people, Hua Qingyun and Wang Yanbing were the most genius talents above and below the celestial gate of vast heaven. Qin He came from Brahma's pure heaven, and Gao Huang was from 10,000 divine mountain. It was unknown if the alliance of the top four geniuses could revive the four spirits. The sound of the guqin sounded with highly penetrating power, the notes jumping and heading toward the statue of the dragon spirit. Hua Qingyun's demeanor while playing the guqin was lovely, and a wonderful breath appeared around him, shrouding him with that statue of the dragon spirit. Wang Yanbing came to the Qilin, and an extremely sharp breath bloomed from him. Countless divine arms whistled when he stretched out his palm and put it on the statue of Qilin. In an instant, an extreme sharp breath of divine arms bloomed, and Wang Yanbing seemed to be turned into a weapon of divine arms. It was as if Wang Yanbing, at this moment, had turned into the king of arms. Many of the cultivators in the alley felt that the divine arms that they carried were trembling as if they were out of control, wanting to head for Wang Yanbing. Yifutian also felt an unusual breath, and he looked at Wang Yanbing with surprise. Was this the mystical ways of warriors from the Wang family? The statue of Qilin was dazzling all over. It was as if the will of the divine arms buried it. Suddenly, a terrible pressure of might pervaded from the Qilin, shrouding Wang Yanbing. However, Wang Yanbing was still standing there, and clear sounds of crackling could be heard. The will of the divine arms was broken. He felt an extremely terrible might, but Wang Yanbing did not retreat. He turned his whole person into an extremely sharp weapon of divine arms. As long as the four of them each did their part, and awakened a statue of the four spirits, there may be hope for success. Qin He's slender and delicate hands were also touching the statue of the phoenix. Her body was shrouded in sacred light, which made her even more beautiful and radiant. Various divine thoughts enveloped the statue of the phoenix, seemingly wanting to feel its existence. Her beautiful eyes gradually closed, her perception getting stronger and stronger. Shrouded under the divine light, it was as if everything between heaven and earth was within her perception. Her hands felt a little hot. From the statue of the phoenix, she gradually sensed hot stream that burned her mind and even made her palms feel a burning force. This feeling caused Qin He to take it a little more seriously, and she looked extremely focused. Under the sacred light, her divine will released to the extreme as she attempted to capture the spirit of the phoenix. Only in this way could it possibly be awakened. Many in Fei Alley looked somber as they felt the change between heaven and earth. The invisible pressure of might seemed to grow stronger. It was as if there was a sacred force shrouding Fei Alley. Many, whose cultivations were weaker, felt a sense of suffocation. Some even felt that their bodies were burning. It was as if they were on fire. All three statues had reacted except for the statue of the black turtle. The turtle laid there without any change. The breath on Gao Huang was strong, but he could not make the black turtle react in the slightest. Of the four spirits, the black turtle is the hardest to awaken, people in Fei Alley secretly thought. They had heard many stories over the generations. Many great men had come to try it, and the other three statues all had reacted before. As the saying went, the 1,000-year-old turtle lived so long that it was a lazy bastard. No one could wake up. The old man next to him looked on quietly. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his eyes. These many years of waiting with no one able to achieve it, it was not so easy to be woken up. It seemed that today was fruitless. Yifutian looked at all this quietly. His eyes were deep and boundless, as if there was a magical luminosity that appeared. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have changed in his eyes. It was as if he could see everything in the nothingness. He looked at the statues of the four spirits as if he could see the picture hidden within them. Of the statue of the four spirits, the statue of the dragon spirit seemed to be the most irritable, and a faint shadow of a dragon could be seen. The statue of the Qilin and the phoenix also had a strange spirit as each opened their eyes. Only the statue of that black turtle seemed to have a spirit prostrating underneath the shell of the turtle. It did not react, and no breath was able to be detected from it. As if he had detected something not far away, the old man looked at Yifutian. Yifutian turned his gaze to look at him in the same manner, and the luminosity in his eyes disappeared. He smiled. He walked toward the old man and said, "Elder, are any means allowable as long as the four spirits can be revived?" "Yes." The old man glanced at Yifutian and nodded with a smile. Just from Yifutian's eyes, he could feel an unusual breath. In his realm, when he regarded those eyes, he felt that he was being observed in secrecy. "Can the statues be destroyed?" Yifutian asked. "Try it." The old man smiled. "Destroying the statues?" "Very well." Yifutian nodded. "This black turtle does not seem to have any movement. I would like to give it a try." Yifutian walked to the statue of the black turtle. Gao Huang saw him coming this way and said, "You want to try?" "Yes." Yifutian nodded. "Please." Gao Huang stepped back, making way for Yifutian. "Much obliged." Yifutian nodded smilingly, and then walked in front of the statue of the black turtle. He reached out and knocked on the statue's turtle shell, making a crystal-clear sound. This scene made many onlookers blink. Who was this? "Turtle Elder, if you are indeed a spirit, please show yourself. Otherwise, you'll have to pardon my tactics," Yifutian said. There was no response. Many people looked at him, speechless. Xia Qingyu and Yushang rolled their eyes. This guy never cared about his image. Seeing that the black turtle without response, Yifutian placed his palm on the shell of the turtle, and a flame manifested immediately. The statue of the turtle was shrouded in an instant, and the flame penetrated every part of the turtle. The pressure of might from the other three statues was getting stronger, but still was not waking up. There was just a sense of suffocation, and the statue of the turtle was still motionless, without any reaction. Everyone who was watching smirked at Yifutian. This guy was also asking to be humiliated. However, Yifutian did not feel anything, and the flame was burning still. Inside his body, the ancient tree of the world in his life palace was swaying, turning into a fiery red ancient tree. The fire spirit orb released the terrible light of the flame, and then flowed out along Yifutian's arms, turning into the power of flame and burning the statue of the turtle.